Hello and welcome to round 7 of the FAB-Racing British Minibike Championship here at the Cumbria Kart Circuit at Rowrah. We have over 30 great races coming up this weekend where championships could be decided, so stay tuned to us all weekend to get all the action. But first, let's hear from some of the riders down in the paddock. So we're here with Phillips, Robbie racing in the Extreme 200s. First of all, Philip, we're coming towards the end of the season. How are you feeling going into round 7?
I'm really kind of happy. I have a lead in the championship, and maybe if I get all 3 races podiums, I can maybe get the championship at this round. If not, I can get it at Red Lodge. But yeah, so far the weather's beautiful. My favourite track actually here, so I really love this track. And yeah.
And what is it that you like about this circuit here at Rowrah?
I love the hairpins, the heavy braking is really nice, but then also the last sector, it has some really flowing sections, just kind of elbow down, which I like. It's part of my style, so yeah.
And conditions already are quite windy. Do you think that's going to affect you on the bike this weekend?
Nah, just chuck on some super softs and it'll be as grippy as ever. But yeah, the weather's really nice actually. It's just cold, but it's sunny. At least it's not raining.
And you've got a new bike this weekend. Why don't you tell us a little bit about it? And it looks like a bike actually that we've seen before here this year.
Yeah, it's Harvey Claridge's bike. Thank you, Harvey, if you're watching. And yeah, my KTM 85 blew up while training, I think like a month ago, and we can't get a cylinder head for it, so now I'm riding this. So. And
why don't you tell us a little bit about it and what exactly it is?
It's a 105 engine with some random suspension. I don't really know what it is. I think the front's from a Honda and the rear's from just like a pit bike. And yeah, it is a Metrokit frame. So it's kind of nice going back to a little Metrokit, the one I rode in last year. And yeah, I like the bike quite a lot actually. Yeah.
And what's been the biggest thing that you've noticed jumping from the KTM 85 to this?
It's a lot lower down, like the Metrokit, it's a lot lower down. Other than that, I can notice a bit more power as well because it's a 105 and I was riding the 85. It does wheelie out of corners because it's really light, but other than that, it's pretty similar.
And this year, you've been racing the British Talent Cup. How's your season went so far, and have you got any aims and objectives coming towards the end of the season?
Last round, Snetterton was my best round. I came 5th and 4th after finally getting a good setup on the bike and an engine refresh as well, because we found out my cylinder head was actually cracked. And yeah, it's been a really good round actually. Maybe I can start getting some consistent top 10s or even top 5s as I showed at Snetterton. I was 5th and 4th and it was quite consistent, so yeah.
And we have rounds such as Donington Park, Brands Hatch coming up for a British Talent Cup. Are there any circuits that you're hoping for maybe your best result of the season, or the tracks that you like that are coming up?
I've been at Donny earlier in the season, but we just did the national circuit, so it's just really the final sector that I have to learn because all the other corners I've already ridden on. But I reckon I'll actually like the track with a good suspension setup and a good bike, so I reckon it'll be fun, yeah.
Well, good luck for the rest of the season here at FAB and in the British Talent Cup.
Thank you.
So we're here with Chris Wells. Chris, we're here at round 7 at Rowrah. How do you like this circuit heading into the weekend?
It's first time here, so 4 sessions in so far, and it's a mega track. Yeah, real good tarmac, and the layout's just amazing. Yeah.
And what exactly is it that you like about the circuit? Is it the hairpins or is it the undulations that we have here?
It's the roller coaster feeling, up and down through this top corner here, down into the right. That's yeah, different to any other track in the UK, really.
And how have you thought that your seasons went so far? Because we're at the closing stages of the season now. Are you looking maybe towards championship points now, or is it still going 100% every single race?
Started off really good at Lid, and then it went rapidly downhill. A lot of crashes, few mechanicals, but yeah, really enjoyed the season. So just a solid finish to the year, really. Ready for next year.
And talking about next year, any plans set in stone for next year? Will it be returning back to pit bikes, or what's the plan?
So I've got an extreme bike as well, so maybe keep that, do both pit bikes and extreme. Just need to get quicker on it to keep up with the front lads, really. So yeah, back next year, pit bikes again, hopefully the KTM as well.
And conditions this weekend is looking quite changeable later on in the weekend. Are you wanting maybe some wet weather here, or are you just wanting completely dry to learn the circuit?
I've been hoping it's going to be dry all weekend, to be honest. I didn't know it was going to rain. I'm open to any conditions, really. I'll give it best in each show.
And what would you say yourself has been the biggest thing that you've learnt this season from racing here at FAB?
Trying to stay on the bike is the biggest thing I need to learn this year. Just keeping up with the front lads. Every time you're behind them, behind Rossi, Taylor, you're just learning things. So yeah, it's been a great year.
And obviously no Rossi this weekend, and Taylor Lawrence's final round here at FAB. Maybe is that a chance for you in this final round to maybe bag some good points and some maybe even a race win?
I've only had one podium this year, so hopefully now Rossi's not here, jump on the podium and tag on to him, really. Yeah.
Well, good luck for this weekend. We wish you all the best.
Thank you very much.
Go. So we're here with Lucy, who also races in the AC40 Pros. It's only our third meeting here at FAB this year. How have you felt it's went so far?
I think it's went quite good so far.
And why is that?
Because I'm having some battles, even though I'm at the Battle Pros, it's like still fun. I'm having a good time.
And you've just came off from a practice session, had a debrief. Why don't you tell us what you discussed in that and what ideas you've came up with?
About like throttle control and like the 10 points and stuff like that.
And how have you found the circuit here at Rowrah? Is it a circuit that you enjoy?
Yeah, I find it quite good because there's a bit of everything in it.
And so far this year, you've only done 3 circuits here at FAB, but what's been your favourite so far?
Probably Rowrah. Yeah, that's fine.
And your younger brother's racing the same class as you. How have you enjoyed that, having another family member on the grid and trying to beat him as well?
I think it's quite good. Sometimes we get a bit of competition within each other, but yeah.
And who's going to win this weekend between you and your brother?
Well, I'm going to try and beat him, but probably Brad.
Well, good luck for the rest of the weekend. We wish you all the best.
Okay, thank you.
So we're here with Ollie Sims, who races in the Mini GP70s. Ollie, first of all, how have you felt like your seasons went so far?
It's been alright. We're getting better each round, so hopefully we can end the last couple of rounds on a high. Hopefully get maybe a top 5.
And how have you found the Rowrah circuit so far?
It's a bit difficult. It's very, very twisty and turny, but I'm getting better each session, and hopefully I can keep improving.
And this season, how have you found the Mini GP70? What is it like just to ride one of these bikes?
It's fast. It's fun. It's got a lot of power, and that's pretty much it.
And what's been the biggest thing that you've had to learn riding the Metrokit 70?
Maybe to put a bit more weight on the front, so then the front's not tucking and the rear's not sliding. So a bit in the middle.
And at this point in the season, are you looking towards the championship points, or is it, as you said, just try and get the best finishes of the year?
It's a bit of both, really. Hopefully I can get inside top 10 in the championship, and hopefully I can just keep improving each round.
And heading into this weekend, who would you say is your biggest competitor and your biggest rival?
Probably Noah Guillory, because we're a bit of both. We've been battling most of the season, so yeah.
And obviously, who do you think is going to win that rivalry this weekend?
Hopefully me. Hopefully.
Well, good luck for the rest of the weekend and the rest of the season.
Thank you.
So we're here in the paddock it's on the lunch break right now. There's quite a few riders now just playing about in the paddock with their friends. So, Jensen, could we have a quick word?
Hello.
So, Jensen, how are you feeling headed into this weekend?
Good, I did the practice session.
And how have you felt like it's went?
What?
How have you felt like the practice session has went?
Good.
Why is that? Is it a circuit you enjoy here at Rowrah?
I kind of like the circuit. It's just the hairpins I don't like.
So, with the rest of the weekend, is it just be focusing on them hairpins, trying to get a better line through it?
Maybe.
And have you got any objectives going into this weekend? Any aims and positions?
Try and get a podium.
And who do you think is your biggest rival and competitor?
I think maybe Oliver Hall or Chloe.
And what's been the biggest thing that you've learnt so far this year in the AC40 Pro class?
I think corner speed.
And has it been something that you just had to gradually build up, or was it just almost like an instant switch?
Gradually build up.
And we're coming to the end of the season. What's your aim for the final championship position?
Finish ahead of Oliver Hall and Chloe.
And do you believe you can do that with the final rounds here at Rowrah and Red Lodge? Is Red Lodge a track that you like?
Yeah, I like it.
Well, good luck for the rest of the season.
Thanks.
And now we're just going to try and chat to a few more riders here. Cody Gleason, walking past us now. Cody, how are you feeling heading into this weekend?
I'm feeling good, thank you.
And why is that?
Because I've had a couple of good practice sessions.
And is it a circuit you enjoy then, with all the undulations that we have here?
Yeah, it's a fast flowing track because there's loads of straights and there's loads of corners that you can just keep on the power. So yeah, I like it.
And how have you thought that your seasons went so far this year?
I'm hoping I get a good weekend. Yeah, it's going good, thank you.
And have you made your aim so far this year? Is it a season that's really developed you as a rider?
Yeah, it's changed me so much.
And how have you found the paddock here at FAB and the racing family almost?
They're really kind, they're really friendly. Yeah, I really like FAB.
And what's been the biggest thing that you've learnt this year?
To have fun and enjoy my races, because if you don't, what's the point of doing it then?
That's a great attitude to have.
Thank you.
And well, good luck for the rest of the season. Good luck for this weekend. Hopefully you can get your aims for the rest of the season.
Thank you.
And there's still a few riders about. Henry McCartney just looking at the track, admiring its beauty. So Henry, how are you feeling heading into this weekend? It's a nice hat you've got on, matches your levers.
Yes, going into this weekend felt really confident after Landau, and I feel like I could be up there.
And well, yeah, I certainly think you could be up there, but it's a 139 point gap heading into the weekend from Ethan Sparks. How do you feel about that?
Well, I don't think I should really go for first, but there is a good point defending from Ronnie in second, so I'm just going to try and beat Ronnie every race and try and keep in front of him in the championship.
So do you not think you can close that gap with the remaining points that we have on offer, because it's only 150 points?
I'm going to try my best, but I don't know, see how it turns out.
I'm guessing you're going to be hoping for a miracle, maybe the heavens opening, because we know how great you are in the wet.
Yeah, hopefully. Well, it has been raining quite a lot, so hopefully it does rain. But if not, I still think I really have the pace.
And how have you found this year on the Mini GP70?
On the Mini GP70, it's a really good bike, very talky, and it's a good bike it's very close bike, very all the same, and it's a good bike to battle with.
And talking about battling, we've seen some great battles all year between you and Ethan Sparks. What do you think it is across the season that he's just had a slight upper hand on? Is it maybe consistency, or is it just tracks that suited him?
Maybe it's just tracks, because I'm a bit bigger and it helps me go around the corners, and he is a lot lighter, so it helps him for a lot of tracks, and each track is just better for one of us. So
well, good luck for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
I'm just going to keep going. Tyler Hartley just standing over here. Tyler, how are you feeling going into this weekend?
Really good. The track's really technical, and that's how I like tracks.
So do you think it's a track that's going to suit you and that you're going to have a lot of fun on?
Yes.
And how would you say your seasons went so far this year on the Mini Moto?
Quite good. I've had a few crashes, but good.
And do you have any aims for the rest of the season and this weekend?
My aim's to get a third place, and this season is to get top 5.
Oh no.
And where do you currently stand in championship, do you know?
I think I'm 9th.
So pretty big ambitions for the rest of the season, just getting some points in the bags.
Yeah.
Well, good luck, and hopefully conditions stay good for you.
Thanks.
So there's quite a few riders about right now, so let's talk to this young chap right here. Why don't you tell everyone what your name is and what class you're racing? And what class is that?
10 mil.
So how have you felt like your seasons went so far this year?
Okay.
And what's been the biggest thing you've had to learn on the Mini Moto?
My corner speed.
And what have you done to get your corner speed up? Has it been different lines or different throttle whenever you're going on the throttle?
Different lines.
And has it been fellow competitors or parents that's really helped you understand that?
Yeah.
And how have you found the paddock here at FAB with all your friends? Is it something that you really enjoy going to at the weekends?
Yeah, I do.
And well, good luck for the rest of the season. We wish you all the best.
Okay.
So a few more riders about over here. So how are you?
Good, thank you.
And why don't you tell everyone what your name is and what class you're racing?
I'm Archie Hooper and I race in the Rookies.
So Archie, how have you found racing the Rookies? 'Cause it's such a big field this year.
Yeah, there's been a lot of new riders, competition, and yeah.
And how have you found this track so far here at Rowrah?
It's a nice track and you can get some speed around it, so it's fun.
And what's your aim for the rest of the season this weekend?
I'd like to get a podium and get some points in the championship.
So we're here at round 7. Is it just getting them championship points, or are you still going 100% trying to get the best position?
100% and trying to have fun.
Well, good luck for the rest of the weekend. I hope you have fun, because that's what it's all about.
Yeah, thank you.
So we're here with Sarah Harris, a part of the M4 race school. Sarah, how are you, first of all?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks.
And well, it's been a great thing you've done, taking the kids out on track walks. Why don't you tell everyone what exactly it is that your race school offers for these young riders?
We start them at home from 4 and bring them through 4 rising 5. They start here at 5.5. Roger's allowed them at 5.5 now to start racing. It just gives them an environment. We spend all winter with the little ones, building them through. We've got them at various stages. Bringing them here, we've got a race team that we're now running over here. We'll have 4 riders in there. We have so those who are in the team, Archie was one of them. We have several riders outside of the team, so we give them support from home, that we bring the support to the race meetings with the track walks. They do a lot of track maps, so they do a lot of school work, so they work on their maps. We hire in rider coaches. I have Luca Allen, Fraser Rogers comes, Charlie Nesbitt, so we work with good BSB riders to develop these young kids.
And with your experience working with these younger riders now, what's been the biggest thing that you've learnt yourself from these younger riders?
I don't know really. I work with adults for years, and it's interesting. Teaching kids is very, very different, and a lot of it from the very young ones is actually, I've just been talking to a little boy just now who doesn't understand what the word exit means. So the way you speak to them is very different to how you would train an adult. If you say to someone on the exit of the corner when they're 6 years old and they look at you, they don't understand what exit means. So it's actually the way, I've learned a lot of the way that you actually communicate with younger riders, because they obviously communicate very differently to, I've got riders in stock 600 etc, and they talk very differently to these guys. So that's been a big learning curve, is actually learning to communicate with little people.
And if anyone watching at home wants to get their kid involved, how would you recommend reaching out, maybe to FAB or yourself?
Either or, you can speak to FAB. They'll contact us direct. You can contact us directly. We're on Facebook. Obviously the usual channels. But yeah, you can either ring myself, Ian in the shop, or Robert, and they'll put you in touch with us.
And what's been the biggest challenge that you faced so far with this race school and working with these younger riders?
I did have one little boy who's here this weekend in the pros, and I spent 2 years running with him. He's actually really quite fast, but I have had to run.
Well, good luck, and hopefully the riders keep coming through, because it's great seeing younger British talent coming through the ranks, because it's clearly starting to work now with a lot of riders getting to the British Talent Cup.
Yeah, I've got several in the Talent Cup that are mine. Johnny Garnis is one of mine. O'Gorman's one of mine. I've got stock 600 riders all the way through, and they've all come through us. I mean, initially we've had Scott Redding come through us, not through my actual race school, but through the system.
Yeah, and just talking about British Talent Cup riders, your daughter Holly Harris is of course racing on that. How have you felt like that season's went so far?
Wow. Not what she'd have wanted. It's not what she'd have wanted. She was faster last year. Don't really understand what's going on, if I'm honest, but she's enjoying it, and that's the main thing.
Yeah, that is the main thing. So what do you think maybe if they're working with Holly, or is it more the setup of the bike that really has to be worked on and understood a bit more?
It's confidence, self-confidence, and with a lot of the young riders it's self-belief. It's having that belief in themselves that they can do it. The talent is there, they have to believe that they can do it. And this year with Holly, she's just taken a dip in self-belief, but she'll be back next year, she'll be stronger.
And talking about next year, is there any plans set in stone for yourself in the race school and for the likes of Holly and Fraser Rogers?
Fraser, God knows. We don't know. If someone comes along with a lot of money, Fraser might ride, but at the moment that's a money problem. Holly, we're not sure at the moment. She will be in the paddock. She will either be in the Talent Cup or whether we choose to go to Junior Supersport, we haven't decided. I've also got Luca, who's going to ride a GP2 next year, so we've got him we're looking after, and as well as running the academy. So the race school will continue. We're hoping to run a 6-rider team next year, so we're going to change it slightly to what we're doing this year. So we're going to have more permanent riders rather than ones dipping in and out. So we kind of try and I think it's been a success, the little race team we've had. The kids have improved for being in that environment, so we're going to go with that. We're going to go with 6 riders, and we still do Tuesday nights. Every Tuesday night I teach the ones who are struggling, so we take the very young or the ones that are struggling every Tuesday night. Sunday race school will carry on as of the last round of BSB. After that we're every Sunday ready to go to Spain next year, and away we go again.
Well, good luck for that. And quickly, finally, you mentioned Luca Allen there on the GP2. Why don't you update us on his injury and his leg operation that he got earlier on in the season?
Luca? He can come and update you himself.
Yeah, Luca Allen just actually over there, so
Luca?
we're just waiting for him to come over to get a little update on his condition, because it was quite a nasty break that he had to get operated on. So Luca Allen should have been on the 600 this year, but sadly didn't work out. So Luca Allen, earlier on in the season, of course, you had quite a nasty injury to your leg. Why don't you tell us exactly what happened?
Yeah, I was out in Texas training at Colin Edwards' and I came into contact with the rider and came over the front, having my leg locked straight, and it just kind of snapped backwards. So I ripped my ACL, MCL and lateral ligaments, so I had to have surgery for them, wait for the surgery for 3 months, and now it's a 6-month recovery. So I got a bit of weight.
And why don't you tell us what that recovery has been like, not being able to ride motorbikes?
It's been a bit, I don't know, it's been a bit frustrating, obviously, but obviously being around the paddock with Holly and everyone else, I think that's kind of made it a bit easier. Still staying in the paddock, but it's been a bit of a nightmare, really.
And how's your leg now? How are you feeling on riding the motorcycles? Do you feel like you're ready and got that strength back in it?
Yeah, I rode at Kinsham the other week, and that didn't go too badly. I felt pretty on pace, but it's just the problem at the minute of we don't know how it will cope in a crash or anything like that, which is why I'm not riding here this weekend, but we'll get properly back at it soon.
Yeah, and Sarah just mentioned there you're going to be on a GP2 next year. How are you feeling towards that and getting a completely different experience on a Grand Prix machinery?
Yeah, that should be good. It'll be a learning curve, because obviously I'm not used to riding anything so stiff, but it'll be good for sure, yeah. Big learning curve.
And how have you found working with Sarah in the race school this year here at FAB?
Yeah, it's been really good. It's been good to see all the different riders just progress and see how all of them just take things on differently in different ways. You have to be some of them different. It's really cool, yeah.
Well, we wish you luck for your recovery and for next year, where hopefully we'll see you back in the grid.
Yeah, thank you. See you soon.
So we're here with Archie O'Brien, who's practicing the Mini GP 70 this weekend and racing in the 50s. Archie, how are you feeling this weekend?
Feeling pretty good, been pretty strong couple meetings, but had a crash last time out, which has been my first crash this season, but we're still in good spirits about the rest of the year.
And why don't you tell everyone about that crash at Clandell? What exactly happened?
Well, it was kind of a bit too much power, too much lean angle, and then I ended up in the air.
And so is this weekend just staying on the bike, getting that free finishes, or is it still just trying to get that race win?
Yeah, we're going to try get that inaugural win this weekend. Still going to keep pushing, because although Luke's got a massive gap in the championship, it's still not over.
Yeah, it's not over till it's over. Anything can happen, and we've seen that with Marco Holt, who has broken his leg after a crash in Moto4. Does that slightly change your approach this weekend?
Not at all.
And last round at Clandell, we've seen your starts are slightly better, and you're starting to get off the line far, far better. So what is it that you've exactly changed with getting your bike off the line?
We've just been doing quite a bit of practice, and we've changed the start of style to hopefully bring the revs up a bit more and get you off the line faster.
And what's your aim for this weekend? We're here at Rowrah, it's round 7. Is this a track that you enjoy?
It's a track I've been to a few times, and it is a nice, lovely track, so we're hoping for some good weather and some good racing.
And of course, the bike behind you right now is the Mini GP 50. We've seen you practicing the Mini GP 70 on the Fridays for a couple of rounds now. What's been the biggest thing that you've had to learn jumping onto the 70?
It's definitely the torque off the corners, because it's a lot more powerful low down, because when you get high up in the revs they're kind of similar, but it's the low down torque that you need to be careful of on the 70s.
And do you have to change your riding style up at all between the two bikes? Is there anything you have to change in yourself for them?
On the 50 you come into the corners a lot faster and harder, just because it's more about entry, because it's not got as much power, whereas the 70 you need to come in at a reasonable pace and then get out well as well.
And finally, it's the end of the season almost. Next year, is there any plans yet? Are you maybe going to be racing the 70 next year, racing the 50, or maybe even both?
Yeah, the plan is to do both next year and hopefully maybe fight for the title in the 50s and hopefully bring in some top sixes in the 70s.
And just a couple more things. Tactics for this weekend, as I've already mentioned, it's the second last round of the season. So your tactics heading into, is it maybe just getting them points on the board, or is it still just getting 110% for that win and maybe risking a mistake like you had at Clandau?
Well, I did try 110% at Landau and it didn't go well, so we're just going to try 100% to get that win.
So 100% potentially risking a crash?
Well, you'll high risk, high reward.
Exactly, I like your thinking, Archie. Good luck for this weekend. Hopefully it all goes well, and hopefully we can see you on the top step of that podium.
Thank you.
So we're here with Taylor Lawrence on his farewell tour here at FAB. Taylor, going into the weekend, your final weekend after many years, how are you feeling?
Well, just to me, I don't think it'll hit me properly till about Sunday. At the minute, it just feels like a normal race weekend, to be fair. Just having a laugh with my mates, having fun, just treat it like every other race weekend and don't get too emotional about it. We'll just keep moving forward.
And we believe there may be something planned for you later on in the weekend. How are you feeling towards that? Maybe a bit more emotion towards then?
Well, a bit more emotion, maybe a few surprises along the weekend from me and my mates, but we'll see what happens. Don't want to give too much away yet.
And talking about your mates, Rossi Banham isn't here this weekend. How are you feeling about that after such a great battle all year and such great camaraderie off the track?
I'm absolutely gutted. And I told him that. I was just talking to him a few minutes ago, seeing if he was still coming up, but he can't make it. But he was good. We said our goodbyes at Landau, but it's nice. I've got people to battle with here anyway, but Rossi, me and him, Rossi have always been there or thereabouts with Lucas Brown and Reese. So just to lose an extra person in the front battle is a bit of a shame, really.
And do you slightly change your approach? Because you mentioned earlier on that you're just treating it right now like every other race weekend. Is that same mindset going into the races? Still full attack mode?
Oh yeah, full attack. I need to at least have one win this weekend before we go.
And talking about your season in general so far, how do you feel like it's went 2022?
A bit like Iannone, to be honest. I'm quick when I want to be, but I can't stay on the bike.
Yeah, we've seen quite a few tumbles at Clandau. Why don't you tell us exactly what happened there?
I would tell you if I knew, but I don't know. It's just Lawrence Chicane caught me out a bit there, I guess. Just a bit too tight in, hit a bit of a bump and just lost it, and then got back from 11th to 2nd, and then had a bit of a run-in with a back marker and came off again. But it was 6 crashes that weekend, so not too bad. Only 6.
Just 6 crashes, and good media coverage for you getting them 6 crashes, and with your bright green levers that you've been wearing all season, you couldn't have picked brighter colours.
I couldn't have picked bright. Well, they look darker in the picture, to be fair to me, but they're nice. They let me be seen a bit easier, let you know where I am on track, and alert people when I'm coming for a move.
And looking back on all your years at FAB, what has been your favourite class to race on, your favourite bike that you've raced on?
The pit bikes. Not only because of the championship, because pit bikes are more of a close packed together grid and everyone's more equal in a way. I'm not saying anyone's cheating in these classes, but we're all adults, we're all way near enough about the same, we all have the same machinery, we got the same bikes, so it's more fair. My 70s, I did enjoy 70s as well, because they're just fun bikes to ride in general, but pit bikes, and it's just a closer community, I feel, between us lot.
And what's been the biggest thing that FAB has taught you in maybe outside of racing or just racing in general?
No matter how many years you've been doing it, if you come to this track 6 times or 2 times, there's always something you can learn for the next time, because you never do the same each year. It's always different. You can always go quicker.
And talking about tracks, we're here at Clandau. Is it a track that you enjoy?
I enjoy Rowrah. It's a lovely track. Got a mixture of got a mixture of hairpins, got a mixture of chicanes, got fast flowing corners, a few stopping corners, so it's got a mixture of everything that a lot of tracks just are known for. One section, this is a good track in general.
And well, you're missing the final round of the championship at Red Lodge. I believe it is a track that you enjoy yourself. How are you feeling having to miss that final round?
Missing my favourite track is gutting, but like I said, got to move on, got a big career ahead of me, been around Red Lodge enough, and I get time off, I can always go back down to Red Lodge when I got time. Might start doing some track days as well on the R6, see where that leads me, but yeah, not a bit upset, but not too much.
And finally, plans for the future. Maybe we'll see you on a race bike again at a racetrack, maybe here at FAB or in a bigger championship in British Superbike Championship potentially.
Potentially could be Thundersport, Bemsey or BSB in the future, but I'm not too sure about it yet, just focusing on getting in the forces first, but there could be a position there for me.
Well, good luck in the Navy and good luck in the rest of your career outside of racing. And I do have to say, cracking sunglasses that you're wearing this weekend.
Got to rock the Top Gun Maverick look, you're going in the Navy, you got to have all the looks. Beautiful, me and Elliot Crosby, my Iceman, will be here later on, so you'll see us walking around with our aviators on.
Well, good luck, and as I mentioned, good luck outside of racing. We really wish you all the best, and hopefully we'll see you back here at FAB at some point.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
So we're here with the championship leader of the LS2 Helmets Mini GP70 British Championship, Ethan Sparks. Ethan, how are you feeling first of all?
I'm quite well actually, because I've got high hopes here, as I've got my first ever win here in the Rookies back in 2017, and I don't have much pressure as the lead in the championship is quite high.
Yeah, you mentioned the lead in the championship. It's 139 points at the moment. Are you nervous heading into the weekend?
Not really, because even if I don't win the championship in the first race, I can always win it in the second race. And if it's dry tomorrow, there's a high chance I can finish in the top 5 to win the championship.
And with the chance of winning the championship, do you approach the weekend slightly differently, or is it still just going to be going flat out and doing what you do best?
Well, I hopefully need to stay on, and then I've approached it with no pressure on me, and if I stay on, then I just need to stay on and finish in the top 5, but I will aim for the win.
And if you win the championship this weekend, or this year in general, you're going to be the first ever Mini GP70 two-time British champion. How does that make you feel?
It's a big achievement, as the FAB's been going on for a long time, and if I'm the first ever person to win it 2 times, it gets my name out there.
Yeah, it certainly will. And you mentioned earlier, this is the track that you got your first ever win in Rookies. What do you think it is that suits you as a circuit? What do you think it is as a rider that you enjoy about it?
The hairpins I'm quite good into, as I'm normally good on the brakes, but it's basically, when I first came here, I just liked the track, so yeah.
And if you win the championship, will we still see you at Red Lodge for the final round and for a final play about?
Yeah, I'll be coming to Red Lodge, because if I don't, it's like I don't really need to turn up, but I'll still turn up just to show respect, basically.
Yeah, certainly a good attitude to have, and that is going 100% attack mode. So what has been the thing that you've learnt most this season? Because obviously you're an experienced rider, you've already won the championship in the Mini GP70, so what is it that you've learnt this year?
I've learnt a lot, as I've had some good battles over the year with Henry, Marco, but I've learned a lot of things, as from my past times I've got from Landau I got into the 46s, which was a lot quicker.
And and Ethan, what would you say has been the thing that you've learnt most from working with Vision Track this year?
A lot of things from Chaz Mortimer, with suspension, gearing, everything else like that. So it's helped me a lot through the years. Mainly how my riding style and how I ride the bike.
And Ethan, you've raced in more than one championship this year. What would you say to the people at home that is maybe deciding what championship to come and race in and get their kid involved in?
if you're a good rider, well, if you're experienced, come into the rookies for a few years just to see where you're at the moment, and then if you're doing quite well, eventually move up into the pros.
So would you say yourself that FAB is a championship to be in at the moment for young riders?
FAB's really well. It's brought me on as a rider, and it's got me all the way here where I am now, just from the rookies in 2017, and the competitiveness is really high.
And talking about competitiveness and your team, what has it been like having a teammate this year in the Mini GP70s with Ronnie Harris? Does it slightly change your approach? Do you work together with him off track, or is it much secrets within the garage and trying not to let too much out to your rivals?
Well, me and Ronnie are good friends, so we help each other a lot, and he helps me with things, I help him with things, and hopefully we can be 1 and 2 in this year's championship.
Well, good luck for this weekend. Hopefully we can see you once again stand on that top step of the podium and stand on the top step of the championship standards.
Yeah, hopefully I can win it this round.
Good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
So we're here in the back of the paddock now, and Lucas Brown, British Talent Cup rider. Lucas, how are you feeling heading into this weekend?
Quite good. It's a bit of practice, so it'll be fun.
And how are you finding the track here at Rowrah?
Yeah, it's a good track. It's a little bit slippery because of the cool temperatures, but yeah, it's not too bad.
And you've been racing in the British Talent Cup this year. How have you felt like your season's went?
Season's gone really good. We've missed out a little bit on the podium. We got a top 5 last round, which is good. But yeah, we've been consistently in the top 10, so yeah.
And would you say racing here at FAB helps you at all to prepare for a British Talent Cup round? Maybe just getting a bit more bike time, getting your head up to speed?
I guess it's a bit more fitness on the bike, like more bike fitness, but apart from that, it's just a little bit of fun, really.
And it's a little bit of fun, so have you got any aims going into this weekend, or aims for this season, or is it just go out there and have the best time as possible with your mates?
It's just, to be fair, just go out there and have fun, and I have a good battle with Taylor, Reese and Rossi, and sometimes Chris, but yeah, it's pretty just fun.
And has there been any standout moments this year, maybe a standout track here at FAB that you've enjoyed?
I've had a few moments that I haven't enjoyed, but probably that when I won at Lid, that was quite good.
And the British Talent Cup, a couple of rounds left in that as well. How are you setting your hopes for that this season? Are you just looking at championship points, or is it still trying to get on the podium roster, and maybe even a race win?
Well, I think I'm 7th in the championship at the moment, and I'm about 20 points off 3rd or 5th. So if I can get 5th in the championship, that'd be a really good end to the season.
And how have you found racing the pit bike style machines in the wet conditions here at FAB?
I think I've only done about 1 race in it, and I crashed, so not been too great.
And finally, next year, have you got anything in place yet? Is it British Talent Cup again, British Championship of some sort?
I think I'm going to be doing British Talent Cup again.
Well, good luck for that. We hope to see you on the grid, and it's great seeing so many FAB riders coming through the ranks.
Yeah, cheers.
So we're going to speak to a couple more pit bike riders that's going to ambush some of them that's relaxing after some practice sessions. So Jamie King, how are you feeling going into this weekend, first of all?
Not too bad. Caught me unawares. Yeah, it's not been too bad so far this morning. We're not far off my PB so far, so yeah, it's going well. We've changed tyres because it's a bit chilly this weekend. The weather has dropped in temperature a bit, but it's going well so far, just building every session at the moment.
And will you be racing the Moto team bike this weekend? Because obviously you're leading the championship and looking quite good on it.
Yeah, we could wrap up the championship this weekend if things all go well. So yeah, hopefully me and Sean will be sharing that. We haven't decided who's doing what races yet, but we've been out on it a few times today. It's gone well. So yeah, hopefully wrap the championship up this weekend.
And you've been a busy man lately. I've seen, I believe it was at Donington Park, you were on a R6. How did that go for you? Something a bit bigger than these pit bikes.
Snetterton it was, but yeah, it was mega to be back on a proper size bike. Took me a while to get used to it, doing a bike that does over 65 miles an hour. But yeah, it was mega fun. Probably ain't going to make a comeback doing it though, because I can't afford it, and I don't think I was good enough.
So no plans next year to race any bigger bikes then?
Nah, we'll be back with a pit bike on the CW next year, and probably back on the Moto team as well.
So aims for next year, you'll be on the CW again, as you just said, in the pit bikes. Is it no retirement, coming back stronger, maybe even fighting for another championship in the pit bikes?
Yeah, hopefully, after we've had kind of like this half a season learning on the CW, hopefully next season we can go full pelt and hopefully be back up the sharp end fighting for some championships.
And this year, it's been quite an up and down year for you, especially on the pit bikes. What's been the standout moment that you've enjoyed from this year in 2022 FAB?
Probably Landau, last round, bit gutted to miss out on the podium on the last corner in race 2, but hopefully we can get back on the podium this weekend. It'd be really good if we can. So yeah, Landau last weekend was a good one.
And looking towards Red Lodge, the final round of the championship, how are you feeling towards that? Is it a track that you enjoy at Red Lodge, or is it maybe one that you struggle with?
I don't mind. Red Lodge is going to be, first week in October, so there's a good chance it's going to be a bit cold and wet. But I enjoy doing left-handers because it's the only track we go to which goes the other way round. So hopefully we can get some good results there, but it depends on the weather.
And finally, aim for this weekend in the pit bikes especially. Is it get them race wins, get on that podium position again, or is it just getting up your lap times and getting the feeling on the CW bike?
Yes, it's going to be good to see if we can beat my personal best round here, but we're aiming for podiums this weekend, so if we can get back on the podium, that'd be mega.
And one final thing, will we see a return of the blue hair at the final round or at all next year?
I need to get this cut because the black's coming back through now, so yeah, maybe we'll have some blue back for the last round at Red Lodge.
Well, thanks so much. Good luck this weekend and good luck for the rest of the season.
Cheers guys, thank you.
So we're here with Dylan Miller racing for the first time out in a while actually here at FAB. Dylan, how are you finding it being back here at FAB-Racing?
It's fun, especially on the pit bikes. I mean, I'm having some bike problems at the moment as my brakes weren't doing very well, but I've just got it sorted and hopefully I should do better in my next session.
And since then you've been racing at BMC down south, racing at all national circuits pretty much across the country. How are you finding that?
It's fun. It's better on the bigger tracks. I think it's easier to the car tracks have it's closer in. But apart from that, yeah, it's quite good.
And your brother Owen is also racing this weekend. Is there some friendly brother competition?
Yeah, we are usually quite close on the pit bikes. I always like to have a good battle with them, and it's just fun.
Yeah, so is your aim this weekend just to have fun and enjoy it?
Yeah, and just some practice.
And finally, next year, what's your plans? Could we see maybe in the British Superbike paddock, or is it at BMC once again?
BMC once again, but on the 600s this time.
So your brother Owen, who's just heading out now, is also on the 600 this year. Will he be together on pretty much the same bike?
I think Owen's trying to get on the BSB sort of side of things. I'm just going to start my starting year in BMC and then hopefully move up with them.
Well, Dylan, it's time for you to go out and practice. Enjoy.
Yeah, thank you.
Hello and welcome to Sunday here at Rowrah, the Cumbria Kart Racing Club, for round 7 of the FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship. My name is Ross McIntyre and alongside me is Lewis Ray. Lewis, we had a fantastic day's racing yesterday, some championships already decided before we even get to the final round, and we're looking for another great day today.
Yeah, we certainly are. It was a great day of racing yesterday. Plenty of championships decided and plenty of championships which can be decided today as well. High intense racing, and we've seen history yesterday with Ethan Sparks being the first ever 2-time Mini GP70 champion.
Absolutely. Ethan Sparks doing something which we may never see again, a double back-to-back champion in the LS2 Helmets Mini GP70 British Championship. Also saw Byron Johnson wrapping up the AC40 Pros, and there are plenty more championships up for grabs today as well. Some of them may go down to the final round, so we have to wait and see. But you may be wondering what we're looking at right now. I'm sure that everyone is all very aware that we are still in a period of national mourning following the passing of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. There was a lot of toing and froing whether this race weekend would even go ahead, especially given it is the state funeral tomorrow. But we decided that it would go ahead, but we've obviously put some measure in places. We've got some measure in place, so there's no championship celebrations this weekend, and we're also going to have a minute's silence which will be taking place shortly. So as we get already on the grid for a minute's silence for the passing of Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. a beautiful moment there in respect of Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II from all of us here in the FAB-Racing paddock, and of course emotions running high, but we race on nonetheless, and that was, I think, quite a fitting tribute to Her late Majesty. So, and as all of the riders, the parents, the marshals, the staff make their way off of the grid, we can shortly get ready to go racing. But if you're just joining us, hello and welcome here to Sunday at round 7 of the FAB-Racing Mini Bike British Championships. We've just held a minute's silence for Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, and now we are ready to go with all of our race 2s and our race 3s due to come today. And well, Lewis, the question I think on everyone's minds really, as we start the engines, get ready to go, is, you know, what are the championships going to be looking like? We saw 2 of them wrapped up yesterday. We have the potential to see a lot more wrapped up today.
Yeah, we're just going to have to wait and see. There was a lot of pressure on the riders yesterday and today as the championship starts to loom in for them. The Mini GP 50s, for example, it's really up in the air whether they're going to be decided this weekend or next weekend for the final round of the championship, which of course will be held at Red Lodge for round 8. But today, a lot of racing to come on. 20 races on the schedule for today and mixed conditions.
Yeah, potential for rain coming in the mid-afternoon, but, well, again, every time I say that, it either never rains or it rains at the wrong time, so take my weather reading with a pinch of salt. But over the course of the weekend, the weather apps have been saying that the rain's going to be coming later and later on this afternoon. Originally it was coming in this morning, then it was early afternoon. Now we're saying we might catch some rain for the last few races of the day. So we're going to have to wait and see. Right now it's cold, it's windy, the clouds are over, but no rain in sight, so that's good. We were speaking to the chief medic here earlier, and he was saying that it is quite easy to tell when the rain is coming in because the wind actually picks up quite a lot. Rowrah, of course, located in an old quarry. It's a real picturesque location in the Lake District. Not even arguably, it is the most beautiful track that we have here on the calendar at FAB. An absolutely superb racing track as well. But it is, it's the Lake District. It's mid-September. The weather is very hit and miss. So we've got to do it on the fly, I think. But we'll keep you posted on what's going on with that. But we've got to wait and see. We've still got some dry races like this morning, even if it is quite cold. So we're just going to have to wait and see what's going on. We had 2 championships wrapped up yesterday. We had Byron Johnson taking the AC40 Pros. We also had Ethan Sparks, as we mentioned, the first double champion, the first back-to-back champion in LS2 Helmet's Mini GP70 British Championship history. A phenomenal achievement for young Mr. Sparks. And there was also a championship wrapped up at the last round. Rossi Banham took the Pit Bike 140 championship at round 6 of 8, which is a phenomenal achievement. Of course, just a reminder, no championship celebrations or no official championship celebrations taking place this weekend, should I say, out of respect for the passing of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. They will all be taking place at the final round at Red Lodge in about a month's time. So there's no victory laps, there's no shirts or special helmets being put on. We'll be all seeing them at round 8, of course. They can certainly celebrate on their cool-down lap and celebrate with their colleagues out on tracks and the like, but no official celebrations. So 2 championships wrapped up yesterday, 3 championships already done. There's a lot more to go, but there is the potential for many of them to go. The LC40 Elites, very tightly contested between the 2 Johnson brothers. Senior Mini Motos, it's all eyes on the Birkins. Obviously, championship leader Will Howarth. If he was here, he'd be looking to take it this weekend, but obviously he broke his back last time at Clandau, so he's going to have to try and fight it out at Red Lodge. Mini F1 sidecars also looking strong, so we've got potential for some championships to be racked out. It could be very, very close, Lewis. Yeah, it certainly could. Championships are up in the air, as we've already said, and such as the AC40 Pros, it's a pretty close championship there. Byron Johnson, he's been putting on a great performance. He won the championship yesterday in it, and it was a dominant performance once again from him. Byron Johnson, he's been so impressive this year, not just in the AC40 Pros, but also in the LC40 Elites. We've seen, although he's on an air-cooled motorcycle, he is able to compete with the liquid-cooled bikes. Time for race 2 for the AC40 Pros. The championship may already be done and dusted, but I'm sure we're going to have some ferocious racing nonetheless, because, well, there's still fights for P2, P3, P4 in the championship. Well, P4, actually P3 as well, was very, very close coming into this weekend. Only a couple points from 3rd down to 6th in the championship. Obviously, with the champion being crowned in race 1, Byron Johnson taking it around early, that now means, well, there's nothing really to fight for. It's just out there, it's just for pride, it's just for glory for many of these riders. So potentially some risky moves being made, shall we say. This is when it all gets a bit chaotic, where the championship gets wrapped up early, because for the guys up the front, well, you can either fight for vice champion or you can go for race wins, and that's what we're waiting to see. There is your new champion, Byron Johnson, on the number 37, looking cool and collected. We haven't spoken to him since he took the championship, unfortunately, but when I spoke to him yesterday morning, he was very calm, very collected. You know, he seemed pretty relaxed about the whole thing. And well, now it's done and out the way, you know, I'm sure the nervousness that may have been there, you know, the emotions that would have been running through him, they're all out of the way. He knows he's done it. Now he can just go out there, have some fun and race.
Yeah, he certainly can. He just has to use his, well, he doesn't even have to use his head anymore. He can just go out and have a fun race with his friends and just see what is going to happen. Rex Austin right now pulling up to the grid, and then hopefully we can get underway. Still a few riders, I believe, to make their way to the grid. So we're just going to wait and see to see if more riders turn up, because of course some people may not be prepared, or maybe at the other side of the paddock from where they've just been on the grid. Yeah, there's Sam Gardner coming in to position now to go in the front row of the grid. We should see a great race between these two riders today, because Sam Gardner, he was on it yesterday. You could see he was trying his hardest, but in the end it was not enough. It was not enough to hold off Byron Johnson. Of course, FAB-Racing is probably the best start to your motorcycle racing career. It is the best way to start a motorcycle racing career. From the rookies, we have a class to go from the rookies to all the way to the mini GP70s, and it's a step every single time. So whenever these riders come out of FAB, they go on to the likes of the British Talent Cup, and it's such a natural progression, which is why we've seen them do so well. But Byron Johnson, our championship winner of 2022, will be starting in pole position alongside Sam Gardner. Matthew Thomas will be starting 3rd with Jensen Bishop alongside him. Lewis Hull in 5th with Bradley Curtis alongside him in 6th. Cal Maxwell and Rex Austin will be on their 4th row of the grid, with Edward Darnton will be starting 9th, with Oliver Hull, last year's rookie champion, starting in 10th. Dylan Tureen will be starting 11th, with George Ackerman alongside him, and brother of Bradley, Lucy Curtis, will be starting 13th, and that rounds off our grid for the rookies. So it should be a great race, high intense racing, and one where it's just going to be all out.
Absolutely. These pros, guys, they really know how to put on a display every single time. And well, this is we like to say that, you know, the FAB-Racing Rookies Cup, the Rookies Championship, that's where you come and you learn the fundamentals of motorcycle racing. This is now where you learn the finer details, you start to master the craft, and then after this, obviously, you go on to Elites, and that's, you know, where the final you finally hone in everything you know before you make the jump onto the mini GPs and start learning geared bikes. So you know, this is really where, you know, you start to make your money. This is really where you start to show what you can do on a motorcycle, and it is exciting to see. And well, Byron Johnson's already proved what he can do on a motorcycle, taking the championship in race 1. It's already done and dusted in championship terms. Now it is all about the racing. Byron Johnson, the champion from the pole. Can he take another race win? It's red lights on, red lights off, we're underway. It's a good start from Byron Johnson. It's an even better start from Matthew Thomas, who started to P3, got up to P1. That was Jensen Bishop, I believe. A great start from him. Byron Johnson struggling through the first section there, so problems, but it's Sam Gardner who takes the lead, the current man in P2 in the championship, with an absolutely lightning start, and he's managing to form a bit of a gap as well. But now Byron Johnson starting to get settled, starting to close that gap. Look at how much he closed up to the back of Sam Gardner in that braking zone. Sam has got a bit of a tall order to hold off the champion. He's in first, but how long can he hold on to it is the real question.
Yeah, Lewis Hull there making his way through the pack. We seen yesterday, didn't get the race he wanted, but Byron Johnson now is on the back of Sam Gardner and looking to attack. You could just see the cement dust still put down from yesterday from Einstein qualify, but Byron Johnson looking up the inside there of Sam Gardner, but he closes the door and he leads the way from lap 1 to the end of lap 1. Byron Johnson has a lot of work to do, and he looks down the inside once again and it cannot make it work. Sam Gardner is being so aggressive, shutting the door, but we've seen how good Byron Johnson is on the brakes, and he makes the move there on the brakes. So Sam Gardner through this next hairpin, he's gonna have to lunge. Byron Johnson, he's so strong, but Sam Gardner makes it work and he takes the race lead, but he outbrakes himself there. You cannot outbrake Byron Johnson in the braking zones, it seems.
He is just so strong in the stopping area, is Byron Johnson. And, well, just putting on a display. But Sam Gardner is still on his tail. We know that Sam is fast, of course. He's currently second in the championship. He was 71 points clear of Harrison Day in third place coming into this weekend. So looking to crown himself vice champion of the AC40 Pros in 2022. And I'm sure that he would love to take a race win here at Rowrah. Such a beautiful circuit, such a picturesque location. And it is a real challenge for these young riders out there. So much undulation, down there, coming through the back section, up on their feet, which is great to see.
That's actually Bradley Curtis.
Bradley Curtis. That's actually on the start-finish straight. So I think there's either been a coming together or something's gone wrong in the braking zone for turn 1, because that's down by the start-finish straight. Actually, that's next to race control. So a very strange place to have an accident, but great to see Bradley up on his feet and all okay, and hopefully he's able to rejoin the race.
Yeah, Sam Gardner now at the front. It looks like he's just starting to lose touch of Byron Johnson. Byron Johnson is starting to edge away at the front, but there's Lewis Hull having a massive moment coming for that fast left-hander. Lewis Hull, though, he's up into 4th place, which is so respectable. Sorted out his problems from yesterday. He was all the way down in 10th position, but Oliver Hull right now is having a battle for 7th position, and it looks like he's just been passed by Rex Austin. So Rex Austin is away up front, and potentially even Edward Darnton as well. So Oliver Hull losing quite a lot of time on that lap there, dropping all the way back down to 8th position. Bradley Curtis now dropping back down the order after that fall. But Rex Austin is under immense pressure right now from Edward Darnton. 6 laps to go in this race. It's such a fast race. They go past so quick. It's not enough laps almost to appreciate the racing here. But Byron Johnson up front, the only person in the 55s. It's so impressive what he's doing right now. He won the championship yesterday, which was impressive enough. But Matthew Thomas sitting comfortably in 3rd position. Lewis Hull, though, he's a man on a mission, so we're going to have to wait and see what he can do. But Lewis Hull slightly disadvantaged on the straight with his bigger body position, but down the order right now, Rex Austin is still under pressure from Edward Darnton.
Byron Johnson, another fastest lap there of 55.839. Absolutely flying is the champion. And despite battles throughout the pack, he's looking to take yet another dominant victory as he starts to shake off Sam Gardner. I mean, you've got to remember that, these guys are very young in this class, so, you can be as young as 7 and racing in the AC40 Pros. So there is, sometimes, especially in the lower classes here at FAB-Racing, you do just get performance gaps where people are just at different stages of their development, different stages of learning how to race. As Byron Johnson extending the gap to 1.2 seconds now. Back to Sam Gardner, and Byron Johnson on that topic, he's clearly one of the more developed with the fastest lap as well, a 55.839 last time. Byron Johnson, he's really shown that he's ready to move on and up. But that's part of the beauty of FAB-Racing, and it's all about developing these young riders. And yes, of course, we've got the senior riders as well who come out and put on a great display and put on some great racing. But this is what it's really about. It's about young riders making a start in their motorcycle racing career, learning the bikes, the tracks, how to race, the fundamental information that you need to know to make it in motorsport. And then they go out there and they put on displays and they develop, and that's what Byron Johnson's been doing all year long. And again, much like Ethan Sparks in the 70, it wasn't the best start to the season from Byron Johnson. It was actually Harrison Day, I believe, off the top of my head. He took an early championship lead which was interesting. Yeah, it was Harrison Day actually took an early championship lead, but then from round 2, Byron Johnson, he's never looked back, and that's why we've crowned him champion a round in advance from the end of the season. Of course, 8 rounds here at FAB-Racing. There's Sam Gardner in P2 looking to crown himself vice champion. He can do that this weekend as well, so I think we may be seeing that come the end of the weekend, but of course we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, we're just going to have to wait and see. Sam Gardner now in the braking zone, tipping in. He's still trying his best, using all the track as much as possible on the white lines, which of course in the wet, touching them white lines will be very, very dangerous. But Sam Gardner trying to close that gap. It's now up to 1.8 seconds, so he's fighting a losing battle at the moment, but anything can happen. Further back for the final podium position, Matthew Thomas. He's put in a great season, and very, very consistent was Matthew Thomas. We haven't seen him make that many mistakes, but Lewis Hull just behind him is further 3.1 seconds back. So Matthew Thomas in a pretty lonely race right now, which can sometimes be the most difficult because you really just have to keep that focus with no one really to look at and no one really to base your lines off of. But Byron Johnson now setting another fastest lap of a 55.596, so a very impressive lap from him. Still 1.1 seconds off the lap record, which was set by Mason Foster back in 2018. But Lewis Hull putting in a great performance with the straight line deficit, but all year we've seen how hard he has had to push this motorcycle throughout the corners. You can see the motorcycle just chattering away, bouncing away through the corners as he tries to tuck in his whole body through the straights and just trying not to lose that much straight line speed. It's so impressive what he is doing. But Byron Johnson all season so dominant from round 2 onwards, with just 2 laps to go in this race. It's going to be a showdown, it seems, with Sam Gardner really going to have to go back to the drawing board for race 3 and for the final race of the weekend for these guys. These guys still have one more race, some of them also racing in the AC40 Elite class, this being the pros, the AC40 Pros. This is the middleweight class of mini motor racing in the UK. It's really where you start to get faster motorcycles and have to start horning in your skills and getting better. But we're on the final lap now, and Byron Johnson, he's been a great performance with just 3/4 of the lap to go. He's been so impressive on the brakes through this sector of the circuit, and he powers out down the straight and comes towards Callum Maxwell, but that will not faze him at all. He'll be able to get past him cleanly and safely. But Byron Johnson, he's put in a perfect result after a perfect season, winning the championship with 1 round to spare. He comes round to get past Callum Maxwell with just 2 more corners to go. He plays it safe, he's using his head, he's got the race in the bag. He comes round the final corner, powers it out and takes the checker flag. Byron Johnson wins the AC40 Pro Race 2. Sam Gardner comes across the line to take second place. We await for Matthew Thomas on the 128 lime green bright motorcycle. He's so difficult to miss, and there he is, comes across the line to take our final podium position, closely followed by Lewis Hull. So great and dominant performance from Byron Johnson, who takes the race win from Sam Gardner, and Matthew Thomas rounding off our podium.
The champions ride there from Byron Johnson, absolutely dominant, shaking off a very fast Sam Gardner, as well as Matthew Thomas, who is pushing so hard. As you said, Lewis, earlier on, you could see the bike just chattering away on the run into corners. He manages to round out the podium with a very strong ride, and Lewis Hull shaking off his performance deficit from yesterday. We know he's been struggling around here, possibly due to just his size. He's so much older, so much bigger than everyone else on this pros grid. He manages to bring it home in 4th as well, so great performance from him. But Byron Johnson, wow, what a race he's had, what a run, what a season he's had. Just a brilliant rider, brilliant result from your champion, Byron Johnson, winning by nearly 4 seconds from Sam Gardner. Matthew Thomas rounds out the podium with Lewis Hull in P4. Jensen Bishop was able to get into P5, and then Edward Darnton managed to get by Rex Austin for 6th place. Oliver Hall brought it home in 8th, with Dylan Torian in 9th, and George Ackerman rounding out your top 10. That's it for race 2 for the AC40 Pros, but they'll be back again this afternoon for race 3.
Next up, we have race 2. It's the premier class of FAB. It's the LS2 Helmets Mini GP70 British Championship. It's been an incredible season for them, an incredible race weekend for them. It was a great race. We've seen Archie O'Brien making his race debut on the 70, and it was a very, very impressive run. He couldn't get the bike off the line, but had to sadly retire later on after battling for 5th position with Ronnie Harris. But he got a breakthrough, had to retire from the race, but they have it all fixed hopefully, and then they'll get back out there today, which he is, making his way to the grid now. But of course, we had our first ever double champion of FAB-Racing of the Mini GP70 history. It was Ethan Sparks who took the championship with 1 round to go. It's been such an impressive year for him.
I mean, as I said yesterday, Ethan Sparks is only here because he's too young to move up to the British Talent Cup, and he's shown why he should be in there anyway. A double champion, a back-to-back champion, the first we've ever had here in FAB-Racing in the LS2 Helmets Mini GP70 British Championship. It is him, Ethan Sparks, the man at the front of your screen who starts from the pole. His nearest rival, Henry McCartney, who is surely on track to be vice champion. He starts from P2 with Blake Wilson in P3 and Luke Flatcap Fitcher going off of P4. Archie O'Brien starts in 5th place. Hopefully they've sorted out all the brake issues on his bike with Ronnie Harris. A disappointing 6th for qualifying in him. I'm sure he'll be looking to move forward. Noah Guillory starts in P7 and Ollie Sims rounds out our grid for this weekend. And of course that'll be the same grid for race 3, as well as they make their way around on the formation lap, on the sighting lap. It is a much colder today than it was yesterday. Track, a little bit of moisture in the air, perhaps not raining yet, but we are expecting some later in the day. So it's important that these riders get out there and get a feel for what's going on with the circuit. It can change so quickly. Even the stuff like the pressure of the air changing can change how the track is, how the motorcycle performs. So they've got to really treat it very intensely. But there is your champion and your vice champion elect on the front row as you look for the lights. They go out now. We're underway for race 2 of the Mini GP70. It's a superb start from Blake Wilson, but it's actually Henry McCartney who gets away into the lead coming through turn 1. Can Ethan Sparks get his hand on the brakes? He has a look, but no. He's going to have to settle for 2nd place at the moment. Blake Wilson now defending from Flatcap Fitcher, who's on the attack. Archie O'Brien holding on to P5 as well. There goes the champion. Up the inside goes the 62 of Ethan Sparks, and into the lead. A superb move up the inside of the right-hand hairpin, and now he'll be looking to do what he did yesterday. Just extend the gap, take it up on a win, but he's wide on the exit of the right-hander. Through goes Henry McCartney. He's missed out on the championship, but he wants to put on a fight. He wants to show, I may not be champion, but I certainly deserve to be up the front of this grid.
Yeah, Henry McCartney put in a great performance after a great start to the race. He wants to get more race wins in the dry conditions. We've seen this year how great he has been in the wet conditions, but these dry race wins really mean much more to him. But Ethan Sparks now wanted to try and find a way past as Luke Fitcher dives down the inside of Blake Wilson to take that 3rd position. Archie O'Brien managed to get that bike off the line, superb, and stayed in 5th place, and now he's right on the back of Blake Wilson trying to attack on his debut in the class. But Ethan Sparks diving down the inside, having a little look but backing out of it. Last lap it just looked like he ran wide on the exit, had to shut off the throttle, which allowed Henry McCartney to take the race lead. And Henry McCartney is trying his best as he is a 2-time champion in his rear mirror at the moment. But Ethan Sparks looking down the inside once again, piling on as much pressure as possible. This is going to be a carbon copy to Clandell, it seems, from last round. They duke it out all year actually, these two. It's been so impressive with clean racing all the way through. But Ethan Sparks now getting passed by Luke Fitcher on the brakes. So Luke Fitcher diving into 2nd place now, but can Ethan Sparks get a better drive out of the hairpin? But it's free wide and he dives down the inside of the race leader, and that's be Ethan Sparks who takes the race lead, and Luke Fitcher holds that 2nd position. Ethan Sparks signalling to Luke Fitcher behind him as Henry McCartney drops all the way back to 3rd place.
I tell you what, I think that was a come on, follow me, Ethan Sparks. He's won the championship. I think he's just holding himself back. He's just out here. He wants to have some fun here. He's trying to race. I know that Ethan Sparks, if he wanted to, could just vanish off into the distance, but he's out here. He's racing with these guys for the podium as Fitchett slides into second there. Defending from McCartney is Flat Cap Fitchett. We know he could do that so well on that number 7 machine. He's currently in second place, but it is the champion, Ethan Sparks, who leads. Fitchett looking very, very strong on the brakes though, as Sparks still holding him off for the time being. I definitely think he's just holding off. He just wants to have some fun, you know what? All for it. I mean, I don't understand why they had to change the ages. I don't understand why he's not in the British Talent Cup this year, because he is so fast. But it's all the best for it, because we get to watch him at FAB-Racing once again, and it is such a joy. But now he's fighting with these three for the podium, Blake Wilson and Archie O'Brien as well, just holding on to the back of this fight in P4 and 5. Archie O'Brien on his first weekend racing in the Mini GP70s, as there goes Luke Fitchett with the fastest lap on those, so 48.956. Very, very fast indeed. Not as fast as we were running quite yesterday, but it's Fitchett looks like he's got the pace at this current phase of the race.
Yeah, Luke Fitchett, so impressive from the number 7. He's making up time on the brakes there, actually. But the fastest lap of the race, it just shows that he has pace to stick with Ethan Sparks. So maybe now that Ethan Sparks won the championship, how will he react? He's going to have to give it 110%, because Luke Fitchett is out for vengeance. He's out for revenge, and he's out to try and get this race win. Luke Fitchett has been so impressive, not just in the 70s, but in the 50s. He's currently leading the championship in the 50s in a great fashion from this man here, Archie O'Brien, who's just stepped up to the plate on the Mini GP70, looking to try and get past Blake Wilson. This is so impressive from the youngster. He's just so young. He's about 11-year-old, and he's already put in performances like this. The number 91 Spider-Man helmet, ran it almost all the way throughout his whole career, and he's still using it to this day, and he's still putting in incredible performances. Blake Wilson is going to have to watch what he's doing, because that's such a talent behind him.
Well, when I was trackside earlier, and Archie O'Brien's running a clear visor today, and I was when these guys were out for their warm-up session, I could just see on Archie O'Brien's face just total determination, total grit, total focus. I mean, he's so young. Yeah, he's out here on these Mini GP bikes putting in a huge performance. You know, you can tell there's a real hunger, a real drive in the young man. He wants it so badly, and not only does he want it, he's also really fast. So a real exciting prospect from Archie O'Brien. He'll be stepping up to the 70s full time next year, we believe, although he said to us he will be focusing on the 50s championship next year. He's currently looking like he's going to be taking the vice championship for that, although he is still mathematically in the championship fight. We'll get to see the Mini GP 50s later, don't worry. And Henry McCartney actually dropping back a little bit in P3, so the front two streaking off into the distance, but Ethan Sparks being followed by Luke Fitchett. The gap was 0.4 of a second at the line last time. Henry McCartney just suddenly losing a lot of pace. I don't know if he's made a mistake somewhere, or those two have just turned it up a notch perhaps, as Sparks and Fitchett comes to the line now. The gap now under 0.4, so Fitchett's still giving chase.
Yeah, it looks like Henry McCartney is starting to struggle, 9/10 slower than his personal best lap. But Henry McCartney is going to have to start thinking about defending, because Blake Wilson looks like he wants to get past, and even Archie O'Brien. So what is Henry McCartney going to do, and how is he going to keep these two motorcycles behind him? Because these are the talents of the future. These are the future of British motorcycle racing. This is the premier class here at FAB. This is where the best riders in the world come from. The likes of Scott Redden, Danny Kent, Scott Ogden, all of them have raced in this series, and all of them have been very successful. But Henry McCartney now really getting put under pressure from Blake Wilson on the number 8. But what will Blake Wilson do? Because this circuit is so tight, and it's so difficult to actually make a move and make it stick and not compromise yourselves or anyone else's line. It really is a circuit where you really just have to stuff up the inside and do a block pass.
Archie O'Brien being quite smart here, just sitting back a little bit. I think he's waiting to see what Blake Wilson's going to do. Although he's actually closed up to him in that last sector, as Sparks now with the fastest lap of 48.766 for the race here, pulling the gap back out to just about half a second. So maybe starting to turn the wick up a little. But yeah, Archie O'Brien He's just sitting back there. He's letting those two battle. He's just waiting to see his way through, because if something happens, if they come together, if they run wide, if he plays his cards right and he's smart, he can just slide up the inside. And in his second ever race in a Mini GP70, he's on to the podium, which would be a phenomenal achievement for the young man. And we go back to that battle now with 3 laps left to go at the line. And actually Archie O'Brien getting a superb drive out of the final corner, looking to the inside, but no, doesn't decide to go through it into turn 1. Probably the sensible decision there. It's a very tricky corner. The camera really doesn't do it justice. It's like a cliff face up there. You can't see turn 2 and turn 3. It's actually blind, super fast, and it's just so steep. All of the energy going through the front tyre must cause it a lot of havoc. And once again there you can see Archie O'Brien just dropping back again, letting those 2 in 3rd and 4th battle. There's still 2.5 laps left to go. He just wants to let them do it and see what's going to happen. And then I think when we come onto the penultimate lap, the final lap, that's when he'll start to push. That's when he'll start to take risks.
Yeah, at turn 1, it's so tricky. You're taking actually the weight off the front tyre because you're getting back on that throttle. It's so easy to lose the front. We actually seen earlier as Blake Wilson actually looks like he's trying to make another move, but Archie O'Brien crashed at turn 1 during practice on Friday. But Blake Wilson, he's looked like he's had enough of following Henry McCartney, and pressure is starting to build. Will Henry McCartney crack? We're going to have to wait and find out, as Henry McCartney now has 2 very quick boys behind him. But Blake Wilson looking up the inside, can he make it work? No, he cannot. He has to back out of that move. You really have to get the bike up the inside very early, because that hairpin, it's so tight. But Blake Wilson using the Doctor's Dangle, trying to stabilise the motorcycle on the brakes as they power it out through. Powering these Mini GP bits, but Archie O'Brien having to back out once again from that move. It's too tight to make that move there at that corner. But Blake Wilson now towards the final corner. We've seen him quite a few times looking up the inside, but once again he cannot make it work. Archie O'Brien though, his drive's been superb as Blake Wilson looks down the inside, backs out. Once again he's finding it very difficult to get any way past Henry McCartney, as these are your race leaders. These are 1 and 2. Luke Fitchett still sticking with Ethan Sparks, who's been putting on superb form all race, but Blake Wilson still not being able to find any way past.
Yeah, Ethan Sparks has had enough. He's turned it up on the final lap. The gap at the line this time was 1.3 seconds. It's been a champion's performance once again. He tried to let everyone else have a bit of fun. He was trying to say, follow me, race with me. But in the end, he's actually dropped the front end in the final corner, saved it, wins the race somehow. Ethan Sparks, I mean, talk about doing it in style. He was letting everyone else race them. He drops the front end and saves it in the final corner. Blake Wilson is going to, no, it is Henry McCartney, apologies, who manages to hold on to P3. I thought Blake Wilson had got past there for a second. Archie O'Brien tails them across the line, couldn't make a way through, but it's Ethan Sparks who takes the victory as the champion. What a performance from him. He was racing with everyone else, he was letting them battle him, then he decided he had had enough and disappeared onto the distance. Then he dropped the front end coming into the final corner. I'm sure that was a bit of a heart and mouth moment for both him and his parents, who were obviously watching along. Yeah, Ethan, that would have been quite embarrassing if you thrown that away, but he's won his first race as the reigning 2-time double back-to-back champion of the LS2 Helmets Mini GP70 British Championship, and he's won it in some style. What a performance there from the number 62, part of the Vision Track Academy, and one of the real, I'd say rising stars. I think at this point, a real established star in young motorcycle racing in Britain. He is definitely one to watch for the future.
Yeah, certainly. That was an incredible race, and losing the front on the final corner, but managing just to save it and keep up Marc Marquez style, and he's definitely shown Marc Marquez ability. But just following behind that, so Ronnie Harris, we haven't spoke about him this race. 6th place for him, had a couple of crashes last round, but still one more race to come for the Mini GP70s. Join us then, there's going to be plenty of action still to come up.
Race 2 of the FAB-Racing Rookies Cup about to get underway here at Rowrah, the Cumbria Kart Racing Club, and this is probably the tightest championship that we've got at the moment in FAB Racing. Sebastian Goslavsky, the man currently in 2nd place, is looking like he is going to close the gap right up coming into the final round from the man who's been so dominant all year long, Taylor Tomlinson. On that 77, you can just see him in the black and orange leathers drawing into the 4th place grid spot now. The gap was 52 points coming into this weekend. It's now 37 points. He was actually had an accident, drops him down from P4 to P6. He's been struggling for pace compared to Goslavsky, who sits on the pole anyway, as you can see him there. He's just been struggling for pace. Goslavsky's a little bit smaller, a little bit lighter, and on a track like Rowrah where there's so much undulation, the physicality of these young riders really matters. Again, a lot of them different ages, different sizes. It really matters, not just on mini moto bikes, of course, but at a track like Rowrah where there's so much undulation. And he said to us in that accident, he dived up the inside in a gap that was always like this spin. He just said, I had to go for the move for the championship because he knows Goslavsky's coming. It will be Goslavsky sitting on the pole position with Josh Perkins alongside him. Logan Cousins is P3 and championship leader for the time being, Taylor Tomlinson. He starts in P4. Tyler Hartley and Preston Baker make up the third row with Caelan Ratcliffe in 7th and Seth Hayward in 8th. Alabama McCartney and Kai Hawken round out the top 10 with Archie Hooper P11 and Nicholas Dunwoody on P12. It was his birthday yesterday, had a pretty good result. Max Johnson was 13th with Matthew Jennings in P14. Jensen Ansell 15th and Mason Frederick 16th. Daisy Polden 17th, Danny Longhurst 18th, and it's Jensen Cedras and Reed Saxelby rounding out our grid for race 2 of the FAB-Racing Rookies Cup. And all eyes are going to be on 1st and 4th. All eyes on Goslavsky and Taylor Tomlinson. Can Tomlinson put away the struggles of yesterday? Can he make forward and extend the gap back out? It's 37 points at the moment. He needs 75 points at the end of this weekend to be crowned champion here. I think that looks quite unrealistic at the moment. It's not mathematically impossible, but it's pending a disaster for Goslavsky. It's a tall ask, but he needs to extend that points gap to give him the biggest chance heading into the final round.
Yeah, I think this championship is definitely going to go down to the final round. Taylor Tomlinson getting a few words of advice, a little pat on the back, and then we should be able to get ready and get going for race 2 of the AC40 Rookies. It's been a great race. Taylor Tomlinson getting put under a lot of pressure now. We've seen it with the move yesterday. Maybe just a slight bit of desperation kicking in and maybe just cracking under that pressure. But a few last words as Robert Start Marshall comes off the grid. He points to the lights. We wait to get underway, and then the lights go out and we go racing. Sebastian Goslavsky gets a great start and should take the lead going into turn 1. Segways Josh Perkins is staying there, but Taylor Tomlinson still in that 4th place. Can he get on the podium roster and can he keep with these front runners? But he has quite a lot of talent in front of him. Preston Baker has made a great start in 3rd place now at the moment. Logan Cousins having a battle further back with Tyler Hartley, but it's Sebastian Goslavsky, number 64, who leads the way and tries to lead the way in the championship. He has a lot of ground to make up, but if he can keep up this form, it's definitely possible and definitely going to go down to the wire at Red Lodge. All questions are on what can Taylor Tomlinson do just to try and get as much points as possible. Battles all the way through the field. Such a big field in this AC40 rookie class. 20 motorcycles. A lot of these guys, it's their first ever racing season ever. It's been great racing all the way throughout your Seth Hayward, though, having the battle further back with Caelan Ratcliffe. So now coming round the final corner, Taylor Tomlinson gets a good run on Preston Baker. What can Preston Baker do going into turn 1? He's trying to defend, but Taylor Tomlinson is making up a lot of ground mid-corner and getting held up almost. But up front, Sebastian Goslavsky leads the way confidently as Logan Cousins looks down the inside of our championship leader. And he has a moment, actually, does Taylor Tomlinson. So Taylor Tomlinson, is he getting put under pressure once again as Logan Cousins looks down the inside but thinks better of it, backs out, and now Tyler Hartley is going down round the outside of what is the Logan Cousins. So Taylor Tomlinson under a lot of pressure for his championship charge.
Preston Baker had an amazing start and actually also has the fastest lap of the race from P6 up to P3 and starting to form a bit of a train behind him. That is exactly what Taylor Tomlinson does not need after finishing P6 yesterday. He wants to be at least on the podium in this race. He needs to maximise his points. Goslavsky is the dominant rider this weekend, it would seem. Taylor Tomlinson, he needs to get the results in order to keep the gap as big as possible coming into the final round between himself and Goslavsky to give himself the best chance at the championship to win the prestigious FAB-Racing Rookies Cup. And he's looking left, he's looking right, but he cannot see the gap around Preston Baker as there goes, is that Logan Cousins again looking to the inside, and now Cousins after runs wide under attack from Tyler Hartley. So Cousins' attack ends in disaster as Tyler Hartley goes to the outside and sweeps around the outside. A very tasty move there from the number 10 as Logan Cousins drops to 6th. But Taylor Tomlinson, he just can't make the gap appear. Preston Baker's doing a superb job out there at the moment. And now is that Tyler Hartley? Oh, he runs off. It was Tyler Hartley trying to have a look at the outside of Taylor Tomlinson, but he's run off the track, and that effort is no longer coming into fruition. Taylor Tomlinson, he's got to go on the defensive. He's trying to focus forward because that's where he wants to go. But he's more of a threat from the riders behind him than he's posing a threat to Preston Baker. He's got to go on the defensive here.
Yeah, he certainly does. And one man who doesn't have to go in the defensive is Sebastian Gieslowski. He's the only person in the 101s, while his championship rival Taylor Tomlinson is in the 103s. So it just shows the difference in pace between these two riders. But Taylor Tomlinson looks like he's slightly slower on the flip-flops when he has to go from the likes of right side of tyre to the left. But further back down the field, we see a battle going down for 8th position onward, 8th position and further down the field. So it's a great battle going on. Seth Hayward and Archie Hooper duking it out, and it looks like Max Johnson was looking down the inside, but round the outside is Nicholas Dunwoody. Nicholas Dunwoody managed just to get in front of Max Johnson. So Max Johnson at the back of this pack at the moment, and at the front it's Kai Hawkin. But Kai Hawkin is under a lot of pressure right now from Seth Hayward. Seth Hayward looking to try and get in the slipstream. Very similar helmets and levers actually from these two. So Seth Hayward trying to ride as fast as they can. All these guys are, but there's a crash further down the field. All both riders up on their feet, so that is great to see. And it looks like that is Danny Longhurst and Jensen Cedras. So the number 2 and the number 26 off the bike, but both of them managing to remount. And Taylor Tomlinson has been passed actually by Logan Cousins. So Taylor Tomlinson now down to 5th position.
That's only one place above where he finished yesterday. Bearing in mind he had an accident as well, dropped from 4th down to about 9th when he got back on the bike and was able to fight his way through the pack up into 6th place with a costly accident after, a move that he said was necessary. He just had to go for the gap, but it was always going to disappear, and it did, and down he went. Tomlinson really needs to move forward. Sebastian Gieslowski is looking to do some real damage to the championship lead, as there is Taylor Tomlinson currently running in P5. Tyler Hartley as well, after that mistake earlier, slowly reeling him back in as well. And I believe we're coming up to some lapped traffic there. That's Josh Perkins actually. So Josh Perkins has made a mistake somewhere, because he's just dropped to 2nd on that last lap. Preston Baker was 1.5 seconds back on the last lap. It's now 0.3 of a second. So problems for Josh Perkins somewhere out on the racetrack. He's now under threat. This battle for 3rd has just become a battle for 2nd.
Yeah, Josh Perkins making a mistake and dropping back on that number 30. But up front, Sebastian Gieslowski is 5.7 seconds ahead of this group. But ahead of this group is a monumental battle as Preston Baker looks round the outside there actually, but it's a very tricky place, because coming out this corner, use all the tracking. There is a back marker, and there's a lot of riders trying to get past the back marker, and all of them doing it pretty safely, managing to catch it at the right places. But Tyler Hartley dropped back actually slightly as Taylor Tomlinson looks down the inside past the back of it. That's going to affect his drive out of the corner, and let Tyler Hartley catch back up. What can Tyler Hartley do? Can he go round the outside? We've seen how strong he's been, but now more back markers getting in the way, but they're managing just to get round them perfectly. I believe that was the number 2 of Jensen Cedras. So now Preston Baker getting past and trying to find his way towards Josh Perkins and towards that 2nd position.
Yeah, it's very tight out there on the penultimate lap of the race. And Josh Perkins doing a great job trying to hold on, but there goes Preston Baker drawing alongside. He's going to have to sweep round, but Perkins much later on the brakes into the hairpin. Taylor Tomlinson trying to threaten Logan Cousins while still under threat from Tyler Hartley as well. This huge 5-way battle for P2, and it is really tight out there between all of them, isn't it? I mean, just look, there's nothing to separate them. Some of these guys are as young as 6 years old, their first year of motorcycle racing, and they're out there doing this. Just absolutely phenomenal stuff from every single one of these young riders. But Taylor Tomlinson, I think, is the one that we must be watching here, because he is the one who needs the points the most in order to maximise his championship chances. Sebastian Gieslowski, after the last round sweeping Clandau, he's come here and he's got himself a really good chance to really close up that championship fight. As we head on to the last lap, it's all action stations, all the same order. But there is your race leader on the 64. 5.8 seconds was the gap at the line last time to Josh Perkins. Once again, Sebastian Goslavsky has absolutely dominated here at the Rowrah circuit. It has been a beautiful race from a beautiful ride, and it's been a year where he's been improving round after round after round, and you can see that he's been improving. And the last round and this round so far, he has been the rider to best, the rider to beat. Sebastian Goslavsky, this was a great opportunity for him to take away the championship advantage of Taylor Tomlinson, and he's doing just that. It's 2 from 2 for Sebastian Goslavsky, who wins race 2 in the FAB-Racing Rookies Cup and picks up another crucial 25 points. It will be Josh Perkins who just holds on from Preston Baker for second at the line. Logan Cousins gets 4, and Taylor Tomlinson can only manage 5th and 11 points. 14 points to the favour of Sebastian Goslavsky. That's a 23-point gap now. That is less than a race win.
Yeah, such a close championship now, and now Sebastian Goslavsky can now looking towards potentially even winning this championship. All year he's been so consistent. Maybe he's not had the raw pace at some rounds as Taylor Tomlinson, but he's been so consistent. Rounds where Taylor Tomlinson has made mistakes, like yesterday, we've seen him make a mistake, make a dive down the inside, which didn't work. It was always going to close, but Sebastian Goslavsky is so impressive. There is the 1-2 in the championship, and there is some great appreciation for each other. A little fist bump they have as they go back in to the pit lane. But Sebastian Goslavsky is your race leader and your race winner, and he led it by 6.8 seconds over Josh Perkins. So Preston Baker gets our 3rd place and our last place on the podium. Logan Cousins 4th. Taylor Tomlinson, the leader of the championship, now his lead is going down in 5th. Tyra Hartley coming home in 6th. Caelan Ratcliffe 7th. Nicholas Dunwoody 8th. Kai Hawkin 9th, and Seth Hayward round out our top 10. So it was a great race for the AC40 Pro guys. It was a great race all the way through. There was racing all the way down the field. It is exactly what we expect to see, but fear not, still one more race coming up for the AC40 Pro guys, and I'm sure it's going to be even as good as that. So potentially even the championship coming down once again. But join us then. But of course we still have more racing coming up later on today. Still plenty of race 2s to come, and so let's wait and see what is going to happen.
Race 2 for Moto Team, a crucial weekend for the Moto Team riders, especially in the open class, with Will Howarth and the number 96, a no-show through an injury which he sustained at Clandau last time out. This is a prime opportunity for riders like Jason Pugh. Jason Pugh is the only rider actually who's in a mathematical chance of the championship. And Jamie King, actually, I've just been running some of those. Jamie King, the number 1 bike of Jamie King, can actually clock the standard championship here with the right amount of points, so I'll need to get that confirmed later on, what the championship situation is like after race 1. But it will be Darren Anderson, the number 8 bike, going from the pole, and the number 1 bike of Jamie King in P2. The 270 of Ian Jackson goes from P3, with Sam Clowes in P4. Mark Pollitt goes from P5, with Scott Jewett in P6, Phil McElroy in P7, Iona Glover P8, Elliot Newton 9th, and Madison Marlew rounds out our grid. Again, perhaps the most important weekend we have here in Moto Team that we've had for a long time. Certainly this season, the most important weekend they've had. Because looking at the open class, Jason Pugh, this is exactly what he needs to bring the championship down and take us to a very tight, a very tense championship showdown. The standard class, again, Jamie King can wrap it up in the 14 of Jack Andrews is a no-show. His closest championship challenger, Ian Jackson, is here, of course, with the 270, but he is a long way back, so we'll have to get it confirmed what the places are. Hello and welcome if you're just joining us wherever you may be in the world. It's Sunday at FAB-Racing. It is race 2 for the Moto team here at Rowrah, and we are ready to get going as the final riders slot their way into the grid spots. It is one of the most cost-effective forms of racing, and it is brilliant every single time. It is red lights on, red lights off. We're underway. A great start from the 8 and the 270. The 1 struggled on the initial launch, but will maintain P2 into turn 1. But it is the number 8 of Darren Anderson who gets a flying start and streaks away into the lead. Awesome stuff there. And the number 1 as well, with Jamie King riding it today, managed to hold on as well. We know that Jamie King struggles with the Moto team starts a little bit, but he's got away well there and is now looking to challenge the 8. Of course, bear in mind the 8 with Darren Anderson on it and the 1 of Jamie King are in 2 different classes, so them fighting for position has no effect on their overall finishing places. They will finish both in first technically, but they want the pride, they want the results on track. And there is the 133 of Sam Clowes, a superb move up the inside of Jamie King. King tries to fight back to the outside, but Clowes blocks it. Can he get the switch back? No. Clowes up to second. He dominated yesterday and won the overall event in the open class, and well, he's absolutely flying at the moment once again. Can he make it 2 from 2 in his return to FAB-Racing? It took a few years out, came back last time. He's here at Rowrah this weekend, and he's been putting in some dominant rides so far.
Yeah, he certainly has. Not the start he would have wanted, but he's made it up into second place already on that 133, the bike owned by Darren Anderson, I believe. But there's a new rider this time around. Reese Todd Brown wasn't here yesterday on the number 7. Barry Sheen inspired Suzuki that he's on. It's been very, very impressive for him, coming from the back of the grid all the way to 6th position already. But Darren Anderson now gets passed by Sam Clowes, and Sam Clowes takes the race lead and takes the fastest lap of the race with a 1 minute 0.7. We're going to have to wait to see what lap times they're doing as they come around the final corner now. Ian Jackson dropping back down to that 3rd place. Phil Maplebeck in 4th at the moment, but Sam Clowes a 57 flat. So impressive, and 8/10 faster than Darren Anderson, who's on Jason Pugh's bike. So what can Darren Anderson do? Can he keep the pace this time around of Sam Clowes? Scott Jewett dropping back down to 6th place now as Reese Todd Brown has got in front of him. So Sam Clowes starting to edge away and looking so impressive.
He clearly just loves this track, doesn't it? I mean, I love this track. It's brilliant, and it is a firm favourite of so many of the riders. It is super fast, super flowing. It's tight, it's twisty, it's technical. There's undulation, there's camber, there's big curbs which are actually really grippy, so you've got to take them as well. It's so brilliant, and Sam Clowes is just looking right at home. Dominated yesterday overall and taking that open class victory. So far, he's dominating today and looks set to take the open class victory pending a disaster. 8 laps left to go at the line this time. Another fastest lap of 56.724 extends the gap over Darren Anderson to 2 seconds. Unreal stuff from the 133. Further back, the standard fight there we can see we've got Jay King in P3, and Jamie King's actually not up for our timing screen, so potentially a transponder issue for Jamie King. Again, if you don't have your transponder on the bike, you are disqualified from the race. That is the FAB-Racing regulations. You have to have a transponder on the bike. If it's on the bike and it's not working, that is allowed. So hopefully that's what's happening with Jamie King, because he's not showing on our timing screens. We'll find out in a short moment's notice, I'm sure. But if he's not got his transponder on the bike, that is potentially very, very damaging for his championship battle, because he's currently ahead of Ian Jackson in P4, although he's coming up as P3 and he's trying to fight Darren Anderson. Of course, those two in different classes. His real battle should be with the 270 bike with the Suzuki fairing of Ian Jackson. Ian Jackson was 65 points back into this weekend and is his closest championship challenger, given the no-show of Jack Andrews. If Jamie King comes away from this weekend with 75 points, he wins the standard class. and that was really wide as well there from Darren Anderson on the 8 of Jason Pugh, who is currently trying to fight Will Howarth. And Jason Pugh needs the results this weekend as well if he wants to take the fight to Will Howarth in the open class coming into the final round, presuming that Will Howarth is well enough to race, given he did kind of break his back. That's quite a big injury, so of course if you're watching along, Will, hope you're doing well and hope you get a speedy recovery. But this fight, Jamie King, I tell you what, he's really getting held up here by Darren Anderson. He's going to come under an attack from Ian Jackson if he's not careful.
Yeah, he certainly is. He is leading the standard class right now, is Jamie King, and just behind him is Ian Jackson, also in the standard class. So he does want to try and get past Darren Anderson. Darren Anderson, not on the bike that he's used, on Jason Pugh's bike, so maybe just slightly struggling with the feel of the motorcycle as the sun starts to come out here in Cumbria, here at Rowrah. So great conditions. We were expecting some rain, but we're just going to have to wait and see, because conditions here can be very, very unpredictable. But Jamie King now on the number 1 plate. He won the championship last year, and now he's pushing on for that second place overall and for that standard class win. Of course, Darren Anderson is in the open class while Jamie King's in the standard class, but Ian Jackson is also in the standard class, so it really matters to get past, to try and edge away and get a bike in between yourself and second place in your class. So Jamie King, such an important year. He's been so impressive, not only in the Moto team class, but of course he's a multiple time Pit Bike 140 champion. Ian Jackson looks like he's got a better run out of the final corner there, but it's so tricky to get past on this track in general and get past through that turn 1 as Mazin Martley 888 is getting lapped there by these 3 riders. Can Jamie King use that to his advantage? No, he cannot. Ian Jackson having to slot through at the last moment, and it looks like Jamie King actually, he's starting to make time, he's starting to make a move on Darren Anderson, but he backs out of it, he uses his head. Darren Anderson runs slightly wide because of that. Now they're side by side down the straight, and now Jamie King is going to have to use every inch of that racetrack and every inch of that power as Darren Anderson tries to ride around the outside. These bikes are so big for this track, so it really has to use all the circuit. Now they're coming towards Elliot Newton, the 23. How will Jamie King get past him? Will he get held up on the flip-flop? All 3 of them go. So Elliot Newton, the 23, getting lapped by all 3 riders at one corner. What a busy time it is for him, and what a busy time it is for Jamie King as they come around the corner with just 4 laps to go in this race.
Of course, Jamie King overtaking the number 8, that doesn't mean anything for their positions. They're in different classes, but what it does mean is that Jamie King has a little bit of a barrier between himself and Ian Jackson, but not for much longer as the 8 goes through again, but runs wide and corner exit. Can King get the drive out the corner? Yes, he does. Now the 270 potentially having a look. No, backs out of it. So that's what Jamie King wants. He just wants a little bit of a protective barrier, a little bit of safety between himself and the 270 of Ian Jackson, so that he doesn't have to worry about looking behind. He can just focus on ahead, focus on picking up the points, and edge ever closer to that standard championship, which is what he needs coming away from this weekend. Sam Clowes still leading the way in the open class, with Darren Anderson, who you can see on his screen now, 3rd overall, 2nd in that class. Phil Mapplebeck in the 19, they are 3rd in the open class. The standard class, meanwhile, with 3 laps to go, it's Jamie King leading, the 270 of Ian Jackson in 2nd, and Reece Todd Brown on the 7 in P5 overall. They are 3rd in the standard class. So it's all a lot going on out there, as once again the 8 trying to challenge Jamie King, the 270 wide as well. Jamie King, though, doing a good job out there. Of course, we know that Jamie King, he likes to share out his Moto team bike. Of course, Moto team is not about the rider, it's about the bike entry. So often you get different people on the bikes from who it says it is, which is really is a commentator's worst nightmare. It's really confusing sometimes. But Jamie King, he's usually on the bike, but he hasn't done it as much this year, but he often runs competitions on his YouTube channel, Pit Bike Sonic, where you can basically apply and enter, and you might have the chance to win a few races on his Moto team bike. Well, that's not what he's doing this race. He might pop by later to the commentary booth. He has a tendency just to arrive sometimes and throw a headset at him and watch him go. But he's doing a good job so far. Is the 4-time champion of FAB-Racing, 3 times in pit bikes, 1 time in Moto team, the reigning Moto team champion before the structure of the class has all changed for this year. And well, he's doing a good job trying to hold off the 8 at the moment. Again, if the 8 overtakes Jamie King, overall their positions do not change because they are in different classes. They are both Jamie King will still be in first, Darren Anderson will still be in second if they stay like this or if they swap. What Jamie King needs is to stay in front of the 8s. There is a barrier back to that 270 with 1.5 laps left to go, because that is his main championship rival in this event. He needs to, if he extends this point gap in this race, coming out into the weekend, he does have the chance to clinch the standard championship.
Yeah, he certainly can, and he's going to have to use all his head as Ian Jackson runs wide there, but Sam Klaus receives the last lap board off Lee Klaus. So Sam Klaus really he's put in a great performance. 6.1 seconds from Jamie King, and from that battle, that group of 3 or 4 riders battling for that second overall, they've just slowed each other down and let Sam Klaus off the hook. And now Sam Klaus, he just has to navigate around 3/4 of this Rowrah circuit. But Sam Klaus, he's a part of the racing family. His dad actually has won this championship. His dad's won the championship in the past, and of course receiving that last lap board off his sister Lee Klaus. So Sam Klaus, great performance on the 133. Half a lap to go just to navigate. Jamie King currently still in second position, just from Darren Anderson and Ian Jackson after running wide last time round. So Jamie King looks like he may be able to keep on to second place. One more corner to go though, and here's your man Sam Klaus. A little wave to his sister Lee Klaus, who waves check flag. He wins the race. And now Jamie King looks like he's going to try and get second. Oh, they almost run into each other going to the line, and Ian Jackson watching that from behind. So Jamie King doing very, very well to keeping on to that second place as Darren Anderson got a better drive out of the final turn. But Sam Klaus, wow, what a performance for the second race in a row.
2 from 2 for the 133. The hat-trick looking like it's on the cards. So dominant is that bike in the Moto team here at Rowrah for round 7 of the FAB-Racing Mini Bike British Championships. What a ride, and once again just looks so cool and collected, like he was out there for a Sunday morning fun little ride on his motorcycle, just going around the country lanes, waves to the crowd. He knew that was a special performance. Sam Klaus takes the overall victory and the open class victory as well. Darren Anderson comes second in open, 3rd overall. Phil Mapplebrook 6th overall and is 3rd in the open class. And then it is Elliot Newton, who is 4th overall and 9th overall and 4th in the open class. I'm getting confused because there was more open riders yesterday than there was today, I thought. Jamie King takes the victory in standard, 2nd overall, with Ian Jackson 2nd in standard and 4th overall. Reece Todd Brown 5th overall and 3rd in the standard class, with Scott Jewett 4th in standard, Iona Glover 5th, and Madison Martlew 6th in the standard class. We'll get a look at the championships for you later, because Jamie King, I'm aware, I think he can do it in race 3. So all eyes on that number 1 bike, all eyes on Jamie King. He can steal this championship at the final race today, which will obviously come up later. So fingers crossed. Of course, stay tuned for that. There'll be a little bit later on the final race of the Moto team category. So it's all open in the standard class. We'll just have to wait and find out what's going to happen.
Coming up next, we have race 2 of the Mini GP50s, and what a race it was yesterday. Luke Fitchett has been looking so strong. So Archie O'Brien, he's still trying to be able to get his first ever race win. So Luke Fitchett, he's heading out now to the grid, and he's going to want to try and keep Archie O'Brien behind him and keep him waiting at least one more race before Luke Fitchett either wins the championship or before Archie O'Brien gets his first ever win. Of course, this championship can go down to the final round, but we're going to have to wait and see.
Yeah, no, it can go down to the final round, but it's going to be close, because the gap currently between Fitchett and O'Brien, you can see on your screen now as they get on the way in the formation up, 69 points. If Fitchett leaves with 75 points or more come the end of this round, he's won the title. But if they leave with, say, like 74 or 73 points, they're coming into the final round. Archie O'Brien has a huge task ahead of him. It is Luke Flatcap Fitchett who starts from the pole with Archie O'Brien in P2. Bill Harris starts 3rd with Finlay Polhill in 4th. Byron Johnson starts at P5 with Frankie Watts in P6. Austin Johnson starts 7th. Harley Baker 8th. Bailey Lawrence 9th. And Oliver Hall 10th Great to see some of the mini moto guys getting out there, getting some racing experience on these mini GP bikes. Of course, a lot of them in the more senior mini moto classes for the junior riders do a lot of practice and run the mini GPs in. Obviously, you've got to get used to the bigger geared, faster bikes, but it's great to see some of them out there getting some race experience this weekend as well. Of course, race 2 for the mini GP 50s, the second of our 2 mini GP classes and the one before you move on to the Premier FAB-Racing class, and then from there, well, you go British Talent Cup and beyond. Really, this is where you really prove your worth, and it's these two, Luke Fitchett against Archie O'Brien, your 2 championship hopefuls, as we wait for the red lights now. Can Archie O'Brien take his first one of the season? Can Luke Fitchett put the nail in the coffin of the championship? It's red lights off runner. It's a superb start for O'Brien. Fitchett has the inside. Who's going to get into the lead? It's Archie O'Brien who takes the lead through turn 1. A brilliant start. We've been waiting for that all year. He's struggled away from the lights, but now, finally, Archie O'Brien takes the lead into turn 1, and now Luke Fitchett is in a position he's not familiar with. He's used to defending against O'Brien. He's not used to attacking him. Let's see how he's going to fare against the Spider-Man number 91 as they head down the back straight for the first time, and coming into the back corners super fast now. From this moment onwards, it's flat out on these mini GP bikes all the way to the final corner, and Fitchett holding onto the back of O'Brien, those two breaking away from Frankie Watson already, who's put on a great start to get up to third. He's had a few strong results this season. I'm sure he would love a podium. Bill Harris dropping back to 4th place, but lap 1, Archie O'Brien leads.
Yes, such an impressive start from, we've seen it even in the mini GP70s, that he does know how to get these bikes off the line. But Luke Fitchett, he's going to have to attack. We know though that he is such a smart rider. We've seen it with his defending skills, that he's able just to claw back and not be able to make any mistakes. So now he's going to have to use this and learn to see where he can pass Archie O'Brien. We've seen there that he's so impressive on the brakes going into the hairpin. Frankie Watson though in 3rd place, such a good starter actually, Frankie Watson, but Bill Harris just behind him. Archie O'Brien though leads away and is now properly under some pressure from Luke Fitchett, our championship leader, the number 7, now looking to find any way past. What can he do? He's 54 seconds on the first lap, now down into the 51. Luke Fitchett though being the faster of the two for 51.4, the fastest lap of the race. So impressive as this battle still goes down. But Luke Fitchett having a moment there actually after having a look, front end starting to bobble on him, but now Archie O'Brien has a bit of a gap, but Luke Fitchett so good in the brakes.
Yeah, no, Luke Fitchett actually dropped the front end a little bit there, had to pick the bike back up mid-corner, so it's dropped back from Archie O'Brien. It's important to remember, this is Luke Fitchett's 2nd season in this championship. This is Archie O'Brien's 1st. So Archie O'Brien, he's not as experienced on the bike. He hasn't had the time which Luke Fitchett has had to learn the tracks on the geared bikes, to learn how the bike works. And again, he didn't spend as much time as he wanted on that bike over the winter, so it's been a real trial by fire for Archie O'Brien, who we know is such a mercurial talent, and he's been superb all year long. And now, for the first time, he is leading a race. He hasn't won a race yet this season, actually, really frustratingly. And I was speaking to him yesterday, and he turned to me and he said, I can't have a winless season. I understand that, Luke, the championship's in the palm of his hand at the moment, although mathematically he still has a chance. It's Luke's to lose, but Archie O'Brien, he cannot not have a winless season. As there we see Bill Harris trying to put on a fight for P4. Ronnie Harris's brother, of course, Ronnie, up in the 70s and on the Vision Track Academy. And Bill didn't get the best start, unfortunately. It's not the way he would have wanted to get away from the line. Frankie Watson getting past the streak. Oh, Frankie Watson, oh my goodness me. How has he saved that? The bike was all over the place, and now he's lost a whole host of time, and now Bill Harris can try and go on the attack and get past and back into 3rd place. I'm not even sure what happened. I'm not sure if he hit a bump or the front end got light, but Frankie Watson, wow. Oh, and that's up the inside. Wow, what a move. Who was that? Was that Byron Johnson going through? Yes, it was. So Byron Johnson on his debut weekend in the 50s, making brave, aggressive moves, and now he's trying to have a look on Bill Harris as well, so there's action all throughout the pack. Byron Johnson to the outside, no, Bill Harris blocks him on the inside, doesn't get the drive out the corner. Bill Harris holds on to P4 for the time being, but Frankie Watson, oh my word, talk about squeaky bum time. I have no idea how he's still on that motorcycle.
Yeah, it's not just him having that moment, but it's afterwards. Whenever you've had a moment while racing a motorcycle, you ride very, very tight for 1 or 2 corners, and that is when you just struggle to hit your brake bars and get your normal racing line. But there's your race leaders. Luke Fitchett right now with the fastest lap of the race, a 51. Dead from him, but Archie O'Brien still in this race lead and still pushing on. The faster of the 2 last time around was Luke Fitchett. So Archie O'Brien really under a lot of pressure now. So Luke Fitchett, fastest lap of the race, a 51 dead. There's confirmation of that on that number 7 Byron inspired number. But Archie O'Brien, Spider-Man, is under pressure and under a lot of threat while he tries and puts Luke Fitchett under pressure in the championship standings, because of course this can go down to the wire.
It can indeed. I mean, Luke Fitchett has such an advantage in the championship. It's only, well, pending a disaster. Archie O'Brien only realistically has a mathematical option, unfortunately, but he still wants to make a point. And again, yet to win a race this season is Archie O'Brien, as there's more battles further back. Bill Harris has now been passed by Byron Johnson, who's up into 4th with a stellar ride in his first weekend on the bike, racing it, that is. Awesome stuff from the newly crowned AC40 Pros champion. This is absolutely superb, and he's trying to have a go at Frankie Watson here for the podium. Oh my word, Byron Johnson on the 37 is absolutely flying with 5 laps left to run here at Rowrah in race 2. It is electric stuff here out on track. There's a huge battle for the lead. There's a huge battle for 3rd place with 4 riders going at it. Finley Powell almost tucking the front end there, just about managed to save it. Come to the line now, and it's still Archie O'Brien in the lead, looking to finally take his first race win of the season, but Fitchett is closing. Fitchett is looking to the inside. Fitchett having a go up the inside. Fitchett getting through. Yes, he pushes O'Brien out wide. And it's Flat Cap Fitchett who takes the lead of the race with 4 laps to go. And now he's in a position he's very familiar with, defending from O'Brien. What can Flat Cap Fitchett do? Can he hold on? But we know that Archie O'Brien has a lot of pace on him this weekend. Can he get back through? Can he take that first race win?
Yeah, now look, Fitchett coming towards Bailey Lawrence. He has to make this move now at this corner, pushing her wide actually there. So Luke Fitchett pushing Bailey Lawrence wide, but really having to make an aggressive move because he is under a lot of pressure. He knows how important this race win would be to Archie O'Brien as he drops back down to 2nd and drops half a second off his lead. Now the question is, does Archie O'Brien have the raw pace now that he's lost touch slightly with Luke Fitchett? The battle though is still going on because Byron Johnson is in a podium position in the Mini GB50 race. Bill Harris dropping back down to 4th. So Byron Johnson, after winning the championship with 1 round to go, is now in a podium position in the Mini GB50. So impressive. And Frankie Watson actually has dropped all the way back down to 6th position, so not what he would have wanted. So great rides from Byron Johnson. So impressive from this young talent.
This is unreal from Byron Johnson. I mean, he's just won a championship on the mini motos. He's jumped into his first weekend racing this Mini GP50 bike. He's up against guys who've been doing this all season, and he's running on the podium. Unreal stuff. Luke Fitchett with 2 to go just set the fastest lap of the race of 51 dead. Absolutely flying. I think he's just been released, and actually that's a new lap record as well from Luke Fitchett of 51 dead. Absolutely flying as Flat Cap. And if they finish as they do now, which to be honest looks rather likely at this point, Luke Fitchett, all he needs to do to clinch the championship in race 3 is finish. All he needs to do is finish race 3 and he will be crowned champion if they finish as they are now. A huge lap there from Luke Fitchett. A huge performance. Archie O'Brien defended all he could, but couldn't quite keep him behind him. And now, as we come on to the final lap of the race, and Luke Fitchett, he may not have one hand on the trophy just yet as he comes up to traffic, and I think he is certainly reaching for the trophy. That back marker has allowed Archie O'Brien to close in just a little bit. Archie O'Brien's actually having a go. Oh, they touch! Fitcher goes down. Archie O'Brien takes the lead after Fitcher goes down. Can Fitcher get back on? There was chaos with the back marker. He tries to get the bike restarted. It may be terminal. Is the chain off? I think it might be done.
The fairing's broken.
The fairing's done. I don't believe it. Luke Fitcher out of the race on the final lap. Unbelievable scenes. And that means the number 91, he might get investigated by race control. But I said to him this morning, I said, Archie, today's the day. You're going to finally take a race win. He said, I don't believe you. But he's going to coast home now to take the checkered flag for the first time. Archie O'Brien takes a win in the Mini GP 50s, but it is controversial indeed. I don't think race control are just going to let that one slide. I mean, it could have just been a race incident. It could have just been chaos with the back markers as Byron Johnson gets second. Unreal. And oh dear, looking at the body language of the number 91, that is not how someone who's just won their first race of the season should be. That's not how they should feel. Something is not sitting right with Archie O'Brien. He's not happy with that, is he?
Yeah, that's not how you'd want to win your first race, no matter what. So Archie O'Brien slightly, there's with the body language of Luke Fitcher. That is not a happy Luke Fitcher. So that is not going to be an official result. Archie O'Brien will be investigated. That move will be investigated. But yeah, it just looked like Hartley Baker was trying to get out of the way for them guys, and then a coming together between Archie O'Brien and Luke Fitcher happened. But Luke Fitcher doesn't look too happy with that. The championship may be going down to the wire now. We're going to have to wait and see what the official result will be once the decision is made. But Luke Fitcher not happy with that result, and understandably with that, out of the race on the last lap. So close, yet so far. But the unofficial result will be Archie O'Brien taking his first ever race win in the Mini GP 50s, with Byron Johnson coming home in second. Bill Harris rounding off our podium. Finlay Paul Hill will be coming home in fourth, with Frankie Watson in fifth after making up some positions after dropping back. Austin Johnson, though, the older brother of Byron, will be coming home in sixth, with Hartley Baker in seventh, and Luke Fitcher and Bailey Lawrence DNFing from that race. So controversy all the way through that race, and we have to wait and see what is going to happen in race 3.
Luke Fitcher is not happy, I think it's safe to say. We've been told already that that incident will be investigated, but it won't be decided before the weekend is over, is what we've been told. So we cannot confirm the championship in the Mini GP 50s for you this weekend. So race 3, we're not going to know what the championship situation is. We're going to have to wait and see. Well, that's one way to wrap it up, isn't it? I mean, for now, Archie O'Brien's a race winner and Byron Johnson is on the podium. Unreal stuff. Time then for race 2 for the Extreme 200s. As there you see Phillips Roviak sat on the pole position, the championship leader, who does have the mathematical chance to wrap it up this weekend. He's had a very, very strong season indeed. Of course, the young British Talent Cup rider has been phenomenal, to say the least. And, Rossi Banham outside of the points. But it is Phillips Roviak who starts on the pole position with Evan Belford, who looks like he's starting from the back again, although he should be in second. Noah Guillory starts there with Zach Torian in fourth. Lucas Brown in fifth. Owen Miller sixth. Dylan Miller seventh. Sean Whittaker eighth. Matthew Lilley-Tyne with Howard Taylor rounding out the top 10. And then Chris Wells 11th and Jake Forster at 12th. So Roviak's closest challenger, Rossi Banham, is not here this weekend, of course. So all Roviak needs to do, essentially, is get a handful of points in this race and he is crowned champion. So the points last time, so the 71 points is the gap to Rossi Bannon. Noah Guillory is no longer in championship contention. He's dropped out mathematically after race 1. So Rossi Bannon, basically, he needs to hope that Phillips Roviak doesn't finish in the next 2 races, because all Phillips Roviak needs to do is bring home 4 points in this race, and he is crowned champion of 2022 for the Extreme 200, joining names such as Jack Andrews last year, who had a brilliant season. But as Phillips Roviak going from the pole as we await the lights, is this the race? He is crowned king. It's a little bit of a shift forward from that was Zach Torian going from P4, but it is Soroviak who gets away into the lead through turn 1 with not Evan Belford, with Noah Guillory following him. But the 89 of Zach Torian, that I think could be classed as a jump start, and he's under pressure already from some of the riders. But it is Phillips Roviak who leads in the race where he could wrap up the championship.
Yeah, great start. Evan Belford is already back into 3rd place, but Zach Torian got a jump start penalty, so that'll be a 3-second penalty. Started in 4th and now back in 4th as Owen Mellor dives down the inside of his brother and another rider, pushing them wide actually there. So great start. It's exactly what we expect to see for the Extreme 200 guys. There's Evan Belford getting past Noah Guillory and sets his sights on our race leader, on our championship leader, Phillips Soroviak, who leads the way. He had a crash in the warm-up lap yesterday, slightly cold tyres I believe, and just down he went and had to take the whole first race steady to get them tyres into working temperature. So there is Evan Belford, and there is just up ahead the road Phillips Soroviak. So what is going to happen in this race? Last time around, Phillips Soroviak was the faster rider, but anything can happen in the Extreme 200 class.
Yeah, because Philip struggled early on in the race yesterday. He's not on his normal bike this weekend. He's on someone else's bike. Escapes me who it is. Harvey Claridge, thank you. So he's on Harvey Claridge's bike this weekend, and crucially it's running KTM front forks, which Soroviak isn't used to. So he really struggled for the first few laps, and then something clicked about halfway through the race, and he was just banging in fastest lap after fastest lap. And I say that, Evan Belford just hit the fastest lap at 49.1. It's only 2/10 up on Soroviak, so it's very tight in the times between those two. But Soroviak currently leading by 1.8 seconds. Looking further back in the pack, we've got Dylan Mellor currently running in P6, just in front of his brother. Actually, it's Owen who's leading that pack. So it's Owen who's in front of Dylan, should I say. The two Mellor boys running alongside each other, and there is Dylan in the blue leathers, a few seconds off of Owen. Behind him, Howard Taylor, Matthew Lindley, Sean Whitaker, all trying to fight each other, trying to scrap around for the final positions within the top 10. But currently all running pretty ordinarily, all in single rider. Of course, with riders like Dylan Mellor, Owen Mellor, of course Phillips Soroviak, Evan Belford as well, obviously all off to the British Talent Cup this year. Evan Belford actually getting onto the pole a few weekends ago. Extreme 200, it's the one where all the riders come back to. Of course, over 60% of the British Talent Cup field every year since 2019 have come from FAB-Racing. It's why we're now on the road to MotoGP. We've been awarded that accolade from Dorna. And the riders like to come back on their weekends off from the British Talent Cup. They like to come back. They like to, catch up with some mates, have some fun, get some track time as well. Just enjoy racing, because at the end of the day, racing's all they want to do, isn't it? And that's why you see these guys coming back into the Extreme 200 class, just to give it a go. And Phillips Soroviak, one of those riders, he finished 3rd in an incredibly tight Mini GP70s championship last year, just missing out on making it to the final race for the championship showdown. But he got as far as race 2 out of 3 at Landau, the final round. That championship was only decided by 1 point, which shows you how close it was. But now he is looking to take a FAB championship as himself and Evan Belford trade fastest laps. A 49 dead for Soroviak that last time out. All he needs to do is get 4 points in this race and he's champion, and it's safe to say he's got one hand on the trophy already. But further back in the pack, Dylan Mellor doing a decent enough job, I think it's safe to say. Obviously not in some FAB-oriented overalls, in some British Talent Cup-oriented overalls. Owen Mellor, though, is in some more ones because they actually correspond to the number that's on the front fairing. So it's a little bit easier to tell what's going on there with Owen Miller. He's in a bit of no man's land at the moment, 5.5 seconds off Lucas Brown, also in British Talent Cup ahead of him. He's 4 seconds ahead of his brother behind as well. So just running out there, getting some time in, out on track and just doing his thing, going around, hitting his marks, just having some fun on Sunday morning.
Yeah, Phillips Robbie, fastest lap of the race, a 48.8. Such a fast lap from him. And Evan Belford, 2 seconds further back from him. So I really wonder that in race 3, one more race still to go for these guys, if Evan Belford maybe might start in his grip position, because he knows that Phillips Roviak has the pace, and Phillips Roviak yesterday was lacking the pace slightly, but he's found some today. He's been struggling with that front forks, as you said earlier. They almost felt like they weren't working at the start of the weekend, or maybe it was just a slight different feeling, which makes it feel like that. But on your screen, Owen Miller, number 30, putting in a good result right now. 6th position, Lucas Brown just ahead of him, but there's your race leader, Phillips Roviak, number 6 on the front, 75 on the levers. Normally we see him on the 75 in the British Talent Cup, catching up to some back markers right now. That will not phase him at all though. So Phillips Roviak now comes up to Jake Forsters on the number 3, doing 56, which is quite respectable times, but Phillips Roviak, he's doing 49. So Phillips Roviak getting past him with no effort at all. 6 laps to go in this race, and if he comes across the line after his final corner, it'll just be 5. So this classic goes by so quick. Sean Whittaker further down the field, going into 9th position. So Sean Whittaker, good ride from him. He lost a couple of places in the past couple of laps, but he's further making his way up the order. Of course, racing on Jamie King's Moto team bike at some of the races. But there's Phillips Roviak, your race leader, and the man who's just got a fastest lap. Take him off him, but he usually has Elmo on his levers, as his dog is named after Elmo. So he also has an Instagram account for his dog, which he posts about.
Oh, is he one of those people, is he? Oh.
Yeah, he is. So Phillips Roviak loves his animals and loves his racing.
Well, Phillips Roviak's crazy dog account aside, he is currently the champion-elect in the Extreme 200s here, and he's looking to clinch it. And in race 2 of round 7 of the FAB-Racing Mini Bike British Championship here at Rowrah, the Cumbria Kart Racing Club. One of the most picturesque circuits, not just in the UK, in the world, frankly. I mean, just in this old quarry, it is so beautiful as he slices through some of the laps traffic, just making easy work. Evan Belford actually caught up to him a little bit on that last lap. Actually, is that Evan Belford there? So Evan Belford actually using the traffic to slice his way through. I'm sure Phillips Roviak wants to take the championship with a win. Evan Belford on the 52, looking to spoil the party.
Yeah, he certainly is. 1.4 seconds was the gap last time around. Both of them racing in the Honda British Talent Cup. A lot of these Fab riders do go on to race in the British Talent Cup. Over 60% of the grid at one point was made up of Fab riders, so it shows this system is working. It's the best place to be if you want to get started in your motorcycle racing career. So Phillips Roviak now half a second at the line, lost 9/10 of a second last time around, got held up slightly by the likes of Howard Taylor and Sean Whittaker, but Phillips Roviak, he keeps his cool. He knows a championship is on the line. He's such a smart rider. So I hope anyway that he's not going to do anything stupid and make any stupid mistakes. But now they're coming up to a lap. Dylan Miller.
Yeah, here goes Evan Belford having a look to the inside, coming through the bottom end of the circuit, and suddenly something has clicked. It's like it's flicked on a light switch for Evan Belford. He's absolutely flying, almost running off the track there, going through Dylan Miller. Wow, that was some very aggressive. He really wants this win as he comes through. And Dylan Miller left in the dust, and Dylan Miller's actually got through at Lucas Brown on that last lap. So Lucas Brown, I think, maybe having problems. He's dropped well off the pace and is actually dropping down the order, so problems for Lucas Brown perhaps, as we see the race for the lead continues. So Roviak will be champion come the checkered flag as long as he stays on the motorcycle. There is no doubt about that, but what we're seeing is who gets the gold medal, who stands on the top step of the podium come the end of the day at the trophy ceremony. Will it be Roviak? Will it be Belford taking 2 from 2 as they come round to almost start the final lap? Only a few corners more to go until they get that last lap board from the start line marshal, Lee Klaus. Here we go. Final corner. It's a last lap shootout for the race win. as they start the final lap of race 2 here. Evan Belford looking for a second win of the weekend in this class. Filip Sorowiak looking to celebrate his inevitable championship win come the checkered flag by getting it on the top step of the podium. Who will get their deepest, darkest desires with only half a lap left to run? Evan Belford, he's chasing, but Sorowiak looks like he's got the pace on Harley Claridge's old bike, that number 6. On that number 6 is Filip Sorowiak, usually on the number 75. He's about to win the championship on a bike that's not even his. It's been a phenomenal performance from young Mr. Sorowiak. He just missed out. Was down there. That's Owen Mellor who's gone down, coming through, but into the final corner. He missed out on the 70s championship last year. He's not missing out on this one. Filip Sorowiak is the champion of the Extreme 200s as Evan Belford just gets second, but a ridiculous lap on the final lap of 48.431. Is that a new lap record? Yeah, a new lap record from Evan Belford. Smashes the old lap record of 48.431. That has demolished the old lap record from Evan Belford. But Filip Sorowiak takes the win and takes the championship. That's not Evan Belford, that's your champion, Filip Sorowiak. But the not photo part of that screen is Evan Belford. Wow, what a ridiculous lap. Filip Sorowiak on the last lap put a 48.50 in. It just goes to show how quick, how much extra pace you can find when you've got someone else who's just as fast, pushing you all the way to the line.
Yeah, it's such a great race, and Filip Sorowiak wins by just 0.3 of a second from Evan Belford, who started at the back of the grid. Do not forget, Noah Gilroy comes home in third in the final podium position. Zach Tureen gets fourth place of Dylan Mellor in fifth. Sean Whittaker comes home in sixth after recovering quite a few positions on the final couple of laps. Howard Taylor in seventh, Matthew Lindley eighth. Owen Mellor, after tipping off on the final lap, comes home in ninth, and Jake Forsters comes home to round out our top 10 and round out race 2 of the Extreme 200 class. Filip Sorowiak, so impressive. Race winner, championship winner. It's so impressive on a bike that wasn't even his. He hadn't been on it before this weekend. So impressive from Filip Sorowiak, number 75, number 6 this weekend on the front of his fair end, but everyone knows him for that 75. So well done, Filip. Great race, and looking forward to race 3. Will Evan Belford maybe even start his grid position, and we're going to have a duke out all the way throughout.
The second race of the LC40 Elite's about to get underway, and it's all eyes on the Johnson brothers. Well, as it has been all season, really. The gap currently sits at 75 points in favour of Austin Johnson, which is the exact amount of points that he needs come the end of the weekend to win the championship. The only way he can win the championship in this race is if Byron Johnson doesn't finish and he wins and gets himself another 75 points, because even then in the final race, if Byron won the race and Austin didn't finish, it would still be a 75-point gap. Austin wins it on countback. So it's unlikely it's going to get decided in this race, but Austin can certainly put a nail in the coffin. You know, it's going to be close. We're going to have to wait and see what's going to happen here as we get going on the sighting lap. Although, strangely enough, it's actually Byron Johnson who starts on the pole position. He's already won one championship today. Can he continue to contend for another? Finley Polehill starts in P2 with Austin Johnson, your championship leader, in P3. Jensen Bishop is fourth with Edward Darnton in fifth, and Cody Gleason, the first female pole sitter in FAB-Racing history last year, she starts in P6. Matthew Thomas is seventh, and Sam Gardner is eighth, with Rex Austin and Bradley Curtis rounding out the top 10. Row 6 is Callum Maxwell and Dylan Tureen, and George Ackerman and Oliver Hall in P13 and P40, and that will be your grid for race 2 of the LC40 Elite, the Premier Mini Moto category for the junior riders here at FAB-Racing. And once again, it's all eyes on Austin against Byron, all eyes on the Johnson brothers. What can they do? Can Austin extend the gap and make it look like he's going to head out of this weekend as the champion?
Yeah, we're going to have to wait and find out. Riders now heading away towards the grid, and then we can get underway for race 2 of the Premier class of mini motor racing in the UK. This is where you want to go. This is where you want to be before you step up on the likes of the mini GP 50s and 70s, as Byron Johnson, the man on pole, has proved a podium in the Mini GP 50s. It just shows that mini motos, they work, they show you how to ride a motorcycle. Finlay Paul Hill is alongside him. We're going to have to wait. Lights go on. And lights go out, and they now kick off, and Byron Johnson leads the way from Finlay Paul Hill, going into turn 1. Cody Gleason is in third position, and it looks like Jensen Bishop is in fourth, but just behind him is Rex Austin and Austin Johnson. Austin Johnson having a pretty bad start there. He's going to have to make a recovery, and make a recovery fast. Matthew Thomas also being down in 9th position at the moment. Not where we're used to seeing Matthew Thomas. He was a very, very jumbled start of this race for race 2 for the AC40 Elites. Byron Johnson though leads the way after half a lap now. Can he just storm away with it? Can he show his dominant performance as his brother Austin is further down the field?
Yeah, Austin Johnson just got boxed in at the start there, almost ran into the grass, had to let off the throttle and just dropped back. So really not a great start for Austin Johnson, but we know he's got a lot of pace. And there you see already looking for gaps. Oh my goodness me, that was close, but he's going to get through anyway and work his way up into P5 as he gets past Sam Gardner. So already the damage limitation mode is go, but Byron Johnson already with a 1.5 second lead over Finlay Polhill, absolutely streaking away. Finlay Polhill, of course, now out of championship contention, unfortunately, but still looking for strong results. He's had a few wins here and there, some good results. Of course, missed out the middle part of the year through an injury, but he's back up to full form, running in P2. And Chloe Gleason actually running in P3 at the moment. That's an opportunity for a fantastic result for Chloe Gleason. That'd be her best result of the year so far. So awesome stuff from the 25, the first female pole sitter in FAB-Racing history, as I mentioned. But look at Austin Johnson. He's already on the back of Jensen Bishop, and already the smell, the sight of a podium is all over him. You can see, I mean, there's still 7 laps to go. He's already almost back up into P4. P4 surely about to come, because he's all over the back of the 11 of Jensen Bishop, and then he's going to go one more place and he's up onto the podium.
Yeah, but he still sees his head. He is leading the championship. He will not want any stupid mistakes from him. But Austin Johnson, our championship leader, and that is Cal Maxwell actually, that has crashed out the 111. So trying to get that bike restarted. The rider is up on his feet, but Austin Johnson now looking up the inside Jensen Bishop, because Austin Johnson, he's our championship leader. He is in a very, very tricky place, because he cannot get involved with too much battles, too much risks, because if he falls off, the championship is wide open with his brother leader. But now he dives on the inside of Jensen Bishop. Such a nice move, getting a line to set up and move down the inside on the flip-flop. But now Cody Gleason on that final podium position is under threat from Austin. Austin dives down the inside, but Cody Gleason tries to defend. Austin still just shoves the bike up the inside and makes it work. Now he's into third place, and now he sets his sights on the 199 of Finlay Polhill.
And even if he gets through the 199 of Finlay Polhill, it's a 3-second gap to Byron Johnson. I think it's safe to say that the gap is not going to be 75 points after this race. It's going to be lower. Of course, Austin still has the chance to take this championship, even if Byron wins this race coming out of this weekend. So it's not all doom and gloom. And even if he doesn't win the championship, heading into the final round at Red Lodge in a few weeks' time, he still has a very, very strong lead in it. And it'll be a big uphill challenge. There's down there another rider.
Is that Sam Gardner?
I think that is Sam Gardner, down at the back end of the circuit. And problems with the bike. And yeah, I think that is Sam Gardner. Austin Johnson, fastest lap of the race, that time of 54.439. A second quicker than Finlay Polhill. And there is Finlay Polhill. And there, Austin, he backs out of it, but he was alongside. And yep, that was Sam Gardner that had gone down there. So problems for the number 56 rider as he drops down the order further and further. Austin Johnson is on a one-way mission. He's got a ticket straight to second place, surely, because he is flying. And all that's standing in the way of him and 20 crucial points is the 199 of Finlay Polhill. And judging how easily he dispatched the riders in 4th place and 5th place, well, there you go. That was simple, wasn't it? Austin Johnson, second place, a brilliant move.
Such an impressive move. Austin Johnson now under attack from Finlay Polhill. Finlay Polhill, his momentum out of that corner was superb, and now he sets his sights to reclaim that second position, as Austin Johnson right now is the person with the fastest lap of the race for a 54 54.439. So good luck from him. Such an impressive time because conditions today is slightly colder, but Austin Johnson under some pressure now from Finlay Paul Hartley, really has to start using his head, but there's confirmation of that fastest lap with 54.439. So now what will he do? Will he just try and edge that gap and chase his brother, because it was a 3.6 second gap at the line last time around. That's such a big gap to try and make up with 4 laps to go in this race. It's a Johnson 1-2. It's one thing that it's not been too unusual to say in this year. Johnson 1-2 has been so impressive, but at the start of the season Byron looked to be at a disadvantage, but he's shown everyone wrong. Although he's not winning the championship, he's still put in superb results as George Ackerman and Dylan Tureen fight further back in the field. Dylan Tureen has the better of George Ackerman, runs slightly wide out with the hairpin. No shake of the head from him. He knows that is not the line he wants to take. George Ackerman, slightly taller rider, so he's less aerodynamic, so he really has to push on through these corners. So 3 laps to go in this race.
Yeah, not long left to run now for Byron Johnson to take a crucial 25 points. Of course, pending a disaster, but let's touch wood and hope that doesn't happen. With Austin in second place, the gap 4 seconds at the moment further back, fighting between that's Jensen Bishop and Cody Gleason, I believe, for P4. And yes, it is there. So they might. I don't think they're going to be able to catch Finlay Polhill, unfortunately, for the final podium places, but they're going to fight tooth and nail for this P4. It will be, I believe, the best finish for Chloe Gleason this season if she's able to stay where she is. But Jensen Bishop, he's not going to let her have it that easy. 2 laps left to go at the line now, and there is nothing to separate them. Gleason against Bishop, P4 on the line. Big points in the championship. This would allow Chloe Gleason to jump Oliver Hall in the championship by some way as well, which would be awesome for her. But Jensen Bishop looking to the inside, tries to poke a nose, does poke a nose. Can he get the drive out of the hairpin, though? I don't think he's going to be able to. No, he's not, as Chloe Gleason continues to hold on to that P4 position, though. Jensen Bishop once again, she cuts across. Super aggressive move there by Chloe Gleason. Almost contact between the pair. There is a very, very fine margin between aggression and dangerous defending, and that was right on that line. Wow, Chloe Gleason, superb trust in her fellow rider there, to be fair, for knowing exactly where he was on the racetrack, knowing that she could do that and that he wouldn't be smashing into the back of her and causing them both to go out of the race and potentially hurting the pair of them. Final lap of the race, and this battle for fourth rages on, but up the front it's Byron Johnson who leads with a huge margin of 5 seconds. We've just seen his brother Austin. Now we see him as he comes down the back straight for the final time and into the very fast sweeping corners at the bottom of the circuit. It's a crucial 25 points for Byron Johnson. It'll take the gap back down to 70 points heading into the final race. And that means that if he wants to clinch the championship this weekend, Austin will have to win. And he'll have to win. It's the only mathematical option. Rounding the final corner, Byron Johnson. He's won one championship already, and he's staying in contention of another. He wins race 2 in the LC40 Elite. His brother Austin comes home in second. He won't clinch the championship in race 2, but there's still the chance in race 3. Finlay Polhill will come home in third. Who's going to get fourth? It's a drag race to the line. It's going to be Jensen Bishop at the line by 15 hundredths of a second from Chloe Gleason, but it's still Byron Johnson who takes victory from his brother Austin, the championship leader. Finlay Polhill takes home a podium. I'm sure he'll be delighted with that one, but it is Byron Johnson who stays in this championship fight and still fighting further back as well. That's Rex Austin and Bradley Curtis, I believe, all the way to the line. Who's going to come on top in that one? It will be Matthew Thomas. Matthew Thomas and Bradley Curtis, I think that was fighting out there. But Byron Johnson takes the victory and crucially stays in the championship fight heading into race 3 ahead of his brother Austin in P2. Finlay Polhill rounds out the podium with Jensen Bishop just pipping Chloe Gleason to P4 at the line. Edward Darnton managed to continue his impressive weekend to take 6th, with Rex Austin in 7th, Bradley Curtis 8th, Matthew Tomlinson 9th on the 1-2-8, and Dylan Tureen rounding out the top 10. That's it for race 2 of the LC40 Elite. But of course, be not alarmed, they'll be back for their race 3 and potentially a championship deciding race 3. So Make sure you stay tuned wherever you're watching around the world, and if you're just joining us, hello and welcome to round 7 of the FAB-Racing Mini Bike British Championship. It's a pleasure for us here to bring you all of this action. What is a disappointingly cloudy day, but a day of great racing nonetheless.
Coming up next, we will have race 2 of the senior mini motos once again, but bigger riders on them, so it's such a close class, and it's such an aggressive class. We've seen some hard racing all day, and this is where you see the peak of it. These riders are so impressive to watch. The fact that they can even ride these motorcycles is so impressive, and there's such a big family. All of them are friends on and off the circuit as they start to make their way to the dummy grid now, before they can get underway on their one warm-up lap. And it's going to be such an impressive race because it's a 15 bike field. It's such a big field that we have here in the senior mini moto class, and it's one which is highly contested. There's 5 or 6 riders every single race that can win it. So now we're waiting for the final couple of riders to make their way onto the grid and set off onto their warm-up lap now. And the front row of our grid actually will be a double Birkin, so the Birkin brothers out in force once again, giving each other a fist bump as we head out on our warm-up lap. It's Josh ahead of his brother Matt Birkin on the front row of the grid in first and second. Craig Ashall in third with Nick Bennett alongside him. Rhys Gentry, after having a tip off on the first lap yesterday, in fifth, with David Myatt sixth. Holly Harris, British Talent Cup rider for the FHA squad, and there's Nick Bennett actually. Oh no, one of the riders are falling off, but Holly Harris, FHO rider of the British Talent Cup, in 7th, with Keaton Payne in 8th. Chris Yeomans 9th, with George Renix in 10th. Mark Payne 11th, Callum White 12th, Alberto Vinteo 13th, and Shannon King, after having a pretty tough Clandal, I think it's fair to say, having a hefty crash, she's back out, and she's back out in fourth. She starts 14th position, and Rob Gentry, father and son duo of Rhys, starts 15th position and rounds off our grid for the senior mini moto class. This should be a superb race and should be one to watch, with Josh and Matt at the front once again.
Should be a superb race. It will be a superb race. It always is in the senior mini motos, but this one is a very important race as well. Again, if you missed Clandau, if you missed yesterday's action, no Will Howarth, no championship leader who's out with an injury. He could have stolen the championship this round. Matt and Josh Birkin have the opportunity to massively capitalise points and bring it in to the final round, being much closer. The gap from Josh is 110 points to Will. The gap from Matt is 83. Let's see what they can do as we get on the way in race 2. It's a much better start this time from Matt Birkin than in race 1, but it's still Josh who maintains the lead through turn 1, with Craig Ashall following them as well. David Meyer, I think, got up to 4th there. Rhys Gentry not with the best start, or Nick Bennett, should I say, who did get a great start unfortunately, but it's still Josh that leads. Matt challenging to the inside. All eyes on the Birkin boys once again. I mean, they usually are, but it's usually because one of them are on the floor, not because they're fighting to stay in this championship. Again, they need to race smart, they need to play it fair. There's the 7-1-1 of Nick Bennett trying to get involved. There's the 7-1-1 of Nick Bennett trying to go up the outside. Can't quite make it up the outside, but Bennett, again, we know he had a lot of pace on board with him yesterday. He is all over the rear end of Matt Birkin, just trying to make the gap appear. Nick Bennett could be a real struggle for these two in this race.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see. Josh and Matt Birkin, they've been so impressive all year and how hard they race each other, but Josh Birkin leads the way from Matt. Nick Bennett on the 7-1-1 and the fastest lap of the race, so a 59 flat so far. So Nick Bennett putting in the laps, and Rhys Gentry further back is under threat from Craig Ashall, and Craig Ashall has actually just got past Rhys Gentry in the background. But our race leader Josh Birkin shows his brother how it's done. We've seen actually yesterday both the Birkin brothers, they are fighting for the championship. Of course though, Matt is higher up after Josh having to miss some rounds, but although it's championship points which matter, they're still racing each other harder than ever, and it's something that is so impressive to see. And Nick Bennett is just going to watch this battle unfold as the race progresses, because it's just 8 laps to go in this race. It goes past so fast, and we've seen actually a couple of rounds this year at Wilton Mill as well. Nick Bennett getting involved with the Birkin brothers and really getting in there. It creates such a good battle. But Josh Birkin getting slightly worse driving. Matt dives down the inside and takes the race lead from his brother Josh. 7 laps to go in this race. How will Josh react? Will he just wait there, take a couple laps to learn, or will he straight away be diving back down the inside?
Have to wait and see. Of course, these two trading places all race long it yesterday. So it's really anyone's guess what's going to happen. Again, this is a very different style of Birkin race. It's not the usual smashing into each other. One of us is probably flying in the air and breaking something and destroying the bike. This is them riding sensibly. It's them riding smart. They know they have to absolutely maximise their points with no Will Howarth. Coming out of race 1, the gap from Josh Birkin, who won race 1, to Will Howarth, 110 points. The gap from Matt Birkin, who finished in P2, 83 points to Will Howarth. So Matt is ahead of Josh in the championship. Matt will definitely be able to take it to the final round. Josh should be able to sneak it into the final round as well. So we will have a 3-way championship showdown. But again, they have to finish the races. They have to finish in strong positions, and they have to stay on the bike. They cannot afford to do their usual antics of just running each other wide, because as with all the senior mini motors guys, at the end of the day, while they're here to obviously go racing, their main goal is to have fun 9 times out of 10, and there's always a massive smile. And even when one of them hurts himself, I mean, think back to Josh with a massive accident at Clay Pigeon and had to sit out at Wilton Mill after injuring his arm. Just, said it with a smile on his face. It was like, oh yeah, it was, really rough, really gory. There's Holly Harris trying to make some moves there further down the pack as well, fighting with that's George Rennicks, I think that is. So Holly Harris, not the strongest running she's had all year, unfortunately. I think she's just struggling a little bit around here at Rowrah. She's been usually running in the top 4 or 5. Oh, and that's down, and that's Nick Bennett, I believe, that's gone down. Yes, it is. Nick Bennett goes down, coming through the fast right-hander. Is
that Matt?
Coming through the... is that's not Matt. I believe that's Callum White, I want to say. Yeah, because Matt's already crossed the line as well. Again, it's a bit confusing. Callum White, the cousins of the Birkins, wears one of their old... Yeah, there you go. See, Matt's still in the... So Callum White wears exactly the same levers as... so it wasn't Nick Bennett that went down. Who was it that went down then? Was it David Marriott, maybe? We'll figure it out later. But it's still Birkin from Nick Bennett up the front, with Matt still in the lead. So yeah, these guys, they need to maximise their points this weekend, and that's what they're doing. They're racing sensibly, they're not pushing each other ridiculously hard. They're not trying to push each other off the bike and into the floor. They're just out here running the race, getting the points.
Yeah, and having fun doing that and showing some brotherly love. Matt Birkin leads Josh this time around. Josh, though, the faster of the two last time around, but nothing was in it. 40 thousandths of a second last time rounded. Matt Birkin still has the fastest lap of this race, so 56 dead, and he's just actually improved on that fastest lap. So Matt Birkin putting down the hammer. It's hammer time for him, and there's confirmation of that fastest lap. Josh, though, he's just going to sit there. He's just going to wait and see where his best opportunity is. By his point in the race, you usually know where you're faster than this rider that you've been fighting with the whole race. So if these guys start to squabble with just 4 laps to go, they're going to make more desperate moves and more desperate lunges, and that's just going to let Nick Bennett get into play, and then we're going to have a monumental free bike battle for the lead. But the race leader's coming towards Shannon King, I believe, and there's a battle further down the field at the moment, and it's intense battle all the way downfield. There's George Rennicks having a battle and having a good one at that, with just 4 laps to go. It's so impressive to see these tall riders be on these small bikes. They make quite a lot of changes to these motorcycles, changing the lights, handlebars, and seat heights and seat sizes, just so they can race them. But they managed to get past Shannon King as Matt Birkin still shows his brother Josh way around, but Josh now has the fastest lap, 2 tenths faster than Matt last time around, 55.7. So impressive, and now it's just 1 tenth off his brother as they get past some more back markers.
Yeah, I mean, Josh needs the points. Josh is further back in the championship than Matt is. I'd argue that, if I was being, smart about this and going, you both will make it through, Matt, you need to let Josh through. He needs to maximise his points completely. You can sacrifice, 5 points in this race, 5 points in the next race if, they're running the same like this in race 3. And that would mean that Josh would come into a race that would come out of this weekend with a gap being around 65 points, if my maths serves me correctly. Josh, or Matt rather, he's only 83 points away as it is. You know, he can afford those second places. He's much closer in the championship, obviously, because he didn't miss around through injury like Josh did. However, on the other end of the spectrum, they're brothers, best mates off track, huge rivals on track, as there's half a second separating them at the moment. And, well, I think it's safe to say that once they're out on track, any of the strategy, the planning just goes out the window. They may not be trying to push each other into the walls like they usually do, but I think it's certainly, no, I'm going to win the race, no, I'm going to win the race, no, I'm going to win the race. So it's going to be interesting to see how it goes comes race 3, but currently it is Matt Birkin leading the way, despite the fact that Josh has the fastest lap of the race by about 2/10. As they round the final corner for the penultimate time, we're going on to the final lap of the race. Can Josh Birkin make a last-ditch attempt and make it 2 from 2, or can Matt Birkin bring home another fastest lap for Josh Birkin, a few hundredths faster on that last lap? But it's still Matt that leads. It's still Matt that thinks he's going to be in the points, or get the maximum points rather. Should I say, a glance back to the number 2 of Josh from the number 5 of Matt. He wants to see where his brother is. He's too far back for a dive into the right-hander, coming into the fast section where Matt has been so strong all day, but Josh really seems to make his money now. He's following his brother. He set fastest lap after fastest lap. Can he make this one the fastest, where he gets up to the back? He makes the move on his brother and gets the maximum points again. This is still a decent enough result for Josh Birkin, but those 5 points could be crucial heading into the final round. Does he make a last-ditch effort into the final corner? I don't think he will. As we wait for them to come into the shot, no, he doesn't. It will be Matt Birkin who takes victory in race 2, as Josh Birkin finishes in second place after a fierce fight between them. And it's Matt Birkin that gets the maximum points as Nick Bennett rounds out the podium.
Great race, and a great ride from both Josh and Matt. Both stayed on, both having a great battle, and in the end, 30 thousandths of a second separating their best lap times and just under 3/10 of a second separating them at the line. But battles all the way down the field. Keaton Payne coming across the line. George Rennick's now just coming across the line. It's great to see Holly Harris coming across, rounding off our top 10 actually. So Holly Harris, British Talent Cup rider for the FHO squad. The FHO squad doing a great job at bringing female riders through. But it is Matt Birkin who wins by just under 3/10 of a second from his brother Josh. Nick Bennett comes home in third, of Reece Gentry, Craig Ashall and Chris Yeomans in 4, 5 and 6. Keaton Payne's in 7th with George Rennick's in 8th. Mark Payne in 9th with Holly Harris rounding out our top 10. So a great race and a great fast and fierce ride for the senior mini moto guys. It's exactly what we expect from them, and it's exactly what will come up in race 3 later on, where I'm sure we're going to see a great race. But hello and welcome if you're just joining us. This is round 7 of the FAB-Racing British Minibike Championship in Cumbria at the Rowrah kart circuit. It is a great track, and my name is Lewis Ray, and alongside me this weekend is Ross McIntyre. But the riders are just heading back to the pit lane after race 2 of the senior mini motos. It was a great race that was won by Matt Birkin, but more to come. Race 3 will be later on, and I'm sure we'll see incredible racing once again, because it's exactly what we expect to see from them, and it will once again be a Birkin duke out. It's so great to see these brothers racing each other so hard and not giving each other 1 inch at all. But of course race 2 is later on, and plenty of action is still to come for today and for Sunday's racing, because we still have a couple more race 2s to come, and then we have all of the race 3s for you guys here at FAB. But now the riders are just heading out on the grid for race 2 of the Mini F1 sidecars. It was a great race yesterday. Once again, a lot of action this year from the sidecar guys, a lot of controversy and drama during the races. It's exactly what we expect to see from now on. But of course, the man pulling into his grid slot on the Red Bull, number 26, Mick Williams, putting a great performance once again. It's been great to see such good racing this season, as I've already said, because so much drama, so much controversy, so much incredible moves and borderline moves, to be honest. But Mick Williams, well, set off in pole position from the green streets as usual. Such a firm road grid that we've been used to seeing all season now. but Chris Impey will be starting third. Quite an erratic ride from them yesterday. We're not used to see him pushing that hard. Their bike was doing all shapes and sorts.
There's no Keats on the 666 this weekend, so they've taken their place.
But Vince Bailey not getting the best of races yesterday, not being able to get the bike off the line well, but making up positions later on. Vince Bailey will be starting fourth, but John Hosker in fifth on that 127 machine, on that yellow machine, and Mark Parker in sixth position rounds off a short but sweet Cycler grid where I'm sure we're going to see some incredible racing and some close, fierce battles where they're going to be trying to end Mick Williams' dominance once again after Mick Williams was really able just to get that race wins back up after losing a couple of races earlier on. There is a chance of rain today. Mick Williams will not be wanting that at all because we've seen how much he struggled in the rain.
Yeah, it could be interesting if the rain starts coming down this afternoon, it was scheduled to do so this morning, but it's been pushing further and further back all day long, so really got no idea, but it's all eyes on that front row. The gap at the moment in the championship for the 26 of Mick Williams, 84 points clear of the Green Streets. If the Green Streets don't finish this race, they can clinch it in this one. But if they take this race win and the Green Streets come second as the lights go out, it will be Williams with a great start, who has one hand on the trophy. The Impies looking to the inside as well. Oh my goodness me, that is tight, and there's contact between the Impies, and I believe that was Mark Parker on the 230 sliding up the inside there. But it is the 26 that leads from the Green Streets on the 90, who desperately need a race win as they all streak down the back straight for the first time. Oh, who's that? John Hosker on the 127, getting wheel banging almost as they drift their way through the right-handed hairpin. It's such a fine art form. Is mini F1 sidecar racing, and Mick Williams, the gap isn't as big as it was at this stage yesterday. He got streaked off well into the distance by then, but the Green Streets still not too far away. Of course, the Green Streets, the first winners in mini F1 sidecar racing outside of that 26 squad for some years. They've taken 2 race victories this season, and it's been interesting to see how well they fared. But great start though for the 26, and in the weekend where they could wrap up the championship, they've been absolutely dominant.
Yeah, Mick Williams leading the way as Chris Impey is now under pressure from Mark Parker. So now it looks like it's going to be the Green Streets once again having to make a catch-up game on the likes of Mick Williams. They've done it before though, so they can do it again. We're just going to have to wait and see. This track is very narrow for these sidecar guys, for motorbikes in general, but these sidecars, it's quite tricky to overtake, so you really have to be aggressive and you really have to commit to your move. And Mick Williams, there's quite a lot of fast flowing corners, some stops and starts. It's almost exactly actually what Mick Williams likes, a bit of sliding. If you want a showboat, it's very easy to do here for these guys. So talented is Mick Williams, and all the riders here, being able to get 2 grown adults on these sidecars, on these mini F1 sidecars, is so impressive. As now they come across the line to make it just 5 laps to go and just 5 laps left to decide this race. It's only a 1.9 second gap by the Green Streets and Mick Williams. So Mick Williams is really going to have to pull the pin here if they want to get a comfortable lead, because the Green Streets are absolutely on it.
Yeah, this is a really strong performance from the Green Streets. They seem really in the zone. Mick Williams normally at this stage about 4 or 5 seconds up the road. So great performance from them. The Green Streets pushing hard though. Can they narrow that gap back down, or will the 26 stay dominant and stay on top again? An 84 point gap is how far the Green Streets are back from Mick Williams. If they finish as they are now, it'll be 89 points, which will, if my maths serves me correctly, they'll still be in mathematical contention, but basically their only real chance of taking it to the last round from there is if Williams has a problem and doesn't finish the next race, and they go on to win. Williams, I think it's safe to say at this stage they're looking at a champion-elect for a billionth time at this point. The man has dominated mini F1 sidecar racing for so many years, as there's still action further back in the pack. Chris Impey against John Hosker, the 457 against the 127, fighting ferociously for P4 as Vince Bailey, due to their fighting, has managed to pull a little bit of a gap. Of course, when you're fighting in motorsport, all of your attention, all of your dedication goes to the other sidecar, to the other bike, to the other car, whatever it may be, so you lose time on the riders around you. And that's what you were seeing a perfect example of here. We know that Impey has pace. Of course, they started from P3, that 407 machine, and got a pretty good start as well. But because they've been fighting that 127 of John Hosker, they just dropped away from the 369, losing time because they're fighting. And as Mick Williams rounds the final corner now, keep your eye on the gap. It was 3 seconds at the line last time. Cross the line now with 3 laps left to run. Does the gap extended? 3.4. So they put about 5/10 of a second in them on that last lap. They've got a slight pace advantage, but it's really not much. And if they encounter a problem in 26, if they have a mechanical problem, if they have a spin, Green Streets, they could be in to swoop in and take this one here.
Yeah, it certainly could. Green Streets don't need to put the hammer down. Number 90, the black and blue bike, they need to get pushing. It's so difficult for them though, whenever you see McWilliams and the dominance that they've had all year. And it's just seeing that dominance and this pressure they're putting on them, a 3.4 second gap. Now, it's so difficult to still push and be committed at 100% whenever you're watching the bike and the outfit just slightly edge away every single lap. But there's John Hosker coming out and powering it down, chasing Chris Impey. Chris Impey having a far cleaner race this time around. But Mark Parker still in that 6th position on that 230 in that red outfit. Of course, no Keats this weekend. We send our best wishes. Hope to see you back at the FAB-Racing paddock very soon. But McWilliams, so impressive. Even last round, he changed passenger and
three different passengers.
Yeah, in one weekend. And every single time he had a new passenger, he still managed to perform. He still managed to win races. It's so impressive.
2 out of 3 race wins for Mick Williams with a different passenger on board every single race, because his regular passenger off having a baby. No idea why you do that, to be honest. Seems a bit weird to me when you could be doing FAB-Racing instead. But that's his own personal decision. We can agree to disagree on that one. But no, it just goes to show the talent of Mick Williams as well, because in sidecar racing, and especially in Mini F1 sidecar racing as well, the passenger is so crucial to the handling of the sidecar. You have to have complete trust in them. I think it's the driver of the sidecar, is it? Or the rider of the bike? I'm not really sure on the terminology, to be honest. I should know better. My granddad used to race them. But, you need to be able to completely trust your passenger. You need to know exactly where they are on the track. Or on the bike rather, so that you know exactly how the bike is going to handle in the corner. So to go out with 3 different passengers in all 3 races, some of whom you've never raced before, some of them he hadn't raced with in about 4 years, and to go and win 2 races and get 2nd and 3rd is an absolute phenomenal job. And if we're seeing another phenomenal job here from the 26 once again, as we're on the final lap now, and he is about to put one hand on the championship trophy again. Mick Williams has dominated Mini F1 sidecar racing for years. This year he's had the biggest challenge he has probably faced in a long time from the Green Streets, but the gap is about to be 89 points, and it's about to be too big as Mick Williams rounds the final corner. He takes race 2 and he becomes the champion-elect of the Mini F1 sidecars in 2022. The Green Streets bring it home in 2nd. They are going to need a miracle in race 3, unfortunately for them, if they want to take it to the final round, because Mick Williams 89 points clear now on that 26 machine. Another fantastic race. The Green Streets were pushing hard, but the pace of Mick Williams was just a little bit too much for them today. But the Green Streets, nonetheless, a solid performance from them. Vince Bailey brings it home on the 369 to bring it home on the podium and round out with P3, with Chris Impey in 4th, Mark Parker in 5th, and John Hosker in 6th place, which is great to see. So, that will be it then for race 2 of the Mini F1 side cars. And, of course they'll be back for race 3. So, plenty more action to enjoy from them. And will that be the race where Mick Williams crowns himself the champion of Britain once again in the Mini F1 side cars? He's been so dominant for so many years. And he's, taken, 1,000,001 championships, 1,000,001 race wins, finally encountered some resistance from the Green Streets this year and still looking to take it a bit earlier. As you see there in the background, shout out to one of our cameramen walking across back to his camera after, going for a wee or something. But, there we go. What a race we've just seen in the Mini F1 sidecars. Let's see what they've got coming up later.
Coming up next, we will have race 2, the final race 2 of the weekend. Before we get into the final races, it's going to be the Pit Bike 140 Pros. Such a big class, as always, and great racing, as always. Such a big field with so much talent all the way throughout. Champion Robbie Phillips is not here this weekend, sadly. Such a busy schedule for him with British Superbikes and FAB. It's weekend after weekend that he has to be at a racetrack. It's understandable that he had to sadly give this one a miss. And of course, the man on pole position, it's Taylor Lawrence, and it's his final weekend. And it's the actual
final weekend.
Yeah, it's his actual.
Well.
Yeah, we said it last round, but it is his final weekend. He's going off to the Navy in 2 weeks' time. And in practice, in warm up this morning, he had I don't know how to really describe it.
Fluffy
helmet cover to look like almost the Cookie Monster going around the racetrack. So. But it looks like actually maybe
I don't think he's got it on.
Helmet.
No, he's not got it on at the moment. I think he might whip it out in race 3 because they're having a special parade from afterwards. So we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, but he will start in pole position with his normal helmet this time around. Lucas Brown will be alongside him. Reece Peacock will be starting in third with Owen Mellor alongside him on the second row of the grid. Chris Wells and Jamie King is on the third row with Dylan Mellor and Liam Wood in 7th and 8th. Zach Tureen will be starting in 9th with Sean Whitaker alongside Darren Anderson. After a pretty great result in the Moto Team class, pretty respectful result, will be starting 11th with Matthew Lindley alongside him. Chadley Whiting will be starting 13th with Elliot Crosby 14th. Roger Bongs will be starting 15th with Keaton Payne 16th, and Dave Glover will be starting 17th. And finally, Paul Wilnoza will be rounding off our grid, our 18 bike grid that we have here for the Pit Bike 140s. So close this class is, and it's going to be such a great race. Nothing separating them in qualifying, and it's going to be one to watch. What will Taylor Lawrence be able to do against Lucas Brown as tension starts to build on the grid for race 2? Coming up now, race 2. Hello, if you're just joining us, you joined us at the perfect moment. It's the start of race 2 for the Pit Bike 140 Pros. In the start positions, lights are on, lights are off, and Taylor Lawrence now tries to lead the way. It's a drag race to the first corner, and it's Taylor Lawrence who will go down to second place. That's Lucas Brown who leads the way. Lucas Brown leads the way, and Taylor Lawrence tries to reclaim the race lead. Chris Wells gets up into third with Dylan Mellor making it up into fourth place, and Reece Peacock dropping it back down to fifth position. But it's Lucas Brown who leads the way on the number 7 from Taylor Lawrence on his final ever weekend here at FAB. Chris Wells, though, in the final podium position, now being put under pressure from Dylan Mellor. Owen Mellor there trying to make a move further back in the field, but Taylor Lawrence is now in the race lead and now trying to get that race win because it went so wrong for him at Clandell. 6 crashes in one weekend, and now he's trying to put amends as Lucas Brown dives down the inside. Taylor Lawrence now gets the undercut and gets the drive out into turn 1, and once again Taylor Lawrence in the race lead. It's going to be a great battle between these two riders. Lucas Brown racing in the British Talent Cup. Taylor Lawrence been here at FAB for quite a few years now. It's been great having him, and he couldn't be picking brighter levers, I don't think, if he tried.
Yeah, no, it's a bit different from his old grey leathers which he had on for so many years. Now it's really easy to spot out on track. Of course, Taylor, the champion of the Pit Bike 140s last year. And, well, you know, it hasn't quite worked out from this year. No, just couldn't quite get the results, and the dominance of Rossi Banham as well, who's already wrapped up the championship, which is, again, why I'm annoyed that this is his last round, because we were so busy. We were so busy last round, you know, going, oh, Taylor's off, bye Taylor, we're going to miss you. And we actually missed the fact that Rossi Banham wrapped up the championship in the final race, and then it's like, oh, Taylor's back as well, just to make things worse. But you know what? That's FAB-Racing for you. That's pit bikes. These things happen. It's just a crazy category where so many crazy things happen. But it's brilliant racing nonetheless, as that was Dylan Mellor up the inside of Chris Wells there with a very nice move, and Reece Peacock following them as well. So there goes Dylan Mellor into P3 and onto the podium places, but it's now Lucas Brown that leads, should I say, but Taylor Lawrence still giving him a chase on that number 10. No fluffy helmet in this race, but I'm sure we'll be seeing it whipped out in race 3 a little bit later on as we're coming through. And And, well, it's very interesting to see how we're going to do coming through as there goes those guys competing for third place. But in the battle for the lead, it's still Brown against Lawrence. Who's faster on this lap? Lucas Brown a lot faster on that lap, actually. I think Taylor may have made a mistake or been shoved out wide, coming up into one of the hairpins. Now that was a little bit wide from Lucas Brown there. But as he come through, Taylor Lawrence still maintaining 9 laps left to run in this race. There's still plenty of time for Taylor to, make his move and make his mark. So it's not all doom and gloom just yet. But Lucas Brown looking pretty solid out there in the lead, looking pretty comfortable. It's going to be a tough fight to the end for both of them.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's going to be a great race. It's actually going to be a race which we're used to seeing in the Pit Bike 140s, and that is close racing from start to finish. Taylor Lawrence now trying to prove that point and trying to prove his point, and that is, although it's his last weekend, he can still race the bike fast and he can still win some races. Chris Wells, though, under pressure from Reece Peacock for 4th position, as Dylan Miller is in that podium position now in that 3rd place. But Taylor Lawrence, every single time, is just trying to look up the inside, trying to find any way past. But Taylor Lawrence with the fastest lap of the race, a 53 flat, just 10,000ths of a second faster than Lucas Brown the last time around. So nothing between these two, and nothing between these two, Chris Wells and Reece Peacock, as they try and catch up to Dylan Miller. Dylan Miller, though, such an impressive round so far in that podium position. His first weekend back here at FAB for quite a while, but 8 laps to go in this race, and Taylor Lawrence still putting Lucas Brown under pressure, and Taylor Lawrence really going to have to try and find a way just to make this work and force the way to make this work, as Chris Wells is having to try and put off Reece Peacock. Reece Peacock, such a consistent season for him and such a great move that would have been if he could make it work, but he just couldn't. They come across the line now to make it 7 laps to go in this race. Lucas Brown now sets the fastest lap of the race with a 52.9, the first rider in the 52s.
Yeah, that well was Reece Peacock trying to do his trademark overtake at the final corner there. Honestly, the amount of races he's won by overtaking people at the final corner this season, just ridiculous. There must be some statistical anomaly. But Lucas Brown, a 52.967, the first riders into the 52s this race as well, and extended the gap to a little over 0.2 of a second, and only a couple tenths off of the lap record as well. So these guys, despite the cold conditions, running very, very strong.
Yeah, they certainly are. Slightly cooler conditions today.
There goes Taylor.
Not been too bad, but Taylor Lawrence dives down the inside, makes the move work, coming out of the final corner, has a little look to his right, sees that Lucas Brown's not there now. He can just stick to his normal line and try and push. The lean angle that they get on these Pit Bike 140s is so extreme. It's so great to see. But Lucas Brown taking a wider sweeping line, trying to get a better apex, trying to power out. But Owen Miller has fell off again. Owen Miller, looks like that might be a retirement. But the race leaders, and there's Chris Wells actually battling for that 4th position. So Reece Peacock trying now to still find a way past, as it looks like Reece Peacock is having a little look, and he makes that move work. Will he make it stick though? They use all the track on the exit, and they do. It looks up front. Taylor Lawrence has taken the lead of this race now. So Taylor Lawrence still trying to be consistent, still trying to run away with it from Lucas Brown. But Lucas Brown, he races in the British Talent Cup. He's used to wheel-to-wheel action, bar banging racing, and with people his own age. He knows how they think, how they work, and how they race. But Dylan Miller now looks like he's starting to get put under pressure from Reece Peacock as Chris Wells drops back. But Lucas Brown looking down the inside there, but couldn't make it work. It's such a tight circuit.
Yeah, it's very tight and twisty around there, but it's why the riders love it so much, because it's fast, it's flowing, it's tight, it's twisty, it's undulating, there's camber, and it is a gorgeous location, and it's just tough, as we see there. Owen Miller still now, so I think he's looking to come back on. So if he had an issue, maybe it's sorted, maybe he's just trying to get back to the pit lane, I'm not sure. As we come into this super fast final section, you cast your minds back to last year. That's the corner where Jamie King utterly destroyed our Motorsport Radio onboard camera, which we had for about 1.5 races before it shattered into a million pieces. Thank you very much to Jamie King, currently running in P6. But it is still Taylor Lawrence who leads this race, but Lucas Brown, another fastest lap and a lap record in the process as well, a 52.601. That beats Taylor's record from last year by 0.3 of a second. So Lucas Brown absolutely flying there, and actually just got past Taylor as well. No, he hasn't. I lied. I thought he did for a second. and he is all over the back, trying to get through the traffic. And with that new lap record of 52.601 on the previous lap, Lucas Brown has the pace, but can he make the gap up here? It's one thing to be lapping fast and to be catching a rider in front. It is another thing entirely to make your way around them.
Yeah, it certainly is. He's going to have to force it. He's going to have to force to make it work. Taylor Lawrence is going to have to try not crack underneath the pressure. We've seen it this year, actually. He has been cracking under some pressure, but we're going to have to wait to see. Dylan Miller now trying to get past some lap traffic because Reese Peacock has properly caught up, and Reese Peacock is trying to find any way past some back markers before he can try and then dive down Dylan Miller and get that final and that faithful podium position. Dylan Miller, though, he knows he's there. He knows he's under threat, and now he's going to start running defensive. You can just see the slightly inside line as Taylor Lawrence is trying to hold on. Dives down the inside. Lucas Brown, though, gets the better drive. It's a drag race. Taylor Lawrence has the outside line, so it doesn't look like he's going to keep this, but he's going to try right down the outside, get the undercut now, and get the power down and get past down this straight. There's not really a straight. They head down to the braking zone. Taylor Lawrence down the inside. So nice. Such a
he touches the grass.
He's down. Taylor Lawrence is down once again. Forced into a mistake, cracked under pressure, and just pushing too hard and asking too much for that front tyre on his final weekend here at FAB.
He actually touched the grass on the entry to the corner, just pushing a little bit too hard, trying to find pace that wasn't there, ran a little bit wide on the brakes. Obviously when you brake, if maybe hit the brakes too hard and just lost the front a little bit, touched the grass, and down the bike went down to P7 as well. So race 2, and he's gone again.
Grass was on his tyres.
He's got wet tyres now. It was raining overnight a little bit. Tyres now absolutely soaked after going on the grass. And Taylor Lawrence goes from bad to worse. Of course, he'll still have race 3 to make his day a little bit better, and he is being given a lap of honour as well. Afterwards, he's been allowed to complete a lap of honour with all of his friends in the pit bike field, say thank you for all of his efforts and all that he has done for FAB-Racing over the years. He is a real, one of the staple members of the FAB-Racing family, and it is a real shame to see him go. And of course, we wish him all the best in his career in the Navy in the future, and we hope if he ever has some free time, he makes his way back and shows us what he can do on a motorcycle. But it will be Lucas Brown who inherits, well, I'm not going to say an easy win because he had to work for it for the majority of the race, but Taylor crashing out has certainly made his life a lot easier. He's got half a lap left to run, and he can just cruise home to the line and take the checkered flag. And again, closing the gap on Reese Peacock down in P3. Those two still fighting for who's going to be vice champion in this category in 2022. And currently Lucas Brown is closing the gap and closing the gap some more, and it's going to be tight coming into the final round for the vice champion. Who's it going to be in the final round? But in this one, it's a new lap record and another race win for Lucas Brown in the Pit Bike 140s race 2. And he had to work for that one, didn't he? Dylan Miller will bring home just in front of Reese Peacock in P3, and Chris Wells will finish in P4 with Jamie King in P5. All of these riders promoted positions after Taylor Lawrence's couple of downs, which is a real shame for Taylor, but it just goes to show the very fine margin between the limit and beyond. As the rest of the riders bring it across the line, Taylor will be coming around the final corner shortly, I'm sure. Yep, there he is, and he's actually having to hold off Elliot Crosby as well. But Taylor Lawrence will round out the top 10, so at least something to console himself there. Of course, race 3 still to come for these guys, so there's still plenty of opportunity for them to get out there and show what they can do. And one final opportunity for Taylor Lawrence to see if he can win a race, as Lucas Brown does a skiddy there on the track, locks up the rear brake. That was, pretty cool, actually, to be fair to Lucas Brown, but I can't say it would have been too healthy for the rear tyre, but he doesn't really matter, because Lucas Brown, the race winner here in race 2, with Dylan Miller in P2 and Reese Peacock rounding out your podium. Chris Wells managed to bring it home in P4 with Jamie King in P5. Zach Tareen was P6 and Sean Whitaker 7th. Darren Anderson in 8th, Matthew Dillon in 9th, and Taylor Lawrence, after his few tumbles, managing to hold on to P10 just about as he brought it to the line. That's it for the pit bike action for, well, as I was asking this morning, it's actually 1 in the afternoon. It's it for your pit bike action for now, but of course they'll be out later on for their race 3. So panic not if you're a pit bike fan, and why would you not be a pit bike fan? Still plenty of action from them to come.
Coming up next, we will have the AC40 Pros. It will be race free for them. It's going to be an incredible race. First race free of the weekend and one to look out for. So it's going to be a great race. 13 bike field, and it's going to be a close one and a close contender with Byron Johnson on pole position. He wrapped up the championship yesterday, and now he's trying to do it again. He's trying to win more races and do it in such a dominant fashion. He's had a great morning. 3 classes Byron Johnson is racing in, which is so impressive for the youngster that he can even manage to race in 3 classes in one weekend. Such a busy weekend for him, but it is one that he will be enjoying because he's doing so well. It's so impressive to see these youngsters who we wait for a couple more riders to make their way into the holding area, and then we can get underway for race 3 of the weekend. And what a race it is going to be. I mean, it's so much talent and so much young talent in this field, which is the future of British motorcycle racing. These are the talents that we hopefully and we expect to see in the likes of the British Talent Cup and British Superbikes in the likes of maybe 7-8 years time. We'll see them there, and we'll see them progressing through the ranks. And what's so great about the system is you can watch these kids from 5.5 all the way until they reach their top and their peak of their career. So it's so great that we have a system in place that allows this, and now we have the support system that allows this to happen. As you see some of the riders chatting, having a laugh before the race starts. Lewis Hull actually has taken off his gloves, so clearly feeling relaxed.
Yeah, no, pretty chill atmosphere out there, it seems. Just being delayed for a couple minutes before they make their way to the grid for some reason. We'll find out what's happening in a few moments' time, and hopefully we'll be making our way out onto the grid shortly. Of course, these guys all just having a chat, seeing how they're doing, how are you feeling before the race. A real family community here at FAB-Racing. It's a real pleasure to bring you all the action. Myself and Lewis alongside me. Hello and welcome. If you're just joining us for Sunday's action here at the round 7 of the FAB-Racing Mini Bike British Championship at Rowrah, the Cumbria Kart Club, the most picturesque karting circuit in the nation. It's so gorgeous around here, and it is always brilliant to go racing here. My producer just suggested Glanny Gores in my ear, but we don't go to Glanny Gores anymore, so this wins, frankly, because Fab goes here, we don't go to Glanny Gores anymore. So there we go. And great to see the riders out there just chilling, having a chat. You can see there the champion, Byron Johnson. He's clinched it in race 1 yesterday. With a very dominant performance, and then proceeded to take a second win earlier on. Of course, this being the final race of the weekend for the AC40 Pros, the first of our race 3s as well. So plenty of opportunity for these guys to get out there and give us one last display of racing action. It's great for Byron Johnson to take that championships. He joins the likes of many who have come before him, riders who are still around today in the FAB-Racing paddock. I mean, the champion of this last year, Archie O'Brien, was a double champion in this and the Elites last year. He took his first race win in the Mini GP50s in race 2 earlier on, and it's been impressive all season long. So it's really great to see as we just wait to get going and go racing. Hopefully we'll be out on the grid in a few moments' time. Just the marshals holding him in to the pits, whatever it may be. The marshals, of course, in the orange, and the yellow, the roving marshals, we like to call them. That's parents who volunteer to marshal at each event. And of course, a big thank you to all of the marshals throughout the season and this weekend here at Rowrah. They've always done a fantastic job. And, safety being the main priority here at FAB-Racing, they do their job super well. And, of course, a thank you to the medics, the race direction, to everybody who makes these weekends possible. It is a real pleasure to bring you all of the action here at FAB-Racing. Just been told already there's going to be 2 warm-up laps for some reason. I'm not entirely sure why, but we'll roll with it. Why not? Give them 2. So we'll give it a minute. It's probably because they've been sat there for a while, so maybe tyres and engine is getting a little bit cold, perhaps. So two warm-up laps, and then we'll be going for race 3, which will be very good to see.
Yeah, well, hello and welcome if you're just joining us for race 3 of the AC40 Pros, and it's going to be a great race coming up here in Cumbria and here at the Rowrah kart circuit. My name is Lewis Ray, and alongside me this weekend is Ross McIntyre, and it's going to be a great race that we have coming up. Riders will get 2 warm-up laps for the AC40 Pro race. This is our final race of the weekend. If you're tuned in, comment down below, let us know who you're supporting this weekend, and share, and get the word out about FAB, because it is a great race series. It's the best place to be for getting your kids' motorcycle racing career started. But riders will be able to just get a chance to get their head back into the game, get the tyres warmed up, and get their bike to the right temperature before we get underway for race 3, the final race of the weekend and the final opportunity for these guys to prove themselves.
Yeah, of course, after this one, there's only 3 races left in this championship, which is really weird to see. I mean, obviously the championship's already been wrapped up, but this year has just flown by, hasn't it? Absolutely unreal. The fact that we're already at round 7 on it, and I still remember, getting underway for the first race of the season at Lid, of course, and well, we've been all over the country, haven't we, Lewis? And now here at Rowrah, and it's all nearly done and dusted. And well, in this championship, it is Byron Johnson taking the title in race 1, and proceeding to go on and have a very, very solid performance in race 2 as well, which is great to see. Well, we're going to have to see how it runs from now. It's going to be interesting, I think, how it goes. Just waiting to get out onto the grid and start our 2 formation laps.
Yeah, riders now looking like they are ready to go. Some of the riders took off their gloves even waiting in this holding area, but now they're ready. But this is race 3 time for the AC40 Pro class. This is the final race of the weekend, and this is their 4th last race of the year. So these guys are running out of chances to get race wins and pick up points. But now riders head out on to the dummy grid now before they head out on what will be 2 warm-up laps. Lewis Hull there on your screen, and pulling a little stop here really was Byron Johnson with Sam Gardner after a very, very disappointing LC40 Pro class. But checking his tyre temperature with his glove, he won't be able to feel too much for there. But both these guys getting ready, look like they're ready to race. Byron Johnson psyching himself up, while Sam Gardner taking a slightly different approach of keeping himself calm on that grid. But Byron Johnson got a sun visor down this time around, even though clouds are above. But conditions here at Cumbria always change from lap to lap. Conditions change, wind changes, everything changes. But riders now head out on 2 warm-up laps. Byron Johnson will be at the head of that with his pole position in qualifying. Of course, qualifying here at FAB, it decides your starting position for all 3 races across the weekend. So it's so important, and can really decide your fate of your weekend on where you qualify. So riders having to push so hard in qualifying for each races. But that is Oliver Hall.
Yeah.
Stop. It was, he doesn't know that's clear and mechanical issues. So waiting for his dad to run over, I'm sure, and he'll be able to hopefully get sorted. No, he's got sorted already. So maybe just sorted itself out or something funny with the bike.
Maybe you just fancy the chill, just a little break, little breather. I don't know.
Yeah, but anyway, Byron Johnson will be starting pole position after wrapping up the championship, after getting a podium in the Mini GP 50s, and after winning the LC40 Elite race. It's such an impressive thing that he's done this weekend. But alongside him will be Sam Gardner, our usual front row, with Matthew Thomas in 3rd. Jensen Bishop will be alongside him, with Lewis Hull in 5th, with Bradley Curtis alongside him. Bradley Curtis been racing up in Scotland. He's doing a great job down here at FAB. Only his 3rd event this year, I believe. So Callum Maxwell will be starting 7th place, with Rex Austin next to him in 8th. Edward Darnton and Oliver Hall will be starting on the 5th row of the grid in 9th and 10th, with Dylan Tureen and George Ackerman in 11th and 12th, and sister of Bradley Curtis, Lucy Curtis, will be starting 13th and will be rounding off our grid for the AC40 Pro class. And they're just coming on to, well, they've just finished their first warm-up lap, on their second warm-up lap now, got half a lap left, and then they get into their last race of the weekend here at Rowrah.
I think it's important to note that Sam Gardner is actually, it's not even like that. He's going to wrap up the vice championship in this category, in this race. Harrison Day is a no-show. And, well, obviously he's still within a mathematical chance at the moment, but presuming that Sam Gardner gets another very strong result, he will no longer be a mathematical chance after this round. And Matthew Thomas is unfortunately just a bit too far back to make a difference. As the riders fall on the grid, we've had one champion decide today. You can see him in the centre of your screen, the rider on the right, set to take the vice championships. Potential problems maybe for Byron Johnson there, just getting it checked over by the roving marshal, but looks all good. Visor back down, shades down as well. It's time to go racing, shall we? Race 3 of the AC40 Pros. We're underway. It's a great start from Byron Johnson. Sam Gardner also very well. In fact, Sam Gardner going to steal the lead into turn 1. An awesome start from him as Matthew Thomas holds on to P3 further back as well. Still maintaining the status quo in terms of the grid positions, but Sam Gardner, the initial getaway. Actually, Byron Johnson, I think, was just a little bit quicker, but in the second phase, Sam Gardner just launched away, swept around the outside into turn 1 and took the lead. Awesome stuff from him. Some fighting further back in the packs as well. Lewis Holt trying to fight with Bradley Curtis for P4, but there you see your front two already bolting away from third. He's bolting away from fourth, and then packs forming behind them, gaggles of racing all the way around the circuit. And we've got 10 laps here in race 3 of the AC40 Pros, and it's Sam Gardner who seems set to lead the first one. Can he take the vice championship with a win, or does Byron Johnson on his title winning weekend want to take a hat trick and a clean sweep? And he's already moving to the inside, and he's already retaking the lead from Sam Gardner. So I think the answer to that question has been pretty clear, though. We've got a bit of a wobble on the exit. Can Sam Gardner have a look down the inside into the hairpin? No, not quite close enough. So a fight on these two's hands.
Yes, certainly is. Byron Johnson leading the way. It's one thing that we've been used to seeing this year, but Sam Gardner now dived down the inside. That was a last minute move there, but it doesn't look like he's be able to keep it onto the straight. Byron Johnson must have to close the throttle and close and destroy his drive out of there, but Byron Johnson now having to put his hammer down to try and catch up to Sam Gardner. This is race 3. This is the last race of the weekend. This is the one he's got to win, but now Byron Johnson diving down the inside there of Sam Gardner. So Sam Gardner, what does he have in his back pocket? What does he have left? This is his last chance to get a race win this weekend. We've seen how hard he's wanted it. Even whenever championship was at stake, he gave it everything, but it wasn't enough. And now he's found something. He's found something new, and he's found something different. But Lewis Hull now under pressure, and Lewis Hull has now got past by Edward Darnton. So Edward Darnton up into that 4th position, aiming his sights onto our podium. Matthew Thomas in that final podium position at the moment, but 7 laps to go. Matthew Thomas is down. Matthew Thomas has crashed out in 3rd position, so that will promote Edward Darnton into 3rd place and Lewis Hull into 4th. He's managed to get a bike restarted, hit the handlebar, trying to get maybe it's slightly bent after sliding across the ground, so he's just trying to get everything back to normal. And now that is another crash from Matthew Thomas. He crashed earlier on at the final not the final corner, but on the final lap of the race at the hairpin. Actually at that same corner, he just crashed earlier on. So Byron Johnson leading the race from Sam Gardner by 3/10 of a second. Byron Johnson has the fastest lap of the race, a 55.5. Such an impressive lap time this early on in the race, and such tricky track conditions for him because it's quite cold out there still.
That being said, Sam Gardner still pushing, still with Byron Johnson, and still trying to find a way past, but he's outbrakes himself into the right-hander, and now he's got all that work to do all over again. They're lapping very similarly. Sam Gardner was only a 10th off of Byron Johnson's best lap last time round, in which Byron Johnson set the fastest lap of the race. So it's close with 6 laps left to go on this amazing weekend of motorsport that we have. Of course, there's Moto GP on, there's the Karting World Championship, and of course FAB-Racing right here in Cumbria at Rowrah, the Cumbria Kart Racing Club. What a circuit this is, and we've seen some phenomenal racing all weekend long. And the AC40 Pros looking to go out with a bang, because it's Lewis Hull and Edward Darnton fighting for the final podium place. Edward Darnton, one of the Scottish mini moto riders who have come down to this round for exclusively for this round. So Lewis isn't just the only lonely man in the paddock. He's got some people from Scotland here with him as well. And Lewis, I mean, these two are both actually very similarly sized, which is quite interesting. Lewis Hull probably quite used to being the biggest rider on the grid by a long shot on the AC40 Pro. But Edward Darnton, he's quite a big lad as well for this bike. So this will be a really interesting fight to see, because finally Lewis Hull has got someone. I think Edward's a little bit smaller than him, but it's someone who is similarly sized, which is crucial. So Lewis is now actually fighting for someone who's on equal terms for physicality, aerodynamics, mass of the bike and the rider combined. So that's really interesting coming forward. And right now, I must say, Lewis Hull seems to have the pace. He was a tenth quicker on that last lap and is looking to fight his way into the podium places. Yellow flags are out at the final corner because someone's gone down. That's Sam Gardner. Sam Gardner down from second place. Oh, I think he will still take the vice championship if he finishes where he is now, which is 6th. I'll have to get that confirmed for you, but just what a shame for Sam Gardner, who is fighting for victory. But that means that this battle now becomes a fight for P2. So much more on the cards for Edward Darnton and Lewis Hull. Who will be able to climb onto the second step of the podium? And Byron Johnson's disappeared again. He's going to get the hat-trick. He's 13.5 seconds up the road. The only person who was with him was Sam Gardner, and he's ended up on his backside now. So they're not going to be challenging for the win pending a disaster for Mr. Johnson. But, going from, fighting for podium for fighting for P2, that's quite a step up, and these two suddenly there's a bit more on the cards.
Yeah, there says Edward Darnton really going to have to push and try to get that podium in one of his first ever FAB-Racing weekends. You can just see in the straights though, he's able to get his legs tucked in far better than Lewis Hull. He has slightly smaller legs, but Lewis Hull on the other hand, he's really struggling with his legs. He's got slightly bigger legs than Edward Darnton, while Edward Darnton is struggling really to get his upper body tucked in, while Lewis Hull has got a much better overall position. But Lewis Hull trying to go around the outside there, trying to get a late apex and get that undercut. A slight hand gesture actually to Edward Darnton, so maybe some frustration for him, because there's just 3 laps to go in this race, 2.5 laps to go now, because this is the battle for second position between the 4-1-1 Edward Darnton and the 4-1 of Lewis Hull. So now they're really having to push on. Second place is for stake, valuable championship points is for stake for Lewis Hull. Obviously Edward Darnton's his first weekend this year. He is not involved in the championship, but he's here to show his talent and show what he's made of. Coming from Scotland, a part of the Alan McIntosh mini motos, they've been involved for quite a few years now. Gave some talent such as Rory Skinner and Lewis Rowe that have came down here to Fab to then get the coverage and exposure. But Oliver Hall, once again, maybe the same problem as before. A parent coming over to him, checking he's okay first of all, how he's feeling, and then pushing the bike off the track. That will be a retirement. Lewis Hull, he's got into second place. Lewis Hull has managed to get past Edward Darnton with 2 laps to go. Edward Darnton, he's really going to have to push. He's really going to have to push on and show what he's made of to these Fab riders and show what he can do. Lewis Hull, though, he's a man on the mission. You can see how determined he looks. You cannot see his eyes, but you can see his body language, and that is determined. That is pushing, and that is giving it 110%. But this is the race leader. This is the man on a mission.
Planet, isn't he? He's halfway around the track.
He's so impressive. You just see he looks chilled on the motorcycle. He doesn't even look like he's trying that hard. But Byron Johnson, 18 seconds up the road, somehow manages to keep on to this and somehow manages to put on this pace. It's so impressive for what he's done all year long, and yet he does it again, and he does it again. He puts in the performance week out, race in, race out, different classes. That does not faze him. Last corner time, last race of the AC40 Pros, Byron Johnson takes the race win and takes once again another win, another trophy for his cabinet. Lewis Hull, though, holds on to second place. Sam Gardner is up into 4th. Sam Gardner, great recovery. Will he dive out inside? Yes, he will. For that final podium, Edward Darnton on the final corner. He's going to have to drag race the line onto the grass. And he takes it on the grass. 3rd place is his off the track. What a race that was.
Talk about taking your last name literally. Sam Gardner taking third place on the grass, just full commitment, full send. Wow, what a final race in the AC40 Pros. Byron Johnson gets yet another hat-trick, his 4th of the season, and absolutely dominates as Lewis Hall and Edward Darnton duke it out for 4th place, but it's Sam Gardner who takes 3rd place on the grass. That is a sight that you don't see every day, isn't it? Wow. There you go. Byron Johnson takes the victory by nearly 20 seconds with Lewis Hall in 2nd and Sam, quite literally the Gardner, in 3rd place. Edward Darnton is in P4 with Jensen Bishop in 5th, Bradley Curtis 6th, Rex Austin 7th, Matthew Thomas 8th, Dylan Serene 9th, and George Ackerman rounding out your top 10. I mean, that was a performance from Byron. I still can't get over Sam Gardner. That's just the most amazing thing. Taking the victory on the grass. Wow.
Full commitment from him. There's no other way to put it. Parents now clapping the riders back into the pit lane. Oliver Holstad there on your far left of your picture. Even gave Lewis Hull a little high five there. But great race, great result. Final race of the weekend for him, of course. Some of them also taking part in the elite class later on. So you will see the likes of Byron Johnson back out later in the Mini GP 50s and the LC40 Elites, where he will try and add to his trophy cabinet once again.
It's time then for the final race of the weekend in the LS2 Helmets Mini GP70 British Championship. And we've had a great couple of races so far. It's been the double champion, the back-to-back champion who took the title in race 1, Ethan Sparks. He has been the rider to beat this weekend. And in race 2, he was actually playing around a bit. He knew he won the championship. He wanted to have a bit of a race. He was hanging back with the other guys before he got bored and just shot off into the distance again. But we've had some very, very close racing action all throughout the weekend. Just waiting to go onto the grid, a little bit of delays from the final race. And looks like Ronnie Harris may have a problem on the 66, just one of the marshals running over. That's his dad, actually, who just went over to help him. You could tell from the vision. He's actually now sprinting back to the Vision Track tent. I can see him out the commentary box window here in the International Broadcast Centre. And something is not right with Ronnie Harris, because his dad is getting a shift on. He's sprinting back in. You'll see him in a minute if the shot stays. There he goes, running back across the top. So problems for Ronnie Harris. The regulation for this is, if he's not out on the grid proper by the start of the formation lap... Oh, he's made it out, okay. I was about to say, if he's not on the grid proper by the start of the formation lap, then he has to start from the back. But he made it out, so it's all okay. Ronnie Harris all fine, so whatever problem that was has now gone. But yeah, very strange indeed. But it's Ethan Sparks, once again, starting from the pole position. The double champion, making history. And, as they get underway on their formation lap, it's the man, the 62, the double champion, Ethan Sparks, the history maker. He goes from pole with Henry McCartney, the likely vice champion at this rate, going from P2. Blake Wilson starts in 3rd with Luke Fitcher in 4th. He may be wrapping up the 50s championship later, so it could be a good day for Mr. Flatcap. Archie O'Brien starts in 5th with Ronnie Harris in P6, Noah Guillory in P7, and Ollie Sims rounding out our grid for the final Mini GP70s race of the weekend. And actually Henry McCartney, I think... Oh, no, it's not going to go it's going to go down to the final round, but he's in 2nd at the moment, so he won't be taking the vice championship in this round, but he's sitting in a good position at the moment, which is the main thing. As the bikes make their way round to the grid, Ethan Sparks will lead them away at the lights. The double champion. He's had an amazing season, an amazing weekend. He's only here at FAB once again because he's not old enough for British Talent Cup. And he's showing us why he should be in British Talent Cup nonetheless. The final race of the weekend. Can Sparks make history, make destiny with a hat-trick? It's lights on, lights off, we're underway. A very strong start from Henry McCartney. A great start from Blake Wilson as well. He's going to try start him to P2. No, Henry McCartney holds on to that 2nd position as Sparks maintains his lead. But there goes Henry McCartney, and I'm telling Sparks must have lifted off Sparks is definitely lifted off. I think we're having a similar situation to race 2. Ethan Sparks fancies a race, he fancies having a fight, he fancies some fun, because there is no way that Henry McCartney, no discredit to his talent, just made a move like that. Ethan Sparks has lifted off. Henry McCartney leads the way. Further back as well, Ronnie Harris managed to get away pretty well, gets up into P5. Archie O'Brien, not as strong a start as in race 2, so we'll have to wait and see how they can fare. But this four-way pack will come round the final quarter and lead the first lap as Sparks gets back into the lead from Henry McCartney.
Henry McCartney now, he's really going to have to push it, because now Blake Wilson is just behind them. Luke Fitchett as well, just behind them as well. So it's a 4-bike battle for the race lead right now and for the podium positions. Everything is to play for right now. It's the final race of the weekend. If you crash it in Stryer Bike, you have multiple weeks to fix it. So 110% time now. Championship is over for Ethan Sparks. He's already won it, so now it's just maximum attack. Have as much fun as possible with your friends on track, as Henry McCartney now sets his sights on another dry race victory. It means so much to him. You can see how hard they are pushing through this corner, and how hard the likes of Luke Fitchett and Blake Wilson that are just slightly behind these two are going to have to be able to do it. But now Henry McCartney back through as Ethan Sparks looks down the inside for turn 1. He shuts off his front wheel. Ethan Sparks cannot make it work. He has to try and do it in the braking zone. Through to this hairpin. He loves overtaking at these hairpin corners. Especially this next one, that tightens up so much though that Henry McCartney usually shuts the door. But Ethan Sparks, he makes it work. Will he make it stick? Yes, he will. Blake Wilson as well. Blake Wilson past Henry McCartney. Will that allow Luke Fitchett to now try and dive up the inside? Luke Fitchett though doesn't make it work either. But now Henry McCartney, some problem. His race is over. It looks like Henry McCartney has slowed up, went all bike through, and will be returning to pit lane. So now Ethan Sparks, Blake Wilson and Luke Fitchett is our podium, as now Henry McCartney, his race is over. What a disastrous end to his weekend. He pulls into the pit lane, but what a ride that has been for him.
Yeah, he's had a super strong weekend, has Henry McCartney. This is a great opportunity though for Ronnie Harris to close the gap in the championship in that fight for P2 between the pair of them. So that promotes Harris back up to 4th, which if he finishes there will be the best result he's had all weekend. He managed to get through the Archie O'Brien, who wasn't, the last time I spoke to him he said he wasn't doing all 3 races in the 70s, but he's out there anyway, so why not go for it, Archie. We'll be seeing him later in the 50s as well. But Luke Fitchett also now onto the podium as a result of Henry McCartney dropping out of the race. And, he's trying to attack Blake Wilson, is Luke Fitchett. Sparks isn't breaking away as much as he'd like to. Ethan Sparks also, I believe that was a lap record of 49.543. Did someone go faster than that in race 1? No, it's not a lap record. Do ignore me. I'm lying to myself. That is a lap record, though, from Luke Fitchett of 49 dead. No one went faster than that in race 2, did they? Off the top of my head, I don't think so. So we'll see how it goes. Again, the lap times will drop as the race goes on because the rain is held off. The temperature is pretty consistent, and looks like, and coming back out, is that Henry McCartney's just come back out from the pits? I think he has. Yes, he has. So Henry McCartney, we'll have to see what he can do, but he's got an unscheduled test session now, but he's back out of the pits, which is the main thing. This front 3 look like they plan to be trading fastest laps. There's currently Luke Fitchett with a 49 dead. They're about to come to the line in a minute. It's Archie O'Brien on the attack on Ronnie Harris. Both of these riders on the Vision Track Academy, although the 66 of Ronnie Harris, or the 61 rather of Archie O'Brien, doesn't have those Vision Track colours on his 70 yet because it's a relatively new bike. He's only just got the fairing for it. So he's his leathers actually don't fit either. The Vision Track leathers, he actually hasn't worn them at all this season because they've never fit him, and they've tried again to get him to fit, and that is a move that did fit up the inside. Great stuff there from Archie O'Brien to get into 4th place. A superb move by the young man who, making his debut weekend racing on the Mini GP70s, has been mightily impressive at this Rowrah circuit. With 7 laps to go, Blake Wilson closing onto the back of Ethan Sparks.
Yeah, Ethan Sparks now under pressure from Blake Wilson. It was something that we didn't think we would be saying for quite a while. Blake Wilson has been put such an impressive ride. All season, he's really, really impressed us. But look, Fitchett, he's slightly dropped off these two. These two are just slightly too fast of a pace for him. All of them running either in the high 49s or the low 50-second mark. So Ethan Sparks now, he knows he's there. He looks and has a little glance, knows that Blake Wilson's there, knows where Blake Wilson may try and attack. Ronnie Harris, as you mentioned, Ross, is down to 5th position at the moment. So Ronnie Harris, of course, doing a debut in the British Talent Cup, and pretty successful debut, qualifying in the top 25 on his debut, which is very, very impressive and shows the talent of these mini GP 70 riders. So Ethan Sparks now slightly edging the gap to Blake Wilson on the number 8 motorcycle. So Blake Wilson, he's going to have to get his finger out and going to have to really, really push on, because at the line last time around it's half a second separating them. Ethan Sparks doing a 49.4 while Blake Wilson was doing a 49.7. So there is our battle now for 4th and 5th position. Archie O'Brien in 4th place on his debut in the class. So impressive. Ronnie Harris, though, he's going to want to try and get the other Vision Track youngster on his debut. He doesn't want to get bet by him, but Ronnie Harris, he's a quite an up and down season, I think it's fair to say, but it is one that he's enjoyed. At one point he was leading the championship, but it just slowly fell away from him and gave it all to Ethan Sparks. But Archie O'Brien, such an impressive ride so far. 4th place with a fastest lap of a 49.5, so impressive on your debut. Not fastest lap of the race, but still on the pace and still able to potentially even fight for podiums if he had a bit more bike time.
I mean, this is his first season on the Metro Kit Mini GP bikes, full stop. Not his first season in the 70s, this is his first weekend racing it. But he's not even had a full year on these bikes yet, and he's coming into the 70 this weekend and putting in a ferocious performance. He's set to be vice champion in the Mini GP 50s, although he is still mathematically in the championship fight as it stands. He's just had an amazing season. We know that he's a great rider. Of course, he was a double champion last year in Mini Moto in the AC40 Pros and the LC40 Elite. And I think it's safe to say he is one of the hot up-and-coming talents in Britain right now. Of course, Vision Track have clearly recognised that. They've brought him onto the Vision Track Academy for his first season on a Mini GP bike. That is a big gamble, because you don't know how well someone is going to transition onto the Mini GP bikes after coming off of the Mini Motos. It's a big risk to take on someone so young, so inexperienced on these bikes as Archie O'Brien, and he has taken to this style of racing like an absolute duck to water. And he's just, I know I say over and over again that he's like the nicest young man in the paddock, but he just is. He is such a lovely person. He's mature beyond his years. He's so great just to sit down and have a chat with every once in a while, and he'll always talk to you, come across him. And not only that, but he is ferociously fast out on the racetrack, and I'm so excited to see what the future brings from him. Of course, I was speaking to him and his mum earlier on this weekend, and they said, their plan for next year, win the 50s, do well in the 70s, year after win the 70s, and then see what happens from there. As Blake Wilson now in a bit of a no man's land in P2, as Ethan Sparks turns it on and completely departs. Such has been his performance this weekend. Won his 2nd championship in a row, the first rider ever to do that in LS2 Helmets Mini GP 70 British Championship history. Just an unreal season he's had, and he's having an unreal weekend, well on the way to a hat-trick of victories. But Blake Wilson, with all respect, he's had a really, really strong weekend. He's had a strong season, to be fair, as well, has Blake Wilson. Currently P6 in the championship. He came away from round 3 with a 2nd overall in points. He's had a few good rounds. Unfortunately, he wasn't at Clandau last time. But, he's been running very, very strong. And as we start the final lap, Ethan Sparks, the history maker, looking to set yet another hat-trick this season.
Yeah, Ethan Sparks, last lap time for him. Blake Wilson, great ride for him. Of course, Blake Wilson placing in the world finalists for the Mini GP Championship that they have across the world at the MotoGP event. But even Sparks right now, a man who deserves everything he gets, because he puts in results like this. 1.7 seconds at the line last time around, and puts in such a dominant performance. Blake Wilson, though, just behind him. But there's your race leader. And there he is. 2 more corners to go. He powers it out. Last corner time of the weekend for him. He won the championship. 1 round to go. He comes across the line to take the race win. Across the line he goes. And Blake Wilson comes home in second place. Luke Fitchett in a lonely third place. But Archie O'Brien, on his first weekend on a metric at 70, he comes home in 4th place. Ronnie Harris comes home 5th in a fist bump between the compares. That is something that you love to see. These guys are such good friends off track, and there's Ethan Sparks celebrating slightly, wave to the crowd maybe. And Noah Gilder, I haven't spoken about him yet, coming across the final corner of Ollie Sims just behind him to take 6th and 7th position at the moment. But great race and great ride once again from Ethan Sparks. I mean, you see the confidence on this young man. It's so impressive. A wave to the camera from himself and Ronnie Harris, both in the Vision Track colours. So great to see these guys having a bit of fun on the cool down lap as we wait to see. I mean, he won the championship this weekend. It's so impressive. A wave once again as they come round to go into the pit lane to round off race 3 of the Mini GP 70s. We've seen 3 fantastic races from them.
Why can't British Talent Cup make an exception for this kid? Like, I know he's not old enough, but he's too good at this level. His development is just too good compared to everyone else. He is so good. And, well, we've just been told now that actually rain started to come down now, so that could be interesting for the next few races. But that'll be it for the LS2 Helmets Mini GP 70 Championship. And of course, they'll be back for the final round, so we'll have to wait and see. But that's it from them. Ethan Sparks, champion for the 2nd year in a row, and a hat-trick to boot.
Next up, we will have race 3 of the AC40 Rookies. They head out onto the track now, so we're waiting to see what is going to happen. They head out onto their dummy grid before they can get underway, and now the riders are headed on to their grid positions before they can get underway. Josh Perkins has had a great weekend, just like this man here, Sebastian Gieslowski, the man of the moment. But I'm being told that rain is starting to fall, and rain is getting heavier here in the paddock, so we're going to have to wait and see what is going to happen. It looks like actually Rob is having some discussions with some of the parents, some of the coaches, Holly Harris and Luca Allen, down there at the circuit as well. And yeah, that's a great thing that they do with the younger riders, as they're able to really help develop and really help them be able to progress as riders, because they've been riding many years themselves, so they can pass on all their knowledge and all their wealth to these younger riders and tell them really what to do. But yeah, it looks like discussions happening down on the grid as rain starts to fall.
Well, looking out the window, it's not too bad, but we're on top of a hill in our International Broadcast Centre. We're not down in the quarry with everyone else, so we'll have to wait and see. We're gonna go racing anyway. We're just going to see what the rain does, because we know if it starts coming down heavily, these mini motos, they don't like it, to put it mildly. Going to do a sighting lap, see what the weather's saying. But this could be interesting. Again, this is race 3. It's the final race of the weekend. So Sebastian Gieslowski not happy at all. Just from that, I don't think he wants to go racing at all. But then again, though, he needs to get the points down. It's currently only a 23-point gap between himself and Taylor Tomlinson. And if he can bring it down even further coming into the final round, that would be excellent. It's Sebastian Gieslowski who starts from the pole position with Josh Perkins in P2. Logan Cousins starts 3rd with Taylor Tomlinson, the championship leader for the time being, in 4th place. Tyler Hartley is 5th with Preston Baker in 6th. And Caden Ratcliffe and Seth Hayward on the 4th row of the grid. Annabelle McCarthy and Kai Hawken round out the top 10, with Archie Hooper 11th and Nicholas Dunwoody, who is in P12. Max Johnson is 13th with Matthew Jennings 14th, Jensen Ansell 15th, Mason Federick 16th, Daisy Polden is P17 with Danny Longhurst in 18th, and Jensen Cedras and Reed Saxelby in P20. That is your grid for the 3rd and final race of the weekend in the FAB-Racing Rookies Cup. And as I've been saying time and time again, it's all eyes on Gieslowski, all eyes on Taylor Tomlinson. They are the battle that everyone wants to see, and it's currently only a 23-point gap in the championship. This could be very, very close heading into the final round.
Yeah, it's going to be so close if Sebastian Keselowski can put a performance in, which we know that he can do around this circuit. He gels with this circuit so well. But Josh Perkins now getting a final word of advice, maybe just checking the bike and heating it up. And some of these riders as well, like holding the bike and running the rear tyre and the edge of the tyre end just so it's nice and warm and nice and head up before they get underway. Final checks being done on the grid, final words from the parents to the riders, and final point to the lights for the weekend for them. So Rob at the front of the grid will point to the lights, signify the race is ready to get underway. So final checks being done on one of the riders there. And now point the lights is done, the lights is on, and the lights are now...
Oh, that's it. Oh, no, chaos. Jump start from a couple of riders. Something's gone wrong. I think we're just going to go from the start again. So it'll just be a race restart. So it's not like they all, like half of them went and then they all went. So there won't have to be a lap before they get going. So we're just going to go straight again. Then we'll pretend that never happened. Race 3 of the FAB-Racing Rookies Cup here at Rowrah. We go for good this time. It's a good launch from Josh Perkins. He's going to get into the lead before turn 1. A great start from him. Sebastian Keselowski didn't get a good getaway as Taylor Tomlinson holds on to that P4, that crucial P4. He needs to maximise his points if he wants to have an advantage heading into the final round. But Josh Perkins with a great start. He runs slightly wide as Keselowski looks this way and that way, trying to get through. And Taylor Tomlinson looks this way and that way, trying to get through Logan Cousins as well. They're all trying to find their way through, but they just can't seem to make the gaps appear. I mean, it's early in the race, and actually, Taylor Tomlinson under pressure from Preston Baker there in the background, and Preston Baker getting through Taylor Tomlinson. Tomlinson drops to 5th. Unbelievable scenes for the number 77 as Keselowski struggles to find his way past Josh Perkins. Taylor Tomlinson struggles to hold on to positions and drops back into 5th. It is Josh Perkins that leads this race on the opening lap and will lead the first lap, I'm sure, as they come into the final corner. But Keselowski's right on his tail. He's very close to the back of him, and I'm sure looking for any way past that he can.
Yeah, he certainly will be. Taylor Thompson needs to try and keep his cool and try and keep his calm, because now he's looking around Preston Baker, trying to take a more sweeping line and outside line to try and get that corner speed, keep that momentum up and drive it through the straight to another hairpin, which now Sebastian Keselowski and Josh Perkins comes to. Sebastian Keselowski gets a good drive out there. Will he be able to send it down the inside at the next turn? Yes, he will. Before he even reaches the corner, Sebastian Keselowski on the number 64 powers it out and powers it through and powers past Josh Perkins. But Josh Perkins straight away is trying to get back, trying not to let Sebastian Keselowski get into his momentum, because as soon as he does, he is able just to storm away with it. It's so impressive of what we've seen all year from the likes of Sebastian Keselowski. He's been so consistent, very few mistakes on track. It's just sometimes maybe lacking the overall race pace. But Logan Cousins now trying to attack Preston Baker after Preston Baker has got into that third place, into that final podium position, and has the fastest lap of the race. But Logan Cousins puts a stop to that and gets into third place, and now it's a drag race to the line once again. But Logan Cousins, it looks like his drive out there was not as good, and he's going to have to slot back in mind Preston Baker, because getting past him on the circuit, you have to make it right. You have to get the bike sorted before that apex arrives, because it's so easy to run wide. Once you do, that is your whole drive messed up. But Taylor Tomlinson, he's under threat from Tyler Hartley and Seth Hayward. So now Taylor Tomlinson, it looks like he can even drop back down to 7th position. That would be disastrous for him. But right now, but Taylor Tomlinson is doing 104.2 lap times. That is about the pace to go into 9th position with Archie Hooper. So Taylor Tomlinson, he's going to be struggling.
He is struggling already. I mean, I'm not sure what's going on, if he's got a problem with the bike, if he's not happy with the conditions. But Taylor Tomlinson, mysteriously off the pace. This is something we are not used to seeing at all. For the first time this season, we may go an entire race week. Actually, no, I take that back. The first time this season, should I say, we'll go an entire race weekend without Tomlinson getting on the podium. I was about to say he won't take a race win because Keselowski swept the last round at Landau.
So for the first time this season, we may get a race weekend where Taylor Tomlinson doesn't get a single podium position. What a crucial time it is as well, as the championship hots up and Goslavsky closes in. Taylor Tomlinson is struggling in P5 at the moment, but he's managing to hold off Hartley and Hayward for the time being. Josh Perkins, the front of that bike, chattering away through the right-hander, pushing to the limits, trying to hold off Preston Baker as Sebastian Goslavsky starts to extend the gap out front. It was a second at the line last time as someone goes down there towards the back, manages to get up on the bike and get going once again. Rejoins the circuit, so luckily everything is all good. No damage on the bike there. Oh! That's Logan Cousins who's gone down in the background. That's another accident there as well. Oh, the rain must be coming down. They're all going off. Tomlinson's down. What is going on? Surely the rain must be coming down now. Red flag is out. What is going on? Is the rain here? I can't see any rain.
It must be.
It must be.
All riders are following them. Preston Baker.
Yeah, there's no way that
everyone.
I mean, I can't see any rain, but it must be there. We must just not be picking it up on the camera. Oh yeah, no, there's chaos, absolute chaos. The red flag is out, and yeah, there you can see the rain in that shot. Now it is raining. Now it is raining very, very hard. The red flag is out. Oh dear. Chaos, chaos, chaos. And Seni Constellation, our producers, just rapidly run outside to cover some electronics with a plastic bag that we don't want blowing up on us. But yeah, no, the rain is now coming down thick and fast. Well, that is not what we wanted to see. 1,000,001 riders going down. So we'll get it confirmed for you when we can what's going to happen. But yeah, no, very interesting to say the least.
Yeah, it was heating up to be a really, really good race. Taylor Thompson, he was struggling with the conditions. And yeah, it looked like Sebastian Goslavsky once again had the upper hand on number 64. He pulled a 1 second gap with 4 laps to go. So it looked like he was going to be the person that was going to dominate him this weekend once again. Josh Perkins dropped back slightly and was fighting with the likes of Preston Baker and Logan Cousins. So very, very good race up to that point. Red flag is out now though, so riders and all the staff will be waiting to see if anything else will be happening and when we'll be able to get restarted for this class. So the riders now waiting to hear any type of news. Fans and families watching on the banking of the steep well, basically cliffs around this quarry. This circuit, of course, is built into a quarry that was opened in 1963, and yeah, it's a circuit which I think we can all agree is just beautiful.
Oh, it's absolutely stunning. I mean, it's a stunning part of the world here in Cumbria, in the lakes. I think you'd be hard pushed to find anywhere better, certainly in these Fair Isles, in terms of its beauty. But it's just a stunning location in this old quarry, and it helps that the track is so spectacular as well. And there we can see someone being lifted over to one of the medics' buggies there. Hopefully everyone is okay. Have to wait and see if they're moving them. There's a good chance that they are fine. Speaking to the well, as the riders come back to the grid, the rain is coming down, if you couldn't tell. If you're just joining us, hello and welcome. It's a bit chaotic at the moment. The rain started falling in the middle of race 3 of the Rookies Cup, and then the riders started falling shortly after, to put it politely. So, been told we're likely going to go back to the pits to stick some wet tyres on, because it's not raining hard, but it's raining enough. We're not really sure what's happening, so bear with us. It is just waiting for race control to confirm the procedure from here. The riders just discussing with roving marshals, parents, each other, what's going on. A few of the bikes being wheeled back. Some of the riders having to make the very lonely walk back to the pit lane. I saw Taylor Tomlinson having to awkwardly plod back along. So it is absolutely crazy. We can presume they're going back for some wet weather tyres. But yeah, it's clearly tricky conditions out there, to put it mildly. As they make their way back now, so there we go. And that's actually Taylor Tomlinson there, pushing Sebastian Kozlowski along, which is really, really nice to see. Great sportsmanship between the two championship rivals. They are really, really good friends off the track, which is a common theme here actually in Fab Racing. You do get that, the fiercest of rivals on the track, battling it out for race wins. Off track, just best mates.
Yeah, it's great to see, and it's great to see all the riders now just casually heading back to the pit lane. Annabelle McCarthy walking back now to get hopefully the tyres changed. We may just be waiting maybe even 5 or 10 minutes just to find out what we're going to do with these conditions, because sometimes it's better just to wait, just to see what's going to happen, than push anything. But Taylor Thompson now pushed him up a hill, so quite a workout he is getting, to be honest, Taylor Thompson, after sliding off that race. But there was nothing he could have done. I mean, conditions, whenever it's raining, before it gets on the actual track, it starts appearing on your visor, and sometimes, maybe in Taylor Thompson's case, it just starts to affect your mind, knowing that there's some sort of rain, not knowing how heavy it is, because even the smallest rain, whenever you're riding around at the likes of 50-60 mile an hour, it feels so much heavier than what it does whenever you're just standing there. But riders now going back to their awnings, and riders also chatting with their friends Bailey Lawrence and Shannon King, talking to Annabelle McCarthy while they wait and see what's going to happen. And some more riders there. One of the Johnson brothers, Byron Johnson, playing about with an umbrella. So pretty casual from a guy that has won multiple races this weekend, got multiple podiums. Then off track, he's just having a laugh with his mates. Actually, I believe that's 2 umbrellas, so it's pretty impressive there. But these guys just waiting to see what's going to happen. As Jamie King actually in the back shot there looked to be making his way through the paddock on his Moto team bike.
That's a double umbrella. It's like 2 in 1. That is really cool, actually. I've never seen one of those in my life. I want one now. It's big enough to cover all 3 of those young riders anyway, as we wait for wet tyres to get strapped on to the mini moto. As you can see, just leaving the shot now, Chaz Mortimer, who heads the Vision Track Academy's involvement here with Fab Racing, as they decide to 2-foot themselves down the hill there.
Muddy levers now.
Yeah, no, I don't know why on earth you do that, because now you've just got to go and clean them. That's Bill Harris. I think that's
Hartley Baker.
Yeah, it's Hartley Baker that he's with, who have just decided to make their mums' lives a lot more painful when they have to wash those later on. So really thoughtful of them. Maybe she'll make them wash them instead, to make a point. I certainly would if they were my kids. Don't be rude, lads. Come on. We're just waiting. You can see there in the background Taylor Tomlinson having a talk with some of his fellow riders. Just general tomfoolery, I think, is the word I'd use. Just general chicanery down at the banking. At the edge of the paddock. You can see some of the bikes being prepared in the background. You can see the 66 Vision Track bike of the Ronnie Harris being prepared in the Vision Track awning. And there goes Chaz Mortimer once again. You can just see the back of his head, the hat, Vision Track jacket, and white hair. That's the man responsible for their domination this season. And they've done a pretty good job in everything they've touched so far in Fab Racing, I think it's safe to say, and it's great to see the commitment from Vision Track as well. They're dedicated, they want to be part of this championship, and they want to have the cream of the crop racing for them, and then racing for them in the future as well when they move on to the British Talent Cup, they move on to the junior classes at BSB, or move on to Red Bull Rookies or Moto 3 or whatever it may be. With Vision Track, Moto 3 is probably the end goal, to be honest, but it's great to see the dedication from them.
Yeah, it really is. It's great to see what Vision Track have done, and gave all these riders in your shot right here, the likes of Phillips Roviak, Lucy Curtis, all these riders, a real chance of getting to that Grand Prix stage, because now we have a system where they can start all the way at Fab and get all the way up to the likes of Grand Prix, World Championship level. But it's so great to see, and so now the riders just playing about in the paddock, talking about what happened in that race. I've seen Taylor Thompson and Annabelle McCarthy talking earlier on, but quite a few Moto team bikes making their way through the paddock actually right now. But right now we should restart this race eventually and get underway once again. But rain falling here at Cumbria in conditions which are known to be quite unreliable and changeable throughout the day.
Motor team guys ready to go out.
Ready to go out, yeah. Jamie King, Darren Anderson, and our race winner, very impressive race winner actually, Sam Klaus, all waiting to get out there on the track.
So, clearly some confusion in the paddock over what's happening next. Obviously it's the Moto team guys not really aware of what's going on. Silly Moto team guys. I'm still really impressed with that double umbrella of Byron Johnson. I might need to ask him where he got that. That is really cool. As we see some of the other riders, you can see some of the older riders there. Got Noah Guillory with that's Dylan. That's Dylan Mellor and Evan Belford. Is that Evan Belford on the left? It is, yes. Just sitting on a fence as you do. I've sat on many fences before, my mates in my free time. One of them eating something, I think. Can't quite tell what it is. Evan is clearly very interested by his hand right now as well. If you're just joining us, hello, we're in a red flag period, if you can tell, as the rain's coming down. So we're just waiting for the conclusion, but welcome to round 7 of the FAB-Racing Mini Bike British Championship. And Oliver Hall's got an umbrella, so there we go. He's the coolest kid in town compared to these guys. Though, to be fair, half of the people really don't seem that bothered by the rain, so it can't be that bad. We'll have to wait and see. One of the marshals has a very impressive hood in the background. It's quite impressive, that. As someone's waving at the camera. Hello, we can see you. Yes, we can. If you are still tuned in, though, wherever you may be around the world, wherever you are watching, it is a pleasure to bring you all of the action, including some riders sat on a fence here at round 7 of the FAB-Racing Mini Bike British Championship. We've had a great weekend's worth of racing. We've seen some championships wrapped up already, some more still to come as well, potentially, even before we head to the final round at Red Lodge in a few weeks' time. And of course, keep commenting away if you are watching. We'll always be having a look at them, always be interested to see what you say and see who you're supporting, whether you're friends, family, or just a fan of some FAB racing action. It's a pleasure to bring you all of the action. Myself, Ross McIntyre, and Lewis Ray alongside me.
Yeah, it's been great racing so far this weekend, and actually looking out our window, the sun is starting just to peek out.
It is
very, very strange conditions right now, so maybe we will just be waiting to see what is going to happen. Dylan Mellor now going out of our picture, leaving the fence of sitting, and Oliver Hall just waiting to see what is going to happen.
Oliver Hall's gone for the lean. He's gone for the fence lean. That's a very advanced technique, that is.
Yeah, leaning off and on track. But Oliver Hall, of course, won this championship last year, and you can see quite a few people have retreated to the cafe. And there's Taylor Lawrence on his final weekend at FAB after falling off with Lucas Brown actually there. Competitors on track, friends off track, so it's great to see them with their mates watching from the cafe that we have here and the Cumbria kart circuit at Rowrah. But it's just discussing what happened in his race, maybe talking about his crash and how he fell off and what exactly happened
and touched the grass and
if there was any excuses at all from his crash. But of course, hopefully we'll see his fluffy helmet later on and give us something to look at.
Yeah, it was quite a sight, I'll say that much. Do excuse us, we're just having a bit of a mental breakdown in the International Broadcast Centre here. My colleagues might need a minute, but it's quite an impressive helmet cover, I think is the term that I'll use for Taylor Lawrence. He had it on in the morning's warm-up, didn't have it on for race 2, but I'm pretty sure I have it on for race 3. Makes him look a bit like the Cookie Monster. He's waving very aggressively at something. Just been told Norris the next race is Moto team, so the Rookies Cup will be delayed to a little bit later, presuming they're going to rerun that race. And we can see some families chilling in the cafe, some of the kids playing on some phones as well, just enjoying their time here. And if you can't tell, we're in Cumbria today. The giant sign might be a bit of a giveaway, to be honest. But yeah, we're here at Rowrah, one of the most spectacular karting circuits in the country for round 7 of the FAB-Racing Mini Bike British Championship. And we are all ready and set to go racing once again, hopefully in a few moments' time, with the Moto team class. And Jamie King all eyes on him. He has a chance to take the standard championship, and he knows that because he's actually bothered to turn up on his own bike for race 3. Usually race 3 lets someone else go out, but instead Jamie King is going out for his own race.
Next up, we'll have the final race of the weekend for the Moto team, guys. It's race 3 time. It's the one they all want to win. Few riders now making their way out to the grid. We're just having to wait for a couple of the guys. Of course, wet conditions starting to fall, so maybe a mix of tyres. But these bikes, I don't think, make enough power just to shred up the wet tyres if they decide to use them. But it's like Darren Anderson is on potentially on the wet compound of tyre on Jason Pugh's bike. So it's great to see such a great grid that we have in the Moto team class. It's such a competitive grid. Of course, 2 classes, and they're still able to compete with each other, although they're 2 classes. So our front row there, our front 2 rows there, waiting to get underway and waiting for a few more riders if they want to make their way to the track. And yeah, there is the number 7 making the way on the Barry Sheen inspired Suzuki, Barry Sheen inspired livery as well, so it's great to see the love for Barry Sheen, Britain's last MotoGP world champion at the highest level. So
actually, I think you'll find it was called the 500cc
500cc championship back in the day.
If I'm being a meanie about it, but yeah, no, your point stands.
Yeah.
Question, Lewis, because I can't quite remember off the top of my head. Ian Jackson finished in front of Jamie King in race 1, didn't he? Okay, so for Jamie King and that number 1 bike to win the standard team championship today, Ian Jackson basically needs to fall off. He needs to finish 4th or 5th or 6th in the standard class, and Jamie King needs to win it if they want to come away from Rowrah with the win in the standard team championship. But it's Fab Racing, it's raining, anything's possible. It is Darren Anderson on the Jason Pugh number 8 that goes from the pole. The number 1 of Jamie King goes off alongside him with Ian Jackson in P3 and Sam Clowes, who's won 2 out of the 2 overall in P4. Mike Pollitt starts in 5th with Scott Jewett in P6. Phil Mapplebeck is 7th with Iona Glover in 8th. Elliot Newton 9th, and Madison Martlew rounds out the grid for the final Motor Team race of the weekend.
Yeah, it's been a great race. Motor Team guys heading out on their warm-up lap now. Jamie King, number 1 plate on him, wanting to win the championship, wanting to do it for 2 races in a row, but it's been Sam Clowes who all talk has been on him, and there is the flags up to signify the rain that has been falling for the past 10 minutes or so. So Sam Clowes taking it easy on the warm-up lap. Now riders are starting to head round final half a lap of this warm-up before we can get underway for race 3, final race of the weekend, and it should be a great one. Close racing all the way through the weekend and all the way through the season, to be fair to these guys. It should be one to watch as Rob waits for riders to head round, and Rob with the red flag will point to the lights, and then we can get underway, and then we can get racing for the Moto Team class. Bit delay to racing, 5-10 minute delay. We're just waiting for a couple more riders to make way to the grid, and then we'll be able to get underway. But I believe we may have a few non-starters. It looks like Madison Martlew has pulled into the pits before the race even started, but lights are on and lights are off, and it's been Jamie King who gets a good start. But going into turn 1, it's been Darren Anderson from Jamie King and Ian Jackson in 3rd, and it's going to be Sam Clowes who stays in that 4th position. He's won 2 out of 2 so far. Can he make it 3 out of 3? Conditions slightly changed to the first 2 races, so will it be able to suit him? Because right now, already up into 3rd place, Darren Anderson now on the attack of Jamie King. While they slow each other up, we're going to have to wait and find out. These guys tiptoeing around this circuit. It's clear there's been a mix tyre choice, and even if they had time to properly change tyres. But Jamie King, number 1 plate in the number 1 position right now, but it's Sam Clowes who's trying to pile on the pressure on the 133. It's so impressive what he's done. Reece Brown, starting from the back of the grid, is making his way up through the order, making positions up on that Barry Sheen inspired Suzuki. But there's Jason Pugh's bike, and there's Darren Anderson on, and there is him getting under attack from Ian Jackson, and just behind them 2 it's the likes of Iona Glover who's trying to put on pressure to them. So battles all the way down the field, and it's so great to see as Jamie King leads the way from Sam Klaus.
I mean, it was a pretty terrible start from Sam Klaus, but he's already up to the lead of the Open class, second overall. And he's about to get it past Jamie King here, I think it's safe to say, because he's just been so fast all weekend. On the brakes, up the inside, and there you go. Sam Klaus into the lead. I mean, I joke about it, but I mean, he's just dominated this weekend, hasn't he? Ian Jackson looks like he's having problems further back in the pack. He's second overall in the standard class. But just, Darren Anderson. Darren Anderson's got a problem, I think. He's going slow. Yeah, his problem, he's looking down. He's not happy about something, and he's dropped massively back. I think Darren Anderson has got a major problem, or he's just really struggling out there, or something along those lines. He's been running up the front all weekend long. How strange for Darren Anderson on Jason Pugh's number 8 bike. And of course, he has still closed the gap to Will Howarth in the Open class, given Howarth's no-show via an injury. But if he's got a problem, that is really not what we want to see. So it's Klaus from King from Jackson overall. It's Klaus from Mappelbeck from Anderson in the Open class. It's King from Jackson from Todd Brown in the standard class. So Jamie King, as it stands, looks like he's not going to wrap up the standard title this weekend, which is a shame for him. But it does also mean that Ian Jackson is going to hold on and take it all the way to the final round at Red Lodge, as we see there. The number 19 of Phil Mappelbeck going around the 270 of Ian Jackson. They're in two different classes, so it doesn't really matter, that overtake, but it's more about pride and glory than anything else really for these guys out there. You know, they still want to fight for the overall positions, even if in reality they don't matter because they're in different classes. They're going to be classified separately anyway. Someone has gone straight on just in front of these guys. Who was that's gone off? I think that may have been Reese Todd Brown. No, it's Mappelbeck. Yeah. On the so he was second in the Open class, pulling off to retire. So problems all throughout the Moto team field. We've had a few reliability issues, and then there was 8. Wow, what a strange race this has been.
Yes, such a strange race. Darren Anderson now is under pressure from Reese Todd Brown, who came from the back of the grid. Just behind them is Iona Glover. She was last seen at Wilton Mill, who crashed on a sidecar, but there is the likes of Reese Todd Brown that's just went up the inside of Darren Anderson. Now Darren Anderson has to get the power on and has to stay with him. He cannot drop anymore. He's on Jason Pugh's bike. It should count towards his championship points on the number 8. So Darren Anderson powering it out through it. We've seen him at the start of the year have a great battle with Will Howarth, but nothing since. He hasn't turned up to a couple of rounds due to other commitments. But Sam Klaus in the lead once again by 2.6 seconds. It's so impressive from him. Jamie King in second place, 2.8 now at the line. So Jamie King with that number 1 plate, he's going to want to try and push Sam Klaus to his limit. He doesn't want him to get away, but right now it's slipping away from his fingers. Ian Jackson in that 3rd position on the 270 Suzuki is in that podium once again as Reese Todd Brown gets up to 4th place and maybe even a podium if he can keep his pace up.
Well, of course, he'll be on the podium in the standard class. He's currently running 3rd in that class. The only open rider with any performance at the moment, it would seem, is this man, Sam Klaus. He is well on his way to securing a hat-trick of victories here at Rowrah. Just disappeared up the road from all the other open guys. 2nd, 3rd and 4th are all standard class. Darren Anderson is the next open rider in P5 on the Pugh number 8 bike. Sam Klaus is flying along, 6 laps left to go, and nobody else in sight. It's like a little private test session almost. They're just out there running lap after lap after lap, and he's been doing it all weekend long. And it's just, it's fair enough. There is the leader of the standard class, also in a bit of a no man's land. He's got 4 seconds to Klaus in front, 4 seconds to Ian Jackson behind. If they finish like this, Jamie King on that number 1 bike will not wrap up the championship this weekend, but he will be in a very, very strong position heading into the final round at Red Lodge, and I mean a very strong position, as in Ian Jackson's going to need a miracle if he wants to take it beyond race 1. So maybe disappointing that Jamie King can't wrap it up this weekend, but that's how it is sometimes, of course. Reminder of no championship celebrations this weekend out of respect to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. All of the celebrations will be taking place at Red Lodge. So if you've just joined us, if you've missed some of the championships that have been taken all throughout the day, don't worry, they will all be celebrated in a few weeks' time when we head to the final round at Red Lodge on the 7th, 8th and 9th of October. Not too far away at all. And, Jamie King in a very, very strong position for the Standard Class Championship. As if they finish as they are again, he won't take it, but he's looking good.
Yeah, he's certainly. Sam Clowes, though, has put Jamie King under a lot of pressure. Jamie King, last lap, set a 1 minute flat. That was his fastest lap of the race. But Sam Clowes, not even his personal best. He's doing 59.2s. So 0.8 of a second he opened up. Ian Jackson now in third place. Also a bit no man's land. These conditions are shown to be very, very tricky for these riders. Ian Jackson, though, did a 1 minute 0.4, so 4 times slower than Jamie King last lap. But his personal best lap time as well. And under no threat from Reece Todd Brown. So it's just time to learn the conditions, learn the bike, and see if he can try and catch up with Jamie King by any chance. He's using all the track and some which has paint section on it, so it's very, very brave of him to be doing that in these conditions, in these changeable conditions here at Rowrah, at Cumbria. But now we just wait to see. Top three have already crossed the line to make it 4 laps to go, and Darren Anderson is in 5th place at the moment. Not the race he would have wanted on the number 8 bike. A 1 minute 0.8 is his fastest lap. That's about the same lap time he's been doing all race. So Darren Anderson, not what he would have wanted, about 2 seconds slower than Sam Clowes. So Sam Clowes putting on a dominant performance once again. It's so great to see after such a long period away from racing.
No, he just looks really, really at home here at Rowrah, doesn't he? I mean, just dominated the overall races, dominated the open races. He's going to come around the final corner and have 3 laps left to go this time by. And he's just been in a different class this weekend. I mean, he was strong last time out at Clandau, the second time we visited this season. Of course, Clandau, kind of the traditional FAB-Racing circuit. And then we've made our annual trip north up to Cumbria. And Clowes is just right at home. He is super, super fast, super, super smooth. He's got a really weird riding style. He kind of like almost leans down the straight. He's kind of like half his body sitting an angle. It's a bit strange, but it's fast apparently. And no, he's just been so fast the whole way through. And you know, nothing else really to say about it. That 1:33 has left the competition behind.
Yeah, he certainly has, and he's done it for 3 races in a row with 3 laps to go in race 3 on the second last round of the FAB-Racing British Minibike Championship. The Moto team class, it's been up and down numbers all year, but it's great racing. Every single round is cost-effective racing. This is one of the cheapest series in the country. It's a way to keep racing costs down. But Sam Clowes across the line, 2 laps to go this time around on the 1:33. Jamie King now just crossing the line, slightly slower, 2/10 slower. But Ian Jackson is a man on a mission, a 59.7, his personal best, and trying to edge any kind of gap. But I think it's too little, too late, unless if a miracle happens and Jamie King makes a mistake. But Darren Anderson on the 1:33, Darren Anderson on number 8, very disappointing race from, there's no other way to put it.
Yeah, it is unfortunate for Darren Anderson on that. I mean, he'll still finish second in the open class, which is, you know, even though he's had a terrible race, that's just Moto team. There's 2 classes. He's going to finish second, which is phenomenal for him. But I don't know if he just had a problem or he's not confident with the conditions, but he's just really not been on the pace, especially in the early phases of the race. And as Sam Clowes comes around the final corner to begin the final lap of the weekend, gets the last lap board, and heads around now. But yeah, Darren Anderson, I think, will be disappointed. He'll still be fighting Will Howarth coming into the final round on that number 8 Pugh machine. He's actually given up his own ride to ride Jason Pugh's bike. They've kind of combined their efforts to win the championship together on that number 8. And obviously with Howarth not being here on the number 96, it gives them a prime opportunity which they've grasped with both hands to close the points gap heading into the final round. But the real story of today, it's been this man, Sam Clowes on the 1:33. Simply perfection from this rider. He hasn't put a wheel wrong all weekend long. It's been amazing from start to finish. And as he brings it round for the final few corners, they say that 2's a crowd and 3's plenty, but 3 race wins is certainly enough for this man. Sam Clowes will take the checkered flag from his sister and take a hat-trick of wins here at Rowrah. What a weekend he has had in the Moto team class. That is brilliant. Jamie King brings home the standard class win. Ian Jackson manages to bring it second. Ian Jackson actually set the fastest lap of the race in that lap. Was 1.3 seconds faster than Jamie King, and he only finished half a tenth behind him. So Ian Jackson suddenly just turned into Mick Doohan on that last lap or something like that. I don't know where that came from. But Ian Jackson rounds out the overall podium. He finishes second in the standard class. Reece Todd Brown takes third in the standard class. Darren Anderson is second in the open. And Elliot Newton, the last of our finishers here, was actually third in the open class. So there you go. Just going to show the nature of multi-class racing. You can finish last on the road and still finish third and pick up a medal at the end of the day. So there you go for Elliot Newton. Do it how you want. With Sam Clowes, he shoots a wave to the camera. That is well deserved. What a performance he's had all weekend long. What a hat-trick of victories he's taken. He can go to bed a very, very happy boy.
Yeah, he certainly can. It was a great ride from him. A great race all the way around. Ian Jackson, 58 flies. You said it's such a great lap time for your final lap of the race. He was still pushing on as the race went to the checker flag and managed to get that gap down to just half a second to Jamie King. So just a couple of laps before, it was over 3 seconds they had to gain up. But Jamie King, it just wasn't. Jamie King also set his personal best lap, so Ian Jackson just wasn't enough, and there wasn't enough laps left. But what a great race that was, and they'll be back again in October at Red Lodge.
Well, it's time to get going then for the rerunning of race 3 in the AC40 Rookies. It's been shortened to just 6 laps after the red flag fell when the rain came down. But all eyes once again, Sebastian Kozlowski, Taylor Tomlinson. Tomlinson had a really rough run in the early phases of that original running of this race, and Kozlowski was looking strong, fighting for the lead. And again, in a race where so much depends on what happens in the championship, you know, Kozlowski is not far off in championship terms of Taylor Tomlinson at all. It's been a sudden and late charge from the young man. Tomlinson has dominated large portions of this championship, taken a sweep at the first round, and Kozlowski's been picking up points here and there, and then suddenly at the last round it all clicked. He picked up a sweep then, he wants to pick up a sweep here and come away just a handful of points off of Taylor Tomlinson.
Yeah, we're just going to wait and see what is going to happen, but we can be told that everyone is okay after the crashes that we've seen with the wet conditions coming out. A few riders, a few sore bits of their body, but nothing too bad. So getting off on the warm-up lap, it'll be Sebastian Kozlowski leading the way on pole position from Josh Perkins in second. Logan Cousins on the number 7 will be starting in third, with Taylor Thompson alongside him, championship leader, but the pressure is starting to get to him. Tyler Hartley will be starting 5th, Preston Baker in 6th position. Caelan Ratcliffe will be starting 7th, and Seth Hayward alongside him. With Annabelle McCartney in 9th, Kai Hawken will be starting in 10th, Archie Hooper 11th, with Nicholas Dunwoody in 12th, Max Johnson 13th, Matthew Jennings 14th, Jensen Ansell in 15th, and Mason Frederick alongside him in 16th. TZ Polden and Daniel Longhurst will be in the 9th row of the grid, with Jensen Cedris and Reed Sachs Elby will be starting in 20th, and will be rounding off our grid for the AC40 Rookies, and it'll be a 6-lap dash for the cash, and with the final race of the weekend.
Dash for the cash, I like that one. Well then, all eyes on Kozlowski, all eyes on Taylor Tomlinson. Who will prevail? Who will bring away the maximum points from this weekend as we get ready to go racing for 6 laps? Final words from the roving marshals to their riders as we get ready have to wait and see what's going to happen. There is Sebastian Kozlowski on the pole, currently sitting second in the championship and getting ever closer to the man in fourth, Taylor Tomlinson, on that 77 machine. This could be the most crucial race of the weekend in all of the classes. This could be the most crucial race for the rookies of the season. The eyes go to the lights. They're out, we're underway. It's a stronger start from Tomlinson this time. It's another good start from Perkins, but Kozlowski gets away well. Another lightning bolt start from Preston Baker. He will head away into P3 from P6, so Tomlinson doesn't quite get into that P3 that he wanted, but it's Kozlowski who leads as there's a crash in the background. Somebody down there in the back. Can't quite tell who's gone down there, but just heard there may have been a jump start as well for one of the riders. So we'll have to wait and see, and hopefully everyone is okay. It looked like they were up on their feet, but it is Sebastian Kozlowski who leads this race from Logan Cousins in second, Preston Baker in third, and Taylor Tomlinson in P4. Just was on the way that Preston Baker actually been hit with a jump start, so it's 3-second penalty heading Preston Baker's way, so could be dropping off that podium place.
Yeah, Preston Baker's got to get his finger out, but battles all the way down the field. Number 50 of Seth Hayward gets him past and pushing on past Caelan Ratcliffe. But yeah, Preston Baker's start looked too good to be true, and now Taylor Tomlinson is looming behind him. The championship leader, number 77, is trying to go this way, that way, up the inside. He backs out of it, but there is the race leader, and there is Sebastian Kozlowski with riders chasing him behind. And Logan Cousins is now looking towards Taylor Tomlinson, the championship leader. So Taylor Tomlinson really going to have to try not crack under pressure. We've seen it before, will we see it again? Will he crack under the pressure? But now he's the one putting on the pressure on the likes of Preston Baker, but he will not know that Preston Baker has a jump start penalty, and that in reality this actually doesn't matter. He doesn't have to fight, but it's trying to get that track position, trying to get a bike in between you and the other riders. So we're just going to have to wait and see with 5 laps to go in this race. Taylor Tomlinson looking to get past Preston Baker. Yes, he does. He now has a bike in between himself and number 7, Logan Cousins. Logan Cousins now really having to push on and try his best, but it's going to be Preston Baker who has to get in that slipstream and has to try and find any way past Taylor Tomlinson once again, because he knows he's under threat. He may know himself that he has a jump start penalty, so we're going to have to wait and find out what is going to happen in this race. Tyler Hartley further back trying to get past Seth Hayward, but Tyler Hartley not being able to find any way past there. Taylor Tomlinson edging out the gap now. You can just see this time around he does have more pace, but it looks like that's all the pace he has, because the people in front of him, Sebastian Kozlowski and Josh Perkins, are over a second faster. Sebastian Kozlowski managing to be in the 102s, which is so fast for these conditions. It's mixed conditions and it's such a quick race here at Rowrah.
It is indeed, as we're waiting to see what's going to happen with Taylor Tomlinson getting through Preston Baker, who will be hit with that jump start penalty. Sebastian Kozlowski though shooting away into the lead. It was 1.6 seconds at the line last time. What's it going to be this time? 1.7. So I'm not extending that much for the time being, but it is still enough for Sebastian Kozlowski. If they finish as they do now, let me just run some quick mental maths here. Trying to remember championship points, and I did pass my maths GCSE just about. If they finish as they do now, the championship gap will be 14 points between Kozlowski and Taylor Tomlinson. But Taylor Tomlinson is still fighting with Preston Baker for P3, so it may not be over yet. And Preston Baker, remember, has a jump start penalty. What this could do is push Tomlinson back into riders like Logan Cousins and Seth Hayward, which would cost him even more points. So Tomlinson really needs to clear Preston Baker, get a move on, and leave him behind for good and get those points.
Yeah, there's nothing really in between, but now all this is doing is slowing them both down. All this is going to let this do is let the likes of Logan Cousins and Seth Hayward get back into that fight and get into those battles and those championship points. But 2 laps to go now at the line. It's Preston Baker who leads Taylor Tomlinson, although Preston Baker will have a 3-second time penalty from that jump start, and that looks like a very slow moving Josh Perkins, but Josh Perkins maybe making a slight mistake at last lap in the 104, so he definitely has lost some time. But Preston Baker, he's trying to defend now from Taylor Thompson. They're slowing each other down. They're letting Logan Cousins and Seth Hayward get back into the swing of things. Logan Cousins, he's been looking so quick the past couple of laps. He's looking mid 103s and slowly but steadily getting onto the back of this slot. But Taylor Tomlinson, he is not going to crack. It doesn't look like it. 2 laps to go, and they are all using their head. Josh Perkins just up the road on that lime green number 30 with the red number, and it looks like there's Seth Hayward under pressure still from Tyler Hartley, and Tyler Hartley still is Caelan Ratcliffe, who got past quite a few laps ago, but Caelan Ratcliffe not able to find any way past. Further down the field, Annabelle McCarthy in 12th position, one of our female riders here at FAB. She's having a battle with Max Johnson as a little look goes Caelan Ratcliffe up the inside of Tyler Hartley, but Tyler Hartley shuts the door, and there's your race leader on the last lap of this race, Sebastian Gieslowski. It's 2.7 seconds as Preston Baker sets the fastest lap of the race with a 102.5, but Sebastian Gieslowski, number 64, is your race leader, and he's clawed back so much points this weekend. He's took all the points available, and he's done such a great job at putting Taylor Thompson under pressure, who sits in 4th place. But Sebastian Gieslowski, number 64, red levers, he's been on fire this weekend. It's been so impressive. He comes around the final corner now, he'll see the checker flag waving in the air. He takes the race win. 3 out of 3 is Gieslowski, and now Josh Perkins comes across line. Preston Baker gets Josh Perkins on the final lap. Preston Baker should have that time penalty, so it should be Josh Perkins who should get promoted. But at the line, it was Sebastian Gieslowski, Preston Baker and Josh Perkins being your podium. But Preston Baker should be out of that time penalty and go down the order once the official results come out.
It will be, and crucially that means Taylor Tomlinson gets to 3rd place, so the point gap will be 12 points between Taylor Tomlinson and Sebastian Gieslowski heading into the final round. Shout out to Lewis Ray for filling in there while I had a nosebleed. That was an absolutely superb race. Absolutely brilliant stuff. And well, that just creates such an exciting atmosphere for the final round at Red Lodge. 12 points in it. There was 52 coming into this round. 52. Gieslowski has taken 40 points out of Taylor Tomlinson this weekend, and he's looking very confident. That is his 2nd sweep in a row, 6 race wins in a row. He is the rider in form. Taylor Tomlinson, if you weren't scared before, you should be now. It's time then for the final race of the Mini GP50s, and well, we've had a pretty controversial weekend, I think it's safe to say. So much so that we've been told by race control that they're actually going to investigate the result of race 2 after the weekend is done. So unfortunately that means we can't call any of the championship results because we have no idea what the result of race 2 is. Obviously Archie O'Brien won on the road, but not after he came together with race leader Luke Flatcap Fitchett and took him out. And, well, Luke Fitchett was on course to be going 74 points clear that race if they finished as they'd been running when they started the final lap. So we've just heard in our ears there's been a decision from race control. Just waiting to hear what they're going to say, but they're making an announcement of some sorts. So Archie O'Brien has been penalised for race 2. So Archie O'Brien will start this race from the back of the grid, but the result will stand from race 2. So that means the gap should be... Oh, goodness me. It's now a lot smaller than it was, I can tell you that much. I think... Well, Luke Fitchett didn't actually finish the race, so I don't think he gets any points. So that means it's now 44, I think. Archie O'Brien's been told to start at the back of the grid. So this championship is now going down to the final round, which is the main thing to note. So because of that, because Luke Fitcher did not score in the last race, he is now, this is going to the final round. But Archie O'Brien has to start that number 91 bike from the back of the grid. It's not the way he wanted to win a race. It was his first race win of the season, but you could tell he was disappointed, shaking the head. He looked dejected. That's not how he wanted to do it. But now he's got a chance to prove himself. Starting from the back, he can fight his way through and show just what a great rider he is.
Yeah, he certainly can. And it'll be Luke Fitchett who heads the way from pole position. And Archie O'Brien qualified second place, but will be starting from the back of the grid. Bill Harris will be next up on the grid with Finlay Paul Hill alongside him in fourth. Byron Johnson, after an incredible weekend, an incredible last Mini GP 50 race, getting second position, will be starting fifth. Frankie Watson will be starting sixth position. Frankie Watson's been making great progress all year and has been great starts. I mean, he's been up to third place by the first corner. So Austin Johnson will be just behind him in seventh, with Harley Baker on the same row as him, being row 4. Bill Lawrence will be in ninth. Oliver Hall 10th, and at the back of the grid we have Archie O'Brien.
Yeah, Archie O'Brien would have been going off of number 2 grid slot, but starting from the back, this will be interesting to see how he's going to fare. He's had quite a quick formation lap, been pushing quite hard, and he's seemingly finally nailed his start. He got a really good start at the start of race 2, actually got into the lead from the start, so all eyes on what he can do from back there. How quickly can he side his way through the pack? Can Luke Flatcap Fitcher disappear off into the distance, or will he face a challenge from someone else? This is a prime opportunity to reopen the points gap. We know the race, we know the championship is going down to the final round in this race of 10, but how big will the gap be? It all depends on where Archie O'Brien finishes, where Luke Flatcap Fitcher finishes. Problems there for Harley Baker, pulling off to the side of the circuit. Hopefully it's all okay, and that looks like it could be potentially finished for Harley Baker. He's running back into his grid spot. He's just stood on the grid at the moment. Not sure you're going to be able to do much without a bike, mate, to be honest, but no, bike's back on the grid. Just trying to bump start it by the looks of things. Yeah, this is, well, hopefully all right. Well, he's back on the bike now, so looks like it's all sorted. Flag Marshal points the lights. Race 3, here we go. We're underway. It's a good start from Luke Fitcher. Well, look at Archie O'Brien already overtaking people. It's Flatcap Fitcher. Oh my word! Super close. There, who was that? That was Frankie Watson. And Finlay Powell almost touching Archie O'Brien, already doing one of the Johnson brothers and trying to find his way around. I believe that was Austin Johnson he did, and then Harley Baker trying to find. He's already found his way through Harley Baker as Byron Johnson and that's Bill Harris fighting. So it's all action absolutely everywhere you look. But Luke Fitcher already he's trying to check out, but actually Frankie Watson giving him a good chase at the moment. You see Byron Johnson, he finished on the podium in his second ever Mini GP 50 race as a result of the going down of Luke Flatcap Fitcher. He's had an amazing weekend. He's won the AC40 Pros Championship. He's gone on the podium in his his first weekend racing this bike, in his second ever race on it. And he's looking to get another strong result here, but there is Archie O'Brien already trying to do Bill Harris for 5th place.
Yeah, great start. Already up in 6th position, trying to find his way past Bill Harris, who looks down the inside but could not make it work on Ronnie Harris's younger brother. But here is the battle. It's such a close and intense battle right now, because Finlay Paul Hill is also looking at the back of Byron Johnson, but there is the battle between Bill Harris and Archie O'Brien. Archie O'Brien, he's going to have to try and find a way to get past so many riders and do it safely without impeding himself and impeding his championship standards. And all he needs right now is them points. He looks down the inside at the final corner. Will he make it stick? Bill Harris leans on him, but he sends in, he keeps it pinned, and now he is into 5th position. Top 5 for Archie O'Brien right now. Now he sets his eyes on Finlay Paul Hill. Finlay Paul Hill has nothing that he can do because now it is Archie O'Brien time. He's up the inside, runs slightly wide though, so what is going to happen? But he will have the inside line for the next hairpin. He keeps it pinned, he makes it work, and now sets his sights on Byron Johnson. Archie O'Brien on Byron Johnson. What is going to happen? Number 37 is 91. Archie O'Brien's looked so confident, so strong all weekend on the 50 and the 70, and now it's time for him to prove his worth. Not doing anything stupid, not doing any stupid mistakes.
That's a dive from Byron Johnson.
That is very tight, and it's slowed up Archie O'Brien as well.
I actually think he missed a gear there, you know.
Yeah, Finlay Paul Hill has now got in front of them all, so now that move from Byron Johnson, slightly broken up package. Now Frankie Watson dives down the inside of Finlay Paul Hill. Archie O'Brien is just behind Finlay Paul Hill, so it's bunching up in this pack of 5, and now anything is to play for. Finlay Paul Hill almost hits into Archie O'Brien as he goes round the outside. Superb and sublime move. His fastest lap, a 53.5. Archie O'Brien, he's a man on a mission.
He is. I actually think he missed a gear when he didn't overtake Frankie Watson, because he got alongside him and I just saw the leg his left leg just suddenly started going like crazy, and obviously just dropped a pace, so I think he just missed the shift. A very rare mistake there from Archie O'Brien, looking to get back down the inside of Frankie Watson. Now, oh my goodness me, Frankie Watson tries to slam the door. That was aggressive. And now Archie O'Brien's going to squeeze it all the way around the outside. What a move from Archie O'Brien. That is special from the number 91. He's a man on a mission. He's into the podium places already, and now he's chasing down Byron Johnson for a second. Luke Fitchett has departed. The win is out of the window, but he can certainly get into second with maximum damage limitation. And if he finishes in second, if my math serves me correctly, that means it's a 49-point gap in the championship, which is a decent enough gap to take it well into the final round at Red Lodge. So that's really good for Archie O'Brien. Again, he is now a race winner in this category. Although he was disappointed in the way it was done, he's finally won a race. He hasn't got that pressure on his shoulders anymore. Now he can be unleashed, and he's sticking it up the inside of Byron Johnson, and he's getting through Byron Johnson. A little bit of a wobble on the rear end, but it doesn't matter. There goes Archie O'Brien up the inside. Phenomenal.
Yeah, great move from him. Archie O'Brien, so impressive and so aggressive. He's just putting the bike and making everyone move out of his way. But further down the field, the battle for a fourth is still raging on. Frankie Watson at the head of that, Bill Harris and Finlay Paul Hill just behind him. You can just see the gap slightly larger, but maybe now Byron Johnson, he can learn quite a lot from sticking behind Archie O'Brien. Just try and learn his braking markers lines, what you have to do for riding this mini GP 50 motorcycle. So now Archie O'Brien, he's really pushing on. Luke Fitchett though up front, fastest lap of the race, a 51.9. So quick and so impressive from him.
Not anymore.
Now Archie O'Brien.
That's a new lap record, 51.798 for Archie O'Brien. Unleashed from the pack, he is on a mission. There's not enough time to catch up to the back of Luke Fitchett, but I've no doubt if this race was longer, he certainly would. A new lap record for Archie O'Brien. Just unreal pace from that young man on the number 91 Vision Track Academy motorcycle, flying along. Let's see if he can improve any more, shall we, as he heads down onto the ridiculously fast back section of this race course, heading into the right-hander, slight downshift, then the left, hard on the brakes, don't run out too wide, and especially don't run out onto the concrete dust, and then coming through. He won't catch him, he's too far away. There is not enough time left in this race, pending a disaster for Luke Fitchett. Does O'Brien going faster? No, he doesn't on that lap. He actually lost a little bit of time on that lap. Luke Fitchett set his new personal best on that time, but Archie O'Brien is just absolutely motoring at the moment.
Yeah, now there's the battle for form. It's starting to bunch up between Frankie Watson, Bill Harris and Finlay Paul Hill. Finlay Paul Hill though, he's trying just to stick with them, stick with the pace, as Frankie Watson actually looks like he's edged the gap through that first sector. He's so strong, as Finlay Paul Hill so strong on the brakes, makes that move on Bill Harris. Will he make it stick? We're going to have to wait and find out. Number 14 now pushed back down to 6th position. Finlay Paul Hill, it's been a great race so far. It's been a pretty up and down season from him, breaking his arm and really showing the bravery of these young riders, coming back stronger than ever.
Yeah, no, Finley Pole's done an amazing job this season to come back from such a serious injury. I mean, I broke my arm falling over once and I was scared to go outside again afterwards, so to get back on a motorcycle after breaking your arm, and it is an impressive feat from that young man, and he's done a superb job, and he's now back up to form, he's now back up to getting some strong results, currently fighting for 4th place as well, with Frankie Watson and Bill Harris just behind them. The very strong trio of riders. It is a very strong grid this year in the Mini GP 50s, it must be said, and all of them do such a spectacular job out on track. With 3 laps left to run, it is Luke Fitch who still leads from Archie O'Brien, from Byron Johnson, who is going to pick up another podium on his Mini GP 50 debut. I just cannot believe that. Just absolutely cannot believe it. Byron Johnson has got to be the performer of the weekend for that. Just unreal stuff from the newly crowned AC40 Pro champion. But with 2 laps left to go, Frankie Watson holding on to P4 from Finley Polehill, from Bill Harris. Can any of them make a move? Can any of them spot the gap and dive for it? Finley Polehill certainly having a look, but he's too far back on the run into the left-hander, but it's a bit wide from Frankie Watson. There are a lot of lines you can take through those hairpins, to be fair. Some riders like to take them quite tight, some riders like to take them very, very wide, so it's really just up to personal preference, what you think the bike prefers, what you prefer as well on the run of the corner. Of course, these GP50 bikes, not as much torque compared to the 70s. It was all about the corner entry speed and where you hit the brakes, how much speed you carry through the corner. As these guys come to lap Oliver Hall, who just blocks Frankie Watson a little bit and then again blocks him into the left-hander. Oliver, in his first race weekend on a Mini GP50, has caused Frankie Watson to lose P4. As Finley Polehill capitalises on the lap traffic and slides past, and Frankie Watson's still going to be stuck behind Oliver Hall. Coming through the first section, that is going to open up the gap that Finley Polehill needs. So Finley Polehill has got P7 in the bag as Luke Fitchett on the final lap. He set another lap record of 51.796. He's got half a lap left to run. It's not been a dream weekend. Race 2 was, it was disappointing to say the least. But Luke Flatcap Fitchett is going to take the advantage of Archie O'Brien starting at the back. Flatcap Fitchett, he takes race 3 victory with a dominant performance and heads into the final round with it's not a healthy lead, but it's certainly a comfortable lead in the championship. Finley Polehill will bring it home in P4 as Frankie Watson gets past Bailey Lawrence for P5. Bill Harris will have to settle for P6. The lap traffic causing chaos at the end of that race. But Luke Fitchett, you can see he's delighted with that one. The visor up, he looks back. Where's everyone else? He's probably thinking, because he was 7 seconds ahead of Archie O'Brien. There is Archie O'Brien. Thumbs up to his competitors. They share a fist bump, or try to anyway. There you go. Shake of the hands between the 2 young men who have been the stars of this season in the Mini GP50s. And he waves to the cameras as well. There in the background, the star of the weekend for me, Byron Johnson, a 2nd podium in his first weekend on the Mini GPs. Just phenomenal stuff from the AC40 champion.
So impressive. Luke Fitchett though, take a bow. So impressive. It was such a dominant victory. All 3 races he's been so strong. Although the incident last race caused him not to win the race, he still has shown no mistakes and no signs of cracking under pressure, but he wins by 7 seconds from his championship rival Archie O'Brien. Byron Johnson comes home in 3rd place and the final podium position with Finley Polehill in 4th. Frankie Watson is in 5th place with Bill Harris in 6th. Austin Johnson, the older brother of Byron, comes home in 7th position with Harley Baker in 8th and Bailey Lawrence in 9th. And Oliver Hall rounds out our Mini GP50 grid and Mini GP50 weekend. It's been a great weekend for all these riders and all these guys. They put on a superb show.
They have indeed. It's been a fantastic weekend of racing, but of course, don't be worried. They'll be back in a few weeks' time for the FAB finale, the final round. Race 3 for the Extreme 200s, and it sets a very interesting tone because Philip Sorowiak, He's wrapped up the championship. He did so in race 2. So now he can go all guns blazing. He doesn't need to think about the championship. But he's been under threat all weekend from Evan Belford. The two of them you can see on your screen now. The two British Talent Cup stars who come back week on, week off for FAB-Racing whenever they get the chance. And Philip may be the champion, but Evan has certainly given him a tough time. And he's this weekend especially. And well, Evan Belford, let's see if he can upset Philip's championship party by winning race 3.
Yeah, I definitely think it's going to be close. Race 2, we've seen Evan Belford that he was struggling to be able to catch up to Philip Sorowiak. But Philip Sorowiak was able to, and see some of the riders actually.
What am I looking at right now? Why are they starting from back there?
I have no clue, but Evan Belford's will be in his normal grid position, it looks like. So Philip Sorowiak starting from pole, Evan Belford in 2nd place, Noah Gilroy in 3rd, Zach Tweed should be starting in 4th with Lucas Brown in 5th, alongside Owen Mellor in the 3rd row of the grid. Dylan Mellor, his younger brother, will be starting 7th with Sean Whisker alongside him, Matthew Lindsley in 9th with Howard Taylor in 10th, Chris Wells 11th and Jake Foster in 12th. So I have no clue what the grid is actually going to look like. This is the Extreme 200s. Wacky things happen.
Wacky things, I think, is the aim of the game for the Extreme 200s. I mean, last year you got riders like Casey O'Gorman, the Red Bull rookie star. He came back to Fab, competed in 2 rounds and nearly won the championship. If he hadn't have had a mechanical failure in race 2 at the finale, he would have won the championship after only being in 2 rounds. Just that sums up Extreme 200s for me. This year was a bit more traditional for Philip Sorowiak. He only missed the opening round, and he's been here for every other one, and he's done it in style with a very solid race 2, a very solid race 1, and now I'm sure he'll want a very solid race 3 as well, as Noah Guillory makes his way onto the grid. This British Talent Cup star-studded grid in the Extreme 200s for one final time here at Rowrah. It's red lights on, red lights off, one away. That looked like a jump start for Dylan Mellor, but I'm going to let it slide because Evan Belford into the lead, into turn 1. Philip Sorowiak, the 2nd phase of the launch, just not quite what he wanted it to be, as Noah Guillory follows Sorowiak into that corner. And look at the gap Belford has already. That is monumental. Wow, what a start for the number 52 of Evan Belford. Further down the pack, action left, right and centre as Dylan Mellor comes under attack. Sorowiak, though, setting his eyes forward now. He wants to catch up to the back of the fast-starting 52 of Evan Belford. He wants to end his championship crowning weekend with a win. I am absolutely certain. Who wouldn't want it to end that way? As Zach Torium looks to try and get past Noah Guillory and into the podium places. Noah Guillory on that GP70 bike, which he also runs in the GP70s, but he prioritises this championship, which, you know, is, as is, I personally find that quite strange. I mean, most riders tend to prioritise the 70s championship, but it's worked well for him. Noah Guillory currently P3 in the championship, or he was coming into this weekend anyway, and he's had a really, really strong season. So he's, you know, it's worked well for him, but he's currently under some serious attacks from Zach Torium on the number 89. But the main thing is they're sticking to the back of Philip Sorowiak, who on the opening lap was 2 seconds slower than Evan Belford. And just to prove that point, Noah Guillory's gone through him.
Yeah, it looks like Philip Sorowiak either at the moment or a slight issue going into that corner, but Philip Sorowiak, yeah, going slow once again, so maybe some sort of issue trying to get the bike.
Oh, that is a problem, isn't it, surely?
Some of the power bands. Oh, the red flag actually I've seen in the background is
yeah, there is a red flag.
So
is it raining?
Red flag for the Extreme 200 class.
Oh, that's, well, red flag out. So been heard that it's raining, and the red flag has been thrown for the rain because these guys are out there on slick tyres. So rain it is. So just a preliminary red flag for the weather. Second red flag of the day and of the weekend. We've managed to stay relatively clean actually here at Rowrah for round 7 of the FAB-Racing mini bike British Championship. So the bikes will make their way back to the pit lane. They'll go back into the pits. Presume they'll actually no, some of them have gone back to the grid. Evan Belford and Philip Sorowiak having a discussion, going what's going on. The flag marshal, one of our race directors, Roger, points to the sky, presumably says it's raining, lads.
That's Rob, not Roger. Sorry, Roger's in race control. It's been a long weekend. There's Evan Belford now turning around. So presume that they've been told to go and get some wet tyres and stick them on the bikes. So a bit of chaos down there. The riders seem pretty unsure about what they're supposed to do. Well, when we had a red flag earlier in the AC40 Pro, that was the rookies even, that race got red flagged. It got pushed back and we just ran the next race, the Moto team race. Then we put the rookies after. We just swapped the races around. If that was the case, we'd then have so if they go back in and we run the next race, it'll be the AC40 Elite. But I'm not sure that's going to happen. But we'll wait and see what the plan is.
Yeah, I was waiting to see what the plan is. Riders now heading back up to the paddock. It was going to be a great race. Phillips was put under immense pressure by Evan Belford. Evan Belford, though, started in second position. The first time this weekend he's actually started in his correct grid position. As before, he's played a little play about starting last, but Noah Gilroy there in your picture. Either just waiting it out in under the shower or heading back to the paddock or just waiting in the home area for the restart of this race, which I'm sure will not be far away. But Evan Belford, he's been looking so strong. It's so impressive to watch these younger riders racing the likes of the British Talent Cup come out and race here at FAB. The confidence that they have on the motorcycle is so impressive. But Noah Gilroy having a little chat right now with one of the parents. And Noah Gilroy now, as mentioned earlier, has actually I can say the red flag was because of the rain conditions, because these guys do run slick tyres, majority of them, which means as soon as it starts raining it can be very slippery for them. So safety is paramount here at FAB. Officials, marshals and medics do a great job as always, but Noah Gilroy, he does say that the Extreme 200 is his main class, even though he is on a mini GP70, and that is just because he's a slightly taller rider. He's slightly older than the rest of them, so he's under quite a disadvantage. Well, here in the Extremes, he's under people similar age and similar weight and similar height, so it isn't as disadvantaged. But a couple of riders now just chatting. Jensen, Bishop, Dylan Tureen and one of the Harrises talking about what's happened. Ronnie Harris and Henry McCartney, I believe, with that hat that he was wearing. But Phillips Roviak walking through the paddock with his dad. So waiting to see what is going on with some of the riders and conditions at the moment.
Yeah, I've just popped outside of our international broadcast centre and there was a really ominous cloud over the circuit, but I couldn't actually see any rain. So clearly some confusion going on. So we've been told the red flag is because of the rain cloud. So obviously the weather here in the quarry, it's a bit temperamental at the best of times. We've managed to run relatively rainless so far today, especially compared to last year. It rained all day Sunday, absolutely chucked it down to the point where you had riders going down on the formation laps. You can see there on the left in the hive is Sarah Harris from the Sarah Harris Race School and the mother of Holly Harris. She's spoke to her earlier. Also Fraser Rogers there, Sarah Harris of course, and the Sarah Harris Race School doing rider coaching here at FAB. They run track walks as Noah Gilroy looks like they've been called back to the grid, so we should be going again. Yeah, the Sarah Harris Race School, they run rider coaching here at FAB. They do track walks and help some of the younger riders on their early track walks, their first track walks, and help them and show them what they need to point out. Should be interesting to see, and it's quite interesting to see. So we've been told in my ear that they're being pulled back to the grid. There's going to be 10 laps worth of racing. Hello and welcome. If you're just joining us here, wherever you may be around the world, it's just about to turn 3 o'clock here in Cumbria at the Rowrah Cumbria Kart Racing Club for round 7 of the FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship. It's been a fantastic weekend worth of racing so far, and we were about to finish this red flag for the weather, which we weren't sure whether it was going to rain or not. It's not raining, but we're going to have a 10-lap race in the Extreme 200. So I believe we're going to be shaving a lap off, or 2 laps off rather. So we're going to be shaving 2 laps off of the total race distance. So Philip Soroviak, yeah, what does this mean? Philip Soroviak was suffering. It looked like he had a bit of a problem. Or maybe he just saw the red flag out early, I don't know. But yeah, Philip Soroviak was going slow when the red flag got called out. So maybe problems, but he's making his way back to the grid now, where he was a moment ago anyway. There's some of the riders at the side of the circuit standing around talking. There is Philip Soroviak, so he's going back. So the champion, as he was crowned in race 2, make his way back. Of course, no championship celebrations this weekend out of respect for the national mourning and the passing of Queen Elizabeth II, especially given the state funeral tomorrow. So all the championship celebrations will be taking place at Red Lodge for the final round of the championship, so don't be alarmed if you missed some of the racing earlier. There's been a few championships decided this weekend, but all of the celebrations will be taking place at the final round, so you haven't missed any of the celebrations. But Philip Soroviak, one of those riders who took the crown, he seems a bit frustrated there. I think they're all very confused. Philip Soroviak does not look like a happy bunny, does he? Very, very confused. Judging from that body language, are very frustrated, but they've made their way back out onto the grid. Going to have a 10-lap race, plus a sighting lap, I would presume. As Noah Guillory gets into his grid slot, so very interesting there.
Well, this is race 3 for the Extreme 200s. Mixed conditions is in play. Philip Soroviak will be coming out to play from pole position alongside Evan Belford. Noah Guillory will be starting in 3rd place after a great season. Zach Tureen will be alongside him on his KTM 85cc Supermoto. Lucas Brown will be in 5th, with Owen Mellor alongside him, and his younger brother Dylan will just be behind in 7th place, with Sean Whittaker in 8th. Matthew Lindley will be starting in 9th, with Howard Taylor in 10th. Chris Wells will be starting 11th, with Jake Forsters will be starting in 12th, and that rounds off our grid for the Extreme 200s. But the Extreme 200 class, multiple times this season we have seen riders going out of their grid slots and going in random grid positions, to be honest, and going towards the back of the grid to make it more of a challenge for them and to give them more fun during the race. But Philip Soroviak, he has a challenge on his hand. Head around to the grid now. Philip Soroviak on Harvey Clarge's old bike. He will want to get this race win, but Evan Belford, he's alongside him. It's race 3. It's the one they all want to win. It's the one that you can get the confidence into the last round, into the final round, as Noah Guillory and Zach Tureen have a little laugh on the grid. Tension is rising now, though, on the grid. Wait for a couple more bikes to head into position. Oh, Miller at the back of the grid actually now, but point to the lights is done. The lights are on. And we wait for the lights go on, and the lights are on, and the lights are out, and we are racing. And what a bad start from Philip Soroviak. Front wheel rise, and now Zach Tureen is past him, so now he's boxed in between Noah Guillory and Zach Tureen. So Philip Soroviak, he has work to do. He has to get past Zach Tureen as fast as he can, because Evan Belford, he's so quick as the sun is starting to come out here at Rowrah. Sunny conditions now, perfect conditions for racing. But Philip Soroviak, he has work to do. He's going to have to push on that number 6. He's going to get powered down, as there's your race leader. There is Evan Belford, British Stamp Cup rider and current Extreme 200 race leader for race 3. Owen Mellor having a battle further back with a couple of the riders. I believe it's Howard Taylor that he's battling with after starting from the back of the grid for a bit more fun, for a bit of play about. But Philip Soroviak, after lap 1, he has still not got past Zach Tureen. But I'm just being told Howard Taylor has a jump start penalty, so that'll be 3 seconds added onto his time. But conditions certainly different.
Yeah, they are. So gone away have the clouds. In comes the sun. So changeable conditions clearly here at Rowrah, as Philip Soroviak tries to find a way past Zach Tureen, does find a way past Zach Tureen, surely up the inside. Tureen gets the switchback and gets the drive for Soroviak. A great move there, textbook stuff up the inside. But Evan Belford already 2.5 seconds clear. He has departed, he has gone. You can't even see him. That's how far ahead Evan Belford is. I mean, the British Talent Cup rider, I mean, half of this grid is made up of British Talent Cup riders, frankly, at this point. They should just rename it the British Talent Cup for when they don't have any race weekends to go to. But yeah, no, he's flying. What's the gap of the line this time? 4.7. He's done 5 seconds on everyone in 2 laps. Why? Why do we even bother? Like, that's just ridiculous from Evan Belford. Wow. I guess we could see why he started from the back.
Yes, so quick, a 50.5. There's nothing you can do against that. Phillips Rowrah, though, he is got clear track in front of him now, and he is able to just start pushing. But we're going to have to wait and see what is going to happen. But there's Owen Miller diving down the inside of Howard Taylor there. So Owen Miller, back of Howard Taylor, but Howard Taylor does have that jump start penalty, so we're going to have to wait and see what is going to happen. Owen Miller, number 30, he's had quite an up and down weekend, but it's great seeing him back out here. Evan Belford, another good lap, a 50.8, still a pretty fast lap time, and still not too far off his best lap. Phillips Rowrah, though, he's just matched that, a 50.8 from him too. Zach Tureen, a 52, and Noah Gilroy, 53. So it looks like the only people who has the pace right now for this race victory is Evan Belford and Phillips Rowrah, but it's a 4.8 second gap. So what can Phillips Rowrah do?
We'll have to wait and see. There's still 7 laps left to run in this race. There you see your race leader, pole sitter at British Talent Cup a few weeks ago, Evan Belford, absolutely in his element, flying away in the sun here in Cumbria. It's not that warm outside, but it's still sunny, that's the main thing. And where's Phillips Rowrah? Can't even see him in the shot. New fastest lap, a 50.263. Rowrah actually goes faster on that, a 49.746. That is ridiculously quick. So Rowrah, similarly doing what he did in race 1, getting faster and faster as the race goes on. He's got 6 laps to carve 4.3 seconds away. Can he catch up to the back of Evan Belford? We will have to wait and see. But a very, very fast lap there from Phillips Rowrah, 5/10 faster than Evan Belford on that last lap. Very, very quick indeed. But Belford is out there just enjoying himself at the moment. There is Belford, and then there is Rowrah coming around the back end of the track. So we'll have a look to the lights again. But, well, could be quite interesting to see where they all come. As Rowrah goes, wait for him to cross the line. Wow. Rowrah 7/10 faster on that lap of 49.115. That is almost lap record pace from Phillips Rowrah.
So quick. Phillips Rowrah, he's on it now. Both of them actually in the 49s, but Phillips Rowrah is in a different level. He's hit it into another gear, and it's a 3.6 second gap from Evan Belford that he has to still bridge. It's going to be a tough ask. 5 laps to go in this race. If he keeps up this pace, it is possible, but then he also has to hope that Evan Belford does not improve his times. But there is Phillips Rowrah, Elmo on his leverage usually after his dog, but number 75 Rowrah showing how it's done lap time wise. It's just been that early race pace and that race start that has been the issue. But Evan Belford, he's been able just to get away out of that gate. But yeah, quite a slow lap there from Phillips Rowrah into the 50s again, so a 50.1, and that is about 3/10 slower than Evan Belford, who has just set his fastest lap. But that was also a personal best lap. Dylan Mellor out of this race, so is Chris Wells, and so is Sean Whitaker, so quite a few DNFs. Jake Foster's in 7th at the moment, having quite a lonely race, but up front it's an intense battle with just 4 laps to go.
Well, if Rowrah wants to catch Belford, and the key word is catch, not even pass him, he needs to do about a second and a bit per lap over the remainder of this race. And Belford putting in best lap after best lap for his own personal times. Rowrah must have made a big mistake somewhere on that last lap, because that lap's looked very clean. Belford crossed the line, it's a 49.8, and Rowrah, the pace is gone. That lap was a second slower than Evan Belford's. Something ain't right with Phillips Rowrah. I'm not sure if he's started to run out of tyres. Maybe he thinks he can't do it, so he's just backing off to save the bike and bring it home in second. Or, maybe he's got an issue, but something ain't quite right for Phillips Rowrah, because the pace has vanished. That lap was 1.5 seconds slower than his personal best, which is the fastest lap of the race. Yeah, Sorobiak, unfortunately, I think that's going to be it from him in terms of trying to fight for the lead, which leaves Evan Belford to bring it home. There we see Noah Guillory, P4, unfortunately dropped out of championship contention today. Well, he dropped out of championship contention because Sorobiak won the title, but yeah, that is a big shame then for Noah Guillory, who's put so much into this class this year, but he can be proud nonetheless. I think he's had a really good season so far. He's picked up some strong results. At round 4, he came away second with the second highest overall points score in this category, and overall he's had a super solid season. In the 70s as well, he's been doing a great job, but unfortunately it wasn't meant to be this year in terms of the championship. He will have to settle for perhaps second if Rossi Banham doesn't bring it back, as we are on the penultimate lap of the race now. Filip Sorobiak, the pace has started to come back, and Evan Belford actually on that last lap was really slow. So problems maybe for Evan Belford, as that was Owen Miller pulling a wheelie for some reason. Not entirely sure why, but there we go. And Owen Miller, that doesn't sound too happy, does it? No, it's Dylan Miller actually, and it says he didn't start the race on our timing screens. So no idea what's going on, frankly. But yeah, that doesn't sound too happy, does it, to me?
Yeah, it was like some sort of issue, but his final lap time, but Dylan Miller coming up as a DNS, number 31, Owen Miller, his brother, isn't having the best race himself, so we're just going to have to wait and see what has happened with that. But his final lap time, and Evan Belford leads the way by 3 seconds at the line. There's Owen Miller, Dylan's older brother, also on track. So yeah, Dylan Miller remounts him with some sort of mechanical issue he wants to try and sort. But there's your race leader, and there is the race winner as he comes round the final corner to take the race win. Race 3 is Belford's. Filip Sorobiak comes home in second place. He bridged that gap to 2.1 seconds at the line. Zach Turin should be coming home in third place. We wait for the number 89 to come through, but Evan Belford, great performance once again. We're still waiting for Zach Turin. It's Howard Taylor crossing the line with that jump start penalty. So there is Zach Turin, and he crosses the line with Noah Guillory just behind to take third and fourth place. And there is a wheelie from a race winner after a great race and a great weekend from him, starting from the back of the grid and still putting in results. Filip Sorobiak really struggling with that early race pace, so great result from them both British Talent Cup riders, and both performing great around this circuit.
Yeah, what a performance there from Evan Belford, just showing us how it's done. Filip Sorobiak, the champion, putting in a good run. That is definitely not Evan Belford, that's Luke Flagcap-Fitchett up on the photo, but it is Evan Belford who takes victory with a dominant display in race 3 of the Extreme 200s. Filip Sorobiak brings it home in second, and Zach Torian manages to take P3. That is it for the Extreme 200s. But of course, they'll be back in a few weeks' time when we head to the Fab finale, the final round of the season at Red Lodge. But what a great weekend we've had here in the Extreme 200s. But of course, they'll be back in a few weeks' time, so panic not. The champion already crowned. Now then, time for race 3, the final race of the weekend for the LC40 Elites. And I've been joined by a very special guest. He's not the reigning champion potentially for much longer, but he is still the reigning champion of this class at the moment, Archie O'Brien, who, first of all, Archie, did I not tell you this morning you were going to run a race this weekend?
You did, actually. You might be storyteller. No, not storyteller, fortune teller.
Yeah.
Because you did predict this morning.
I did predict this morning. There you go. Archie O'Brien took his first victory in the Mini GP 50s this morning after I told him he would. And then he's also taken the championship for that down to the final round, which is great. But obviously Archie as well, he's the reigning champion of this for the time being, unless Austin Johnson wins this race. If Austin Johnson wins this race, the gap goes to 75 points, and he and Byron Johnson can mathematically catch him at the final round, but Austin will win it on countback. It is Byron, though, who goes from the pole position with Finlay Polhill alongside him. Austin Johnson starts in P3 with Jensen Bishop in P4. Edward Darnton is P5 with Cody Gleason in P6. Matthew Thomas and Sam Gardner make up row 4. And the top 10 is rounded out by Rex Austin and Bradley Curtis. Callum Maxwell is P11 and Dylan Torrey in P12. George Ackerman is 13th, and at the back of the grid, it is Oliver Orr. That will be your grid for the LC40 Elites. And well, once again, Archie, it's all eyes on Austin Johnson against Byron Johnson. The two brothers fighting it out. Byron needs to finish ahead of Austin in this race if he wants to take this championship down to the final round. Do you think he's feeling a bit of pressure, maybe?
Well, Austin doesn't really feel pressure. He always just goes out there and enjoys himself, which is a really good mindset to have, but sometimes it can bite you on the bum a little bit because you can be too relaxed. But I think he'll be coming into this quite confident, but Byron showed in the last race he had a lot of pace over the other two, Finley Polehill and Austin Johnson. But it's all about the start, really, because Austin's been really struggling with the starts this weekend. He dropped down to 5th or 6th last time, but hopefully he'll get a better start and be away with the front two and hopefully get in front of Byron before he can start pulling the gap.
We'll have to wait and see again. If Austin Johnson wins this race, he is champion. You can see he's starting very wide out in his grid box in comparison to Byron on the pole, trying to maybe slide up the inside into turn 1 ahead of his brother. We'll have to wait and see. It's time for the final race of the weekend for the LC40 Elite. It's red lights on. Red lights off, we're underway. It's a good enough start for Austin Johnson, but it's Byron Johnson who shoots away Cody Gleason up into P3 from the start. A lightning start from her, who started P6 on the grid, but it is Byron Johnson that leads the way from Finley Polehill down into the first hairpin. Cody Gleason 3rd and Austin Johnson 4th. And is that Byron Johnson with a problem, maybe? Because through goes Finley Polehill, through goes Cody Gleason, and almost through goes Austin Johnson. He's either got a problem or he's just run very wide. And that's Sam Gardner again with issues. He's had a nightmare weekend. He's been running so well all weekend long, and time again it just hasn't come to fruition. But there's your race leader, Finley Polehill, with Cody Gleason in 2nd and Austin Johnson into 3rd ahead of his brother. And all that is separating him from the championship now is a few points, and that is it. And that is crucial for these two, but they need to move forward. I'm sure Austin Johnson would love to take the championship with a win, but he's got to get through Cody Gleason first. Chloe currently running in what is her best position of the season so far. What a result that would be for her if she could finish on the podium. But Austin Johnson having a look to the inside. Austin Johnson going up the inside, and Byron joins them as well. Byron and Chloe neck and neck down the back straight. Who outbreaks Cody Gleason? Manages to slot in the front, but it's smart from Byron Johnson. He pokes a nose and gets through. So Byron Johnson into P3. The Johnson boys get through. Phenomenal racing there.
Yeah, beautifully worked there for Byron Johnson. He just, I'm not sure what happened, but he might have had a bit of a problem. But again, he seems to fix it as soon as his brother gets past. But they need to work on catching Finley. But Chloe Gleason now has to defend from Jensen Bishop, or maybe try tag on the back of these two Johnson brothers. But Finley Polehill, fastest lap, 54.5 with a gap at 2.811 seconds.
Yeah, no way. There's a decent gap for Finley Polehill. If they finish like they do, Austin Johnson does not take the championship this round by 1 point. He needs Byron to fall back, or he needs to go forward as it stands. And Chloe Gleason, although she's off the podium, still on for a very strong result at the moment. We know Chloe is a great rider, of course. She took the first pole position of any female rider ever at the finale last season in the Rookies Cup, which is an amazing achievement for her, and of course the whole host of female up-and-coming riders that we have here in FAB-Racing nowadays, which is great to see. She's really come on this season. You can see her results improving race upon race upon race, and here at Rowrah she has looked right at home as Jensen Bishop gives chase, looking for a way through, takes a tighter line out of the final corner but can't quite make it happen down into turn 1. Chloe has just got a lot of pace on board that motorcycle this weekend as Finley Polehill, the fastest lap of the race that time, a 54.5, absolutely flying. He is pulling away of the Johnson brothers. That is not what Austin Johnson needs.
No, but I'm not convinced that Byron Johnson doesn't have a problem, because he was in the 53s earlier in the weekend and he's in the 55s at the moment, so it might be a problem. But he seems to still be holding on to that 3rd place, which I'm sure he'll still be happy with, because at the end of the day it is still a podium. But Jensen Bishop trying to get a good exit on Chloe Gleason, but I think she's going to hold on to it through this section.
Yeah, well, we'll have to wait and see what happens with Byron Johnson, whether he has an issue or maybe something wrong with the bike, or if it is just maybe a not quite on the pace, as Jensen Bishop looking very close to the back of Chloe Gleason is there. A fastest lap for Austin Johnson, a 54.397, carving away at Finley Polehill's advantage in the lead. It's down to 2.4 seconds. Chloe Gleason, though, still holding on to P4 at the moment. This is a very, very mature ride from her. Very, very strong stuff. Jensen Bishop just not able to find a way through Chloe Gleason, who's doing a phenomenal job out there, although Jensen Bishop's got a really good drive coming down the hill. And Jensen, of course, again, Archie, we know Jensen, a very strong rider, as with Chloe, as with all of these riders out here in the LC40. That's Finley Polehill! That's the leader out of the race! Finley Polehill with a problem! Unbelievable stuff! He's pulled off to the side of the track, and Finley Polehill potentially out of the race, and that means Austin Johnson's into the lead, and that means Austin Johnson is in a prime position to win the championship.
Yeah, that means, as it stands, but Austin Johnson is the champion, but I think Finley Polehill, it might be his front sprocket or something's come off, I'm not quite sure. There's a checking down at the clutch, so it might be that, but Chloe Gleason is promoted up into the podium position now, and Jensen Bishop is still having a look, but I don't quite think he's going to be able to find a way through here. But them two, they don't seem to be losing too much to Byron as his last time
only
around.
there. Byron's really dropped back from Ostash. It's 3 seconds away now as Byron. That's got to be a problem for the number 37.
Yeah, he's been so strong all weekend in the 53s, but he seemed to be dropping into the 56s now, so whether he's just trying to control the gap to behind and let his brother take the championship, because he already wrapped up his main title that he was competing in, but a 55.7 for Austin Johnson, so he's definitely backed off maybe. 56.169 for Byron and a 56.081 for Chloe Gleason. I don't think they're going to be able to catch Byron, but Austin Johnson is quite a way out front now, so he should be able to hold on to this and take the championship.
We'll have to wait and see as Jensen Bishop gets the best opportunity he's had all race. He's alongside Chloe Gleason down the hill. Does he have the braking? Chloe Gleason to the outside. Can she try the switch back? No. Jensen Bishop gets up onto the podium places, but it's not all done yet because there is still 2.5 laps left to run for these young riders. Chloe Gleason, wow, that was a super aggressive attempt. Having a look to the inside there. She desperately wants that podium. It would be her best finish of the season if she was able to sneak on, but Jensen Bishop starting to pull a bit of a gap with 2 laps left to run. Austin Johnson has a huge lead, 3.5 seconds. Byron Johnson, whether it's a problem, whether he's trying to hang back and just let his brother win the championship like Archie suggested, that would be amazing if it was the case, because we have some yellow flags out here as who's that that's gone down? That's Sam Gardner, yeah. Sam Gardner again with problems. He's been having problems all weekend long, and a big shame for him, but at least he was able to get it going again. And, well, that is a big shame as we wait for the leader, Austin Johnson, as he comes into your shot now. It has been an incredible season for this young man, and currently champion-elect. With 1 lap to go after he rounds this corner, he will take the championship at round 7 of 8 in the FAB-Racing Mini Bike British Championship. And well, Archie, Austin's had a phenomenal season. He's a phenomenal rider. How much do you think this is going to mean to him?
Oh, it's going to mean the world to him. You know, last year he was racing against me. He was really strong opposition. He was always there, and he's such a nice character in the paddock. He's always really enjoyable to talk to here. And Jensen Bishop with a flying last lap with a 55.019. That was a second quicker than Byron Johnson. So that might mean that Jensen Bishop, he did set his personal best. He might be able to get onto the back of Byron Johnson, but all eyes are on Austin Johnson at the front here as he goes through the flat out left-hander down into the fast downhill right-hander, now into the left-hander with all the cement dust. Here we go now into the final corner. Here comes Austin Johnson, the champion. If he can make it round the final corner, he's done it. He is the champion of the LC40 Elite, and Byron Johnson just manages to hold on to second position over Jensen Bishop with an incredible podium. Chloe Gleason with an equally amazing fourth position as we now wait for Edward Darnton to come across the line. And here he is with a personal best lap on the last lap of 56.893, as that was a very strong ride. Oh, but here we go, we've got a battle here for sixth position. I think Matthew Thomas is just going to get it. Oh, it's close. Yeah, Matthew's just got it, celebrating before he hit the line, but a very respectable rides for everybody. But the top 10 are Austin Johnson in first, wrapping up the championship. Byron Johnson in second, Jensen Bishop in third, Chloe Gleason with fourth, Edward Darnton was fifth, Matthew Thomas sixth, Bradley Curtis seventh, Rex Austin eighth, Dylan Terrain ninth, and George Ackerman in 10th.
Austin Johnson, champion of the LC40 Elite British Championship in 2022. What a season he has had, what a weekend he has had, and what a way to wrap it up with a win. Thank you very much for joining me, Archie. It's been a real pleasure to have you alongside us all weekend long. And well, Austin Johnson, what a performance he's had.
Yeah, he's been amazing all weekend, you know. Every track you go to, he may not be the quickest, but he's always there or thereabouts in the podium positions, and I'm really happy for him because he's deserved this championship, and I look forward to racing with him in the Metro Kits next season.
Now then, time for the final race of the senior mini motos. And well, we've had a strong weekend of racing action with them all throughout the weekend here at round 7 of the FAB-Racing Mini Bike British Championship. But it's not all over yet. It's all eyes back on the Birkins, closing the gap up to Will Howarth, who obviously a no-show through an injury. And well, we'll have to wait and see how they're going to do coming out of this race. Matt will definitely be within a mathematical chance. Josh should be within a mathematical chance of taking the championship to the final round. So we will have to wait and see.
Yeah, it's going to be a great race. Riders now heading out to the grid for the senior Minimoto race free final race of the weekend for these guys, and it's going to be a close one. It's a 15 bike field in the senior Minimoto class, so we're going to have to wait and see what's going to happen. Josh and Matt have duked it out for 2 races in a row, and now they're going to have to do it all over again. The championship is on the line here. Will Howarth, of course, not here this weekend after suffering an injury at Clandell, breaking a part of his back. But we head out on the warm-up lap and we head racing for Josh Birkin to lead the way at starting in pole position from his brother Matt. Craig Ashall will be starting in third, with Nick Bennett in fourth. Reece Gentry will be starting in fifth. David Mayat sixth. Holly Harris seventh. Keaton Payne eighth. Chris Yeomans 9th, George Renix will be starting in 10th, Mark Payne 11th, Callum White will be starting in 12th, Alberto Vintero has been suffering from quite a few mechanical issues this year. He will be starting from 13th with Shannon King alongside him, and the final grid slot in the race and in the senior Minimoto class will be taken up by Rob Gentry. So we are ready for an action-packed race. Craig Ashall there heading his way to the grid and heading the field to the grid for what's going to be a superb senior Minimoto class. Big riders, little bikes. Let's go for race 3.
Now, it's important to remember, while all our attention is on the Birkins, because they are the only ones still with a mathematical chance of taking the championship with no Will Howarth, well, they've had some company. Riders like Nick Bennett, the 711, who's been super fast starting this weekend, have been making them push. And, well, coming into the final round as well, we've heard rumours that Mr. Minimoto, Bernie Hook, may be making his second comeback of the season after he retired and then turned up anyway. So, if you are watching, Bernie, please come back. We do miss you. Of course you're watching, Bernie. We know you always watch along. It's time for race 3. Should we get on with it? Go on then. Red lights on, red lights off. We're underway. Good start for Josh Birkin, Matt Birkin, good as well. Who is that that's got a lightning start? Was that David Meyer? I think that got away really well. Unbelievable. He shot into second for a second there. Matt Birkin got back round, but into third place. Awesome stuff from David Meyer, but it is Josh Birkin that leads this race, and it is a lead that he needs in order to get as close to as Will Howarth as possible in the championship. Matt is naturally closer in the championship. He can sacrifice the 5 points for the win, but does he want to is the real question. You know, brotherly rivalry and all that. He wants to give himself the best chance at catching Will in the championship as possible, and that's even presuming that Will makes it to the final round. So after 8 and series, we head through the back section of the track and through this very, very fast part of the circuit, and there goes Nick Bennett past David Mayat as he sweeps up the inside of the right-hander down that hill, which you can't see on the camera, but trust me, it's very, very steep. Matt and Josh already streaking away. They've already got a big gap. You can see visually what's the gap as they come to the line. It was 1.3 seconds from Josh Birkin down to Nick Bennett. And well, that is a sizable gap, but Matt Birkin already trying to fight Josh. They can't afford to fight too much, Lewis, or it's going to cost him time, and Nick Bennett's going to be all over him.
Yeah, certainly. Nick Bennett has shown some great form in the past couple of rounds, showing some great pace on the 7-1-1. But it's the Birkin brothers who are constantly up front and constantly putting in the results. Josh Birkin leads Matt, the number 2, from the number 5, and then showing the way and trying to show the way in the championship. What is going to happen? We'll have to wait and find out, because David Mayat got an incredible start. He's slightly dropped back now. He's slightly dropped back into the hands of Ollie Harris and Chris Yeomans and Rhys Gentry. So a big scrap heading on back there for that position, and battles all the way down the field as usual in the senior mini moto class. And now David Mayat's really going to have to think about defending away from Rhys Gentry. Holly Harris has dropped back in this lap. Craig Ashall also in that group of riders. 7 laps to go in this race. Matt Birkin has the fastest lap of the race, a 56.605. Very, very impressive. He's currently showing up as second on the timing screen now. A slight blip in the timings, but there is Rhys Gentry, number 100, as Matt now starts to put Josh under pressure. Matt Birkin on the brakes, slightly wider line, because his brother Josh really has to think about defending, but these are big riders on little bikes. It's so difficult to find any way past. You have to go this way or that way and really force a move, and that's what Matt's just done there. Force a move on the flip-flop. Josh now demoted to second position. He takes a wider line through the final corner, powering it down the straight to make it 6 laps to go. It's now Matt Birkin who leads Josh.
What a move from Matt Birkin, firing it up the inside. That was special, and that is a way to take the lead of the race. But Josh Birkin still all over his brother's tail, still fighting and looking for a way through. A long way left to go. 6 laps as Josh looks to the inside. Does Josh go for it? Matt leaves him a little bit of room, but gets the drive out of the corner, so he's going to have to hold on to P2 for the time being. Matt on that number 5 leading the race in the orange and blue overalls. Josh just behind on the number 2 in the black and orangey purpley kind of overalls there. It's a bit of a mishmash of colours, kind of red from this angle actually, I don't really know, take your pick. And well, I'll tell you what, the front of Josh's bike just chattering away over the bumps. I know a lot of the mini motos protest at the high speed nature, the undulating nature of this circuit, but Matt Birkin, that thing is moving underneath him. Bit of a check back by Matt, sees where his brother is and goes, okay, let's carry on. 5 to go at the line that time. Josh tries to get the run out of turn 3. Can he have a look up to the inside? No, can't quite this time, but he's all over the back of Matt, who's just run a little bit wide as well. Touched a little bit of curve that might cost him. Up the hill though, Matt Birkin looking like he gets the superior traction and gets the superior drive on that run to the second hairpin. Down the hills though, it looks like Josh Birkin is the faster one. So well, that say what you will about that, you could take an assumption that's something to do with their weight or their size or whatever, but these two up the front with no Will Howarth, it's very much the Birkin show, because this is what it's all about. Oh, Josh having a look, can't quite pull off the same move as his brother, but he's certainly thought about it. Heading into the right-hander, Matt Birkin still maintains the lead. Again, if they finish like this, they both make it within that 75-point margin they need to make it within. They both take this championship to the final round. If Will Howarth finished this weekend and he had 75 points clear in the championship of everything else, then that will be it. It will all be over. But they're both going to be within that 75 if they finish like they do. Further back in the pack, action all around. As we see, he fights for, it looks like a 4th, 5th and 6th, I want to say. No, it's not the 5th, 4th, it's a little bit further back. That's 8th, 9th and 10th, Mark Payne, George Rennick and Chris Yeomans blasting out for the final places in the top 10. As George Rennick looks to make a move to the outside, but can't quite make the gap clear.
Yeah, Chris Yeomans has had a pretty eventful season, but this battle for the final positions in the top 10. This is where we'll be in the top 10. Valuable championship points are on the line, but Craig Ashall, further up the field, has made it up into 5th position, but Chris Yeoman's laid down the inside and he's going to try and make it work on George Rennick, but George Rennick closes the door. There's Holly Harris. Holly Harris with a bike issue there, a mechanical issue. She's trying to get the bike restarted. We've seen it multiple times this year actually, that Holly Harris and that Minimoto have not been the best of friends. That Minimoto being quite unreliable at some points, but Holly Harris pulling over to the side of the track, some frustration, but Matt now trying to get past Josh. Josh has got in front of Matt Birkin once again, and that was Matt Birkin on the grass tracking. That is something, that's a different line, shall we say, but it's something that's not unusual for the Birkins. This is how they race, this is what they do, and this is how they go about what they do. But Josh Birkins, the number 2, leads the way, and
he
Matt
clipped the curb with his knee.
He's way too close. The curb was way too high, clipped to his knee, had a massive moment out of the seat, but he's still on it, still on the throttle, and still cracking on that throttle as we come across the line to make it just 2 laps to go. And now the gap is 1.2 seconds.
Josh Birkin, I mean, thinking about this mathematically, if we wanted both of these to make it through to the final round, Josh Birkin needs to win this race because he's the further away of the 2 brothers. I mean, that's just me thinking about it equally, no preferences or whatever. I'm just thinking about the pure maths here. But, out of those 2 of them, I mean, they both want to win. They both want to win the championship for certain. So it's basically whoever's faster. Matt Birkin, though, with mistakes like that, isn't going to be taking victory in the final race of the weekend. And you see some action further down. There's Mark Payne being done by Chris Yeomans there. So problems for some of these guys out there as George Rennick moves up into P7, which is a good position, to say the least. A very nice ride from George Rennick on the 171 this weekend. He's been putting in some good performances as further round as well. Some more riders as there we go. Josh and Matt onto the final lap, and Josh has pulled a bit of a gap, to say the least. 1.6 seconds. That is quite comfortable as we wait for Reece Gentry, wherever he may be. He's a long way off, so there you see the 2 Birkin boys, and that's the gap that Josh has got. A very healthy lead indeed on that number 2 machine. All he has to do is bring it home, scrape home the 25 points, and again, further gaining on Will Howarth in the championship. A lot of people say it's not a way to decide a championship through an injury. And there is arguments for it. It's no real way to really benefit on your rival's injury by using them not being there to take wins and take it to your own advantage in championship tables. But at the end of the day, you've got to get the points, don't you? Josh Birkin rounds the final corner. He will win race 3 in the senior mini motos, with Matt Birkin just behind him after that mistake onto the grass. But it's once again a Birkin 1-2, the 3rd one of the weekend, as Nick Bennett comes home in P4. Looked like he was neck and neck with someone, but that was just a lapped bike. Craig Asher will take 5th with David Meyer in P6. But it will be Josh Birkin taking the victory, Matt Birkin in 2nd, and crucially, both of them are able to challenge for the championship at the final round.
Yeah, Reece Gentry and Nick Bennett going side by side to the line there, but showing their appreciation to the Birkin brothers, who got a 1-2. That is such an impressive ride from them. But the Birkins talking about what happened in that race, talking about a little moment, probably Matt telling Josh that he almost crashed by clipping a curb. So very, very lucky to stay on in this circuit, being obviously surrounded by hillsides all around, with it being built into an old quarry. But great ride from Josh and Matt. Clean racing all the way through, which is what we love to see. And there's Josh, check something with his bike, trying to get restarted actually, and Holly Harris talking to Josh. Obviously all the senior Minimoto guys and girls, they are great friends on and off track, although the racing is absolutely ruthless. And Holly Harris now trying to get her bike restarted as Josh gets his restarted. So now riders now on their cooldown lap, heading towards the pit lane. But it is Josh Birkins who wins the race by 3.5 seconds over his brother Matt. Rhys Gentry gets the final podium position in the finish up after a drag race to the line with Nick Bennett, who gets that 4th position. Craig Ashall comes home in 5th with David Mayat, George Rennicks and Chris Yeomans in 6th, 7th and 8th. Mark Payne comes home in 9th, and Callum White rounds out our top 10 after a superb ride after crashing out last race. But there's Holly Harris pushing her bike back, laughing about the situation. Actually looks like a little smile underneath her helmet. But a great race, a final race of the weekend for the senior mini moto guys. That is them finished, but fear not, they will be back at Red Lodge in October for the final round of the championship as Holly Harris pushes her bike back into the paddock to retire for the weekend.
Yeah, what a shame for Holly Harris, but not her weekend, I think it's safe to say, but that is it. They'll be back in a few weeks' time at the final round.
Coming up is race 3 for the senior F1 sidecars, and it's going to be so good. The mini F1 sidecars, they have produced great racing all year round and close battles and controversy on and off the circuit. They are always entertaining, always packed with drama all the way through it, throughout the race and throughout the off-track in the paddock. Plenty of drama here and plenty of drama with Mick Williams being on pole position once again. The green streaks trying to stop it. We've seen it last round, and with them being able just to keep with them for longer. And even last race, they managed for the first couple of laps to keep tabs on them and keep under pressure. They will start in 2nd position. Chris Impey will be starting in 3rd, with Vince Bailey hoping for a better weekend after struggles with their outfit. He'll be starting in 4th. John Hosker will be starting in 5th, and Mark Parker rounds out our sidecar grid. It's a very, very small grid that we have here for the sidecars, but it is one that is loved by many. It is something very, very different here at FAB, because it's something you don't see anywhere else. These bikes are built in someone's garage usually, and something that is all hand built and all one of one. They all take different approaches for different problems which come out of different solutions. But John Hosker has a high performance Pharaon that they found in someone's back garden and is many, many years old. So John Hosker, it's cool different approaches, shall we say, because some Pharaons may be shiny like the green streaks and some may have moss still on them from many years ago. But there's the pole man, there's the championship leader, and there's last year's champion. It's mighty Mick Williams, who has put on a mighty performance all year, and the green streaks alongside them. And now we wait, the lights are on and the lights are off, and the green streaks play an amazing start. It's been a drag race, but now Mick Williams has the straight line speed and manages to get in front of the green streaks. Further back it's been Chris Impey who's in that 3rd position, but Vince Bailey's putting them under pressure at the 369, and now it's the Mick Williams who leads the way. Mighty Mick Williams from the green streaks. The green streaks though only wants to be half a second behind, so anything can happen. John Hosker gaining times on the brakes, almost running into the back of Vince Bailey actually, but now relaxed up the straights actually looks like the green streak says. But further back down the field, Vince Bailey dropping back slightly. John Hosker now fighting with Mark Parker. Mark Parker really wanting to make up ground and really wanting to get past that 127 yellow cycle. Such a bright cycle, so easy to spot on and off the track, I'm sure, for the competitors. But McWilliams leads the way in a fine fashion, like we're used to seeing him on that 26 Red Bull outfit. But coming around the final corner now, it is John Hosker and Mark Parker powering the way through to make it 6 laps to go in this race. Only 7 laps for the mini F1 sidecars, and so far it is Mick Williams in the lead from Green Streets, from Impey, from Vince Bailey.
It was really aggressive start there from the green streaks as they were running a very fast sighting lap. They were right on the tail of Mick Williams for the whole side. So that's really clearly trying to play mind games with them, because the only way the green streaks possibly have to take this championship to the final round is for them to win and Mick Williams to not finish the race. As oh my goodness me, that is, I belong to say that was no, not Vince Bailey. No, yeah, it was Mark Parker getting past John Hosker on the 127. That is very aggressive to say the least, pushing them all the way to the grass. But yeah, the Green Streets just trying to play mind games with the 26 of Mick Williams, that super fast sighting lap, pushing them the whole way along, and then the aggressive start. But currently, Mick Williams still leading by over 2 seconds. Oh my goodness me, as John Hosker gets shoving. But Mark Parker still in front. This battle for 5th place, large and alive, as with 5 laps left to go. Can John Hosker find a way through without shoving his opponent off the racetrack? Can Mark Parker hold on? Mark Parker runs a little bit wide, gets a little bit sideways. That might make them bog down and make them lose momentum up the hill, but they're going to be able to just about stay in front. For the time being, a shove and they're both off. A shove from John Hosker and they're both off the racetrack. That's, emotions always run a little bit higher in the F1 sidecars, it seems, than any other championship in FAB-Racing. Don't ask me why, but they just take it very, very intensely. I mean, at one point, someone tried to get the Green Streets disqualified because they had a GoPro on the car. So there you go. As we, focus on this battle, Hosker's fallen away a little bit from the 230 of Mark Parker with a big wobble for Hosker. With 4 laps left to go, that was all sorts of sideways. A bit of communication there from the passenger to the driver or the rider. I'm still not sure what you're supposed to refer to them as. But clearly not happy with how they ended up all sorts of out of shape at the final corner. And Chris Impey, as we just saw at the front of the shot there, it looks like Vince Bailey is closing.
Yeah, Vince Bailey is starting to close just slightly, but Mark Parker has got a gap between themselves and John Hosker after John Hosker went on the grass just 1 lap ago. But there is Vince Bailey, there is the 369, and there they are trying to catch up to Chris Impey. But actually, it looks like they have a broken fair, or they've ripped off their number at least, their number 6. But Chris Impey, there's pieces falling off it, it's falling apart as they're riding around. So will that affect the races? We see Vince Bailey getting on 2 wheels, going around left-hander, but there is Chris Impey, and there's the cycle. It's falling apart, and pieces are flying off of it into the direction of Vince Bailey. But Vince Bailey, they've clearly hit a sidecar that was in front of them, because their 369 number is now just 39. So there's a slight bit of that 6 left, but anyway, Chris Impey runs slightly wide there. Cycle was on 2 wheels. The 457 powers it out though, and up front it's Mick Williams, who still leads by 4.1 seconds. So the Green Streets can't do anything in this race once again, but of course there's still a whole round left for them to try and get another race win. Anything can happen though, of course, with Chris Impey potentially having some bike issues, but it doesn't look like they're slowing down on track. But Vince Bailey is definitely catching, so we're going to have to wait and see what the gap is at the line and what lap times Chris Impey is doing. Chris Impey though is still clearly trying, but Vince Bailey on 2 wheels once again. This is going to be a firework finish. It's going to be one more corner. They go around the outside, round the final corner, try to get the undercut after backing out of that move to the first corner. They go, do they back out a bit? Side by side for turn 1 and pushes Chris Impey onto the grass. They had to slow down, rejoin the track before they went into the barrier. But last time around, Chris Impey was doing a 103.3 and Vince Bailey was doing a 102.4. So 9 tenths faster.
It's gone.
There's Impey. That is the end of their race potentially. The bike is definitely not their best friend right now, because there is Mark Parker about to take that 4th position. You can just see the difference in straight line speed.
Yeah, so even a broken fairing won't get in the way of Vince Bailey with the problems for Chris Impey and rubbing his racing, I suppose, in regards to shoving them off. But that sidecar is clearly not healthy, as we are on the final lap of the race now. And Mick Williams has a 5.2 second lead, the champion-elect for the zillionth time in a row. He has been, well, it's not quite been as dominant this season as they would have wanted, because the Green Streets did take 2 race victories. But Mick Williams is well on his way to take yet another sidecar crown at round 7 of the FAB-Racing Mini Bike British Championship. The Green Streets tried. They put in some superb performances throughout the season. They gave Mick Williams some mind games at the start of this one, but it didn't matter in the end because the 26 remained unfazed and remained fast. And as they round the penultimate corner, it's another championship victory on the cards for the 26. Get out the champagne, because the 26 have done it again. Champions in the Mini F1 sidecars in 2022. It's Mick Williams. The Green Streets bring it home in second place. Try as hard as they did, it wasn't quite enough. But they have certainly been the biggest challengers to the 26 in a long time, and that, I think, is something they can be proud of. Vince Bailey is due to bring it home in third, and there he is, the number 39, because the 6 fell off it with a broken fairing, manages to get onto the podium, and the Impies managed to sort their problems out and managed just about to finish fourth from Mark Parker in 5th place. And John Hosker, I think, has got problems, because I don't even know where he is. I think he's no, there he is, he's just crossed the line now, but John Hosker encountered problems. But Mick Williams, the 26, Mick Williams and Mike Helms, champions again in the Mini F1 sidecars. What a legacy they leave, what domination they have displayed. And although this season they faced challenges for the first time in a long time, they've still gone and done it again.
Yeah, it's so impressive what they've done and what they've done for the past couple of years, and that is just dominate this championship and almost give no one else a chance. But Chris Impey had some sort of bike issue there, had to slow down for a brief moment, managed to get it going again and managed to get everything in a good enough working order to come across the line in that 4th place. John Hosker dropped off with a couple laps to go, going into the 110s, so 6 seconds off their own personal best. So John Hosker clearly running some issues, but please get involved in, if you like any racing you've seen here today. Well, that could be from sidecars all the way to mini motos, all the way to the pit bikes. Go into FAB-Racing, the FAB-Racing website or the Facebook page, and learn how to get involved. Get yourself or someone else or even your child involved. It could be from adults all the way to 5.5-year-olds. So it's a championship for everyone, as we have one more race left.
The final race of the day, the final race of the weekend, and the final race for the pit bike 140s, and the final race for Taylor Lawrence, who's not wearing the fuzzy helmet cover. Oh, that's a shame, isn't it? We were hoping so. He gets a fist bump from the flag marshal. This is it, the final appearance of the champion of 2021, the man who's given so much to FAB-Racing before he embarks off to a career in the Navy. It's Taylor Lawrence for the final time from pole position, with Lucas Brown alongside him. Reese Peacock goes from P3 with Owen Mellor in 4th. Chris Wells starts 5th with 3-time champion Jamie King in P6. Dylan Mellor and Liam Wood make up row 4 with Zach Tureen and Sean Whittaker rounding out the top 10. Darren Anderson starts 11th with Matthew Lindley in 12th. 13th is Champion Whiting with Elliot Crosby P14. Roger Monks is 15th with Keaton Payne alongside him. And then it's Dave Glover and Powell Nozel rounding out your grid. That is your grid for the final race of the weekend, the final race of round 7 of the FAB-Racing Mini Bike British Championship, and the final race of FAB-Racing for Taylor Lawrence. Of course, hopefully he's able to come back in the future if he gets the odd weekend off, and well, I say that, he probably will be, knowing him. He loves it around here. We love him being around here. He's such a character in the paddock, and he's also really fast, which helps, doesn't it? Of course, the pit bike champion from last year, and although his rival, yet really close friend Rossi Banham, has already taken the championship this year and is a no-show this weekend. Dylan Mellor. What are you doing? He's got his phone in his leathers. Dylan Mellor had his phone in his leathers and forgot to hand it in. I wonder if someone had sent him a text he noticed on the sighting lap. But it's all eyes on the lights now. Red lights on. They're all going. They're going to have to wheel it back. It's okay, because not everyone went and the red lights didn't go out. We can just wheel it back and restart. So that's fine. That's all good. No penalties, no awkward restarts. Is fine. Jamie King, jumpstart Jamie once again. Here we go for the real this time. We're on the way. Taylor Lawrence will in the air, as is Lucas Brown, but it will be Lawrence leading into turn 1. A poor start from Jamie King, but he manages to hold on to P6. But it's Taylor Lawrence that leads from Lucas Brown. Dylan Mellor managing to get into P3 ahead of Reese Peacock there, so a great start for him. Chris Wells in P5 and Jamie King in P6 under pressure from Owen Mellor, I believe that is, that's alongside them. And so Owen Mellor, apologies, in P3. Dylan Mellor, who's challenging Chris Wells. And now Taylor Lawrence under attack from Lucas Brown. But Taylor Lawrence, he holds on in his final race. Can he end his full-time Fab career on a high with a victory before he heads off to the Navy in a few weeks' time? He's leading at the moment and looks very comfortable out there. But of course, his race 2, similar thing happened. Leading the race, ended in disaster, going down at a left-hander, just touching the grass on the entry. And there's Lucas Brown trying on the outside, but it will be Taylor Lawrence leading lap 1.
Yeah, very, very impressive. And Owen Mellor in third place at the moment, number 31, as Taylor Lawrence is put under pressure from Lucas Brown, the number 7. So Lucas Brown really just trying to pile on the pressure as Taylor Lawrence, in his final race, he wants to take all the glory, he wants to walk out of his championship. Lucas Brown really, really aggressive. It looks if Taylor Lawrence is even still there, because that was so aggressive and a proper lunge. Taylor Lawrence now repays the favour and pushes him right out to the edge of the track. But Taylor Lawrence showing what he's worth, and now it's a 4-bike battle for the lead of Taylor Lawrence, Lucas Brown, Dylan Mellor and Reece Peacock. 4 very, very experienced riders, racing many different championships. All of them as Lucas Brown looks down the inside, but he cannot make it work once again on the 7. But now Taylor Lawrence, he is leading the way on his final race with 10 laps to go. What will he do? He cannot get forced into mistake and crash again, because we all want him to see him doing well. We all want him to get a good result, a good final hurrah. But Dylan Mellor now is also going to have to start putting on pressure. He's made a lot of time on the brakes compared to Lucas Brown. Will he get a good drive out of the hairpin? We have to wait and see. In the slipstream he goes, as Reece Peacock is just going to sit there and watch this all unfold. It's a perfect strategy for him as Lucas Brown does a little hand gesture there with his left hand, maybe telling Dylan Mellor just to follow him. But Reece Peacock, 7/10 of a second at the line last time around. We're going to have to wait and see what is going to happen. It's a 4-bike shootout at race 3 at Rowrah.
Is very, very close indeed as we come over the line. 9 laps left to go of racing at round 7 of the FAB-Racing Mini Bike British Championship. And what a race to end on, race 3 of the Pit Bike 140s. Taylor Lawrence trying to get one last win, but he's run slightly wide. He just lost the front a little bit, but that was Brown and Mellor all following him, and that's Mellor having a look up the inside. Oh, Mellor super late on the brakes, almost collects Taylor Lawrence, and now Lucas Brown with the switchback. He gets the drive out of the corner. He'll have the inside into the right-hander. Can Owen Mellor make it work around the outside? No, he's going to have to settle for third place once again, and that has cost him a lot of time. It's allowed Lawrence to pull away a little bit, allowed him to get a little bit comfortable, because those two fighting has cost them. Lucas Brown had the fastest lap last time round of 52.8. but he's not going to be fastest this time. It's Taylor Lawrence rounds the final corner, 8 laps left to run in this race, and he sets a new personal best. And yet, look at that, Lucas Brown well off the pace on that lap, and he's dropped back quite a significant margin, but he's already fighting Taylor Lawrence. He's already onto the tail of the number 10 in the bright green leathers. And, well, he's going to try and do everything he can to try and win this race. He doesn't clearly give a damn about the fact that it's Taylor's final appearance. He's probably thinking Taylor's getting a lap of honour from everyone at the end of this race. He doesn't need a win. He's already getting all the show, so he's fighting it. The 7 against the 10. The champion of 2021 against a British Talent Cup star. Who will be on top come the end of this race?
Yeah, we're going to have to wait and find out. Lucas Brown's looking so good. Owen Mellor further down the field has just got past Chris Wells for 7th position. Zach Tureen up into 6th as well. But Lucas Brown, round the final corner they go. He tries to get a better drive in the slipstream. He will go and he will just try and take that fastest lap, which he has, over 52.444 from Lucas Brown. That was an incredible lap time. Very, very fast. New lap record, I believe that may be.
I think someone went slightly faster in race 2, and someone's gone slightly faster there as well, as Lucas Brown's got through on Taylor Lawrence coming through the hairpin. But these two have started to break away from Dylan Mellor. 1.2 seconds, the gap from Mellor to Brown last lap. And it's visually a lot bigger as well, because Mellor is also fighting with Reece Peacock in the background. And that's Reece Peacock through on Dylan Mellor. So through he goes. And, well, now it's all action stations further along. And there we can see Jamie King running in a lowly P5 as well. Owen Mellor up to P6 as they all make their way through the very, very fast back section. And Taylor Lawrence trying to make his way through on the inside into turn 1. No, can't quite do it. Lucas Brown shuts the door. Reese Peacock now up to P3 as well. A little bit wide from Brown coming out of the right-hander, but it's not wide enough to give Lawrence a chance to challenge with 6 laps left to go in this race. And 2 separate battles forming, the battle for second and the battle for third place. The battle for second, battle for the lead, should I say. And the battle for third is Brown versus Lawrence in his final appearance. It's Peacock versus Mellor for the final podium place. It is all action everywhere you look. And Taylor Lawrence to the inside. That's superb. That is brilliant from Taylor Lawrence, putting on a display in his final race. A brilliant, brilliant move up the inside at the fast right-hander. That is probably the most dangerous corner on the circuit. Lucas Brown slapping the bike like it's a horse. Come on, let's go faster, he's saying. But Taylor Lawrence is giving him such a big, big challenge out there. These two are going to take it all the way to the finish line.
Yeah, there's certainly are 5 laps to go in this race. It's Taylor Lawrence who leads the way from Lucas Brown in his final FAB race in the pit by 140s, last year's champion, trying to show Lucas Brown how it is done, trying to make himself as wide as possible in case if he came up the inside there. But Lucas Brown now is really going to have to push on and push the bike to its absolute limit. But now we're at a stage where we start to come towards back markers. Will they come into play? We're going to have to wait and find out. Back markers, it's pure luck on when you get to them, and it's pure luck on whenever, if they hold you up or if they realise you're coming and get out your way. Now Taylor Lawrence is going to be the first time Dylan Mellor has crashed out there. Dylan Mellor, it's a good job that he took his phone out of his levers, otherwise it'd be pretty destroyed.
That is a real shame then for Dylan Mellor. That means that Reese Peacock is pretty free to bring home a podium, and disappointment there. He takes his helmet off, sits at the side of the track, and that promotes Jamie King up to P4 as well, with 4 laps left to run. So a shame then for Dylan Mellor, as there we see some of the back markers. Taylor Lawrence still in the lead ahead of Lucas Brown, but now it gets interesting. We've seen time and time again this season, especially in pit bikes, back markers getting involved and changing races, leaders changing, accidents happening, just creating opportunities because you catch them in the wrong place. And Taylor Lawrence right now probably thinking, I really don't want that to happen. He's got the opportunity to win his final full-time FAB-Racing event, but he's got to deal with the back markers, and he's got to deal with the 7 of Lucas Brown. 3 laps left to run here at Rowrah for the entire weekend, let alone in this race. And Taylor Lawrence maintaining on to the lead. Lucas Brown with a new fastest lap of 52.444. Very fast indeed, but Taylor still maintaining that lead as they come into the right-hand hairpin that is so tricky. You're going uphill coming in, and then you go downhill coming out. A glance back from Taylor just to see where Brown is. Brown tucking into the slipstream, tucking into the toe, but can't quite get enough of an advantage heading down the hill. But coming down this back section, Taylor's pretty mighty through here, but Brown could spell an opportunity. No, decides against it. We're going to have 2 laps left to go on the line, and it's Taylor against Brown for the win.
Yeah, we'll further race lead, and now more back markers coming into play. Taylor Lawrence leads the way, a very, very extreme riding style. 2 laps to go in this race, and they come across the line now just 2/10 of a second separated. And Reese Peacock still in that lonely 3rd position, getting past the 1-1-2 of Keaton Payne. There, both the riders getting past without getting held up. So the race will continue, and Taylor Lawrence and Lucas Brown will duke it out all the way to the end. We're going to have to wait and find out. This is a grandstand finish for the final race here at Rowrah, the final race of Taylor Lawrence's FAB-Racing career, his full-time FAB-Racing career. But Taylor Lawrence now powering out through this final sector of the circuit, downhill right-hander, so much weight on the front tyre. Dylan Mellor, he's finally getting his bike off the track. He cannot get the bike moving, or he cannot get the bike working. It's so disappointing for him. But we race on, and we go on to the final lap of the weekend, the final lap of Taylor Lawrence's FAB-Racing career. Taylor Lawrence leads the way his final race. It's Lucas Brown who's putting him under immense pressure right now. 0.4 of a second. Lucas Brown is going to want to try and make a move anywhere he can, and he does there. Taylor Lawrence has to set up the bike, and Taylor Lawrence powering out through. It's a drag race to the next hairpin, to the right-hander, and Taylor Lawrence now on the brakes, has the inside line, and will use all the track on the exit, powering it through. It's the back marker approaching. Another rider there is down. Taylor Lawrence and Lucas Brown still going at the approach, and Lucas Brown dives down the inside. They almost make contact, forces Taylor Lawrence to set up. One more corner to go. Taylor Lawrence dives down the inside through the final corner. Taylor Lawrence, it's been a drag race to the line. Who's going to get? It's Taylor Lawrence who wins his final FAB-Racing race of his career. Lucas Brown gets second position, 1/10 of a second separating them at the line. Reese Peacock comes home in third, and Jamie King gets that fourth position. Owen Mellor, brother of Dylan, who had to sadly retire from the race, comes home in fifth. Chris Wells just waiting to come across the line now, but Taylor Lawrence, well done, and take a bow.
You can see how delighted he is with that. Taylor Lawrence, oh, he actually touches with one of the 29 of Reese Peacock there on the cooldown lap. But Taylor Lawrence lost the lead at the penultimate corner, and then just used the traffic and a dive bomb to retake it at the final corner. Taylor Lawrence, victory in his final full-time FAB-Racing career weekend. Lucas Brown brings home his second, and Reese Peacock rounds out the podium with three-time champ Jamie King in P4. Owen Mellor is fifth with Chris Wells in sixth, Sean Whittaker seventh, Matthew Lindley in eighth, Zach Torian in P9th, and Elliot Crosby rounds out the top 10. But Taylor Lawrence, wow. Taylor Lawrence, take a bow. And well, he's actually got special permission from race control to do a lap of honour. He's given so much to FAB-Racing across the years. One of the most popular figures in the paddock. They're coming together on the start line to say thank you, maybe do some burnouts, something like that, to say thank you to Taylor Lawrence, because he has given so much to FAB-Racing. He has done so much in his career. Of course, the pit bike champion of 2021, and again, one of the most popular figures in the paddock. And his final weekend before he joins the Navy in a few weeks' time. And of course, we wish him all the very best with his future career, his future endeavours.
Burned out there.
Yeah, doing a few cheeky burnouts and just waiting for everyone else to come around before they set off on a lap of honour for Taylor Lawrence. This is only ever going to happen once, so drink at him.
Yeah, Taylor Lawrence was meant to have flags and celebrations first, but sadly they wouldn't arrive in time. But he is going to the Navy and he's going to train to become a pilot of some sort. But Taylor Lawrence, he's done a very, very impressive job, not just this weekend, but his whole career here at FAB. He's such a playful character. Everyone here loves him, and he's so fun on and off track. He always puts on a great show. His riding style is amazing, to be honest, for a pit bike 140. It's so extreme, and here's them all trying to wheelie these small motorcycles. So Taylor Lawrence, well done, congrats, and everyone is enjoying this. Everyone is enjoying this moment that we have here at FAB. People watching from the side of the track, sinking in this final moment here in the paddock. But Elliot Crosby, who is also having his final weekend, is supposedly going to Mercedes to work in their Formula One team. So congrats on that, and well done on that too. But now all of them heading into the paddock for the final time for Taylor Lawrence.
Well, that was a beautiful moment, I think, as they make their way to the paddock for the final time, Taylor Lawrence and Elliot Crosby. And, well, you can see just how much these guys mean to everybody in the FAB-Racing paddock. So many people coming over to congratulate and wish him all the best. And trust me, if I could be down there, I would be too, because he is just a really, really genuine person and a superb talent out on the racetrack. What a win for Taylor Lawrence. That will mean so much to him to win his final FAB-Racing event in his full-time FAB career. And that is absolutely superb. Thank you very much, Taylor, and congratulations.
So yeah, there will be tears and tears of joy. What a great weekend it has been. Changeable conditions all weekend. windy conditions as well, but a beautiful venue and a beautiful circuit and a beautiful moment that we're witnessing, and what a great weekend it's been. It's been great commentating alongside you, Ross.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure as always. That is all the time that we have here at round 7 of the FAB-Racing Minibike British Championships from the Lake District here at Rowrah. We've had many a championship be decided this weekend, but in a few weeks' time we head to Red Lodge to the finale of the season, the FAB finale, round 8 in Suffolk, and there is still plenty of championships to be decided, plenty of racing to get done, so make sure you're tuning in a few weeks' time at the start of October. It's going to be very exciting. We'll see you then.